How do we start?
I guess we start with this is the first episode of Two Cats Writing. Uh, we are your hosts, Catrina Taylor, and
Hi, I'm MJ Beasi.
we are both
And
authors. Our
Catrina is an indie writer. I'm a soon to be traditionally published writer. And so we're here to talk about our publishing journeys, to compare and contrast our experiences along our chosen paths, and hopefully provide some guidance and some advice for other writers along the way so they can choose their paths. Does that seem about right to you, Catrina?
it absolutely does, and hopefully along the way we'll be able to encourage others as well. If you're sitting there questioning your own journey, remember that it's all going to work out if you get started, and we're going to show you that because we both have our own stories to share.
Yeah. So let's maybe we should start with just talking about like kind of introducing ourselves. So, Catrina Taylor, who are you?
Well, I am a single mom, or I have been for the last while, and I've raised my kids as an author. I raised my kids doing the things that a lot of people tell you you can't do. I've got 65 books out under multiple pen names. I primarily
Wow.
write science fiction, and my first book went to number one in 2014, and it's been uphill ever since, with its own ride, with its own peaks and valleys, as with any business and anything you do. But you guys will hear more of that later. How about you, MJ?
So hi, I'm MJ Beasy. I'm a former professional stage actor and singer, and there are some little stops between those lives and this one, but mainly, um, I eventually left the business. I moved into teaching voice full time in 2014 at a small performing arts studio that I shared with at that time with my parents. And I also, when I was there, I founded an opera workshop program for teenagers. And we produced a full length opera every summer until 2020 when the pandemic came crashing in on us and kind of stopped everything in its tracks. Today, I do still teach voice lessons, still mostly to teenagers. I also stream mobile games on Twitch 5 days a week. And I'm a YA author. My debut is set for publication early next year. So, in contrast to Catrina's, what was that, 65 books? 65 books?
Yeah,
Is that the right number?
65.
65 books. I'm about to have one next year. But yeah, that's who I am. And again, probably just as with Catrina, more will be revealed as we go along. So I thought that today we should start off really just introducing ourselves to everyone and talking about how we got here, including like when did we start writing, how did we end up moving into writing as a career, and what made us choose the paths that we wanted to choose, to kind of give other people an idea of like how our journeys started, if they're similar to their journeys. That could be useful information too. So Catrina, how did you start writing?
That's that's a question I think a lot of us as authors answer with things like, "Oh, I started writing as a kid, and I always writing." And I think every author has that story of how they made their little books and as children, or how they went to a workshop or they did a thing and everyone complimented them. And I absolutely have that. But I knew I was going to be an author uh, right before I became a teenager. I knew I had three goals in life. I can honestly say I've accomplished all three of them, and one of which was to be an
Amazing.
author. Uh,
I want to ask what the other two were.
to be a mom, and I am,
Yeah.
and to teach. And I do that every day on Twitch when I'm live. I teach when people ask, or the things people ask. I teach now on YouTube when I put out videos. I teach in workshops at my local library. So while it's not a formal teaching position, I teach.
So how did you, so you started, you always knew you wanted to be a writer since before you were a teenager. Um, I guess what was your early journey then?
Like while I was starting,
Yeah.
my
Yeah, I'm so curious.
first attempt at a novel though was in middle school. My first attempt at a novel was I think it was in sixth grade. I did not finish it because we moved and I lost the manuscript and I was doing it by hand.
That's heartbreaking.
At the time, I didn't dwell on it, which is good.
I would have been so devastated in your shoes, I think.
Oh, in eighth grade, I had an opportunity to go into a workshop with a known author. This is an advantage to being in New York. And I keep wanting to say it was Steinbeck. It was not Steinbeck. He does not line up with the timing. It was an S. I will tell you that. I cannot remember his name. I could see his face. It's terrible. But he came in and did a workshop with like 10 of us and complimented how well we delivered our stories and where we started, and then provided effective criticism, which set a lot of us on the right path, I think. So
That's fantastic.
it was kind of after that that I knew there was no turning back, that this was going to happen. It wasn't just a 12-year-old's aspiration. It was, no, I'm going to do this. And that I have.
my my story is so much less I guess linear in a way because I definitely didn't know I wanted to be a writer when I was a kid. I've been writing in some fashion or another since I was a kid. I started out with like I wrote plays for this collection of hand puppets that my father kept around for to do like usually to use for like acting exercises and stuff. My mother was a singing teacher. My father was an acting teacher, and so I would write plays for the little puppets, and then I was also like writing without really thinking about it. By my sister and I had a huge collection of Barbie dolls, and I was very dominant in terms of like how we played with them. Like we reenacted all these stories, which were mainly me reimagining all like my favorite books and plays and things. I would sort of translate them into new adventures to play out with our Barbie dolls, and then when I was a teenager, I actually started writing some short stories that were really inspired by the sci-fi story collections that my mom kept around the house. She was very into science fiction at the time, which is funny because my father was the one who watched sci-fi on TV, but my mother read a lot of sci-fi writers, and I was especially enamored with Zena Henderson, who wrote a lot of short stories that were originally published in sci-fi magazines at the time, but then they were compiled and put into books. The most famous one probably being Pilgrimage. And I was very inspired by her, and I'd say all my original short stories that I wrote at the time were very much in the same vein. Like I just kind of wanted to be like her, and they were inspired by her. But then after that, the thing that I always knew I wanted to do when I was a kid was to be in musical theater. Like I wanted to sing and act. And so I went to college for vocal performance. And aside from like this single semester of creative writing that I had to take as part of like as a required course in my BFA program, I really didn't write anything for years during that time. Like the whole time I was in school, really. The my career in that business, like I really put aside writing for that, even though I had, loved it a lot when I was younger. Then after I left the business, though, I found myself picking up writing again. First, it was fan fiction, which I just started writing on a whim. Then totally immersed myself in it in true ADHD fashion, started it on a whim, and then it became an obsession. Then for a while after that, I was writing a lot for a blog that I started about Japanese comics that was called, and it is still called Manga Bookshelf, that grew into a blog network with a bunch of other writers. And they're mostly the people writing for it now. I still kind of manage the website, but I don't write much for it anymore. That was a really exciting time when I was doing that. It was the first time that I really tried to make writing into some kind of career. I went to conventions and things as press. I got to interview mangaka. It was very cool. I did a lot of writing, wrote for other outlets sometimes as well. But in terms of like career viability, it really didn't pan out the way I hoped. So when I made the move to teaching voice full time, in true ADHD fashion, my interest in writing about comics like pretty much evaporated. And then I threw all my energy into writing, all my writing energy into adapting opera librettos for my teen students for the opera workshop program that I ran. And then I guess moving into like, how did I decide to make a career out of writing since you decided so early on. So for years, I'd had this idea rolling around in my head that was based on a series of dreams I had as a kid. I'd even created a performance piece for it when I was in college. That was about it for the my acting class. And I'd played around with trying to develop it as a graphic novel concept during the time period when I was obsessed with comics. But nothing really came out of it then. And then, like in the late 2010s, I started rereading books that my father had introduced me to years before by Annie Dillard. Her books are mostly nonfiction. In fact, maybe even entirely nonfiction. A lot of them are kind of science oriented, but there's also, she wrote kind of an autobiographical nonfiction novel, sort of, called An American Childhood that I reread at that time. And I found myself re-enamored by her voice as a writer, because it was so personal and so uniquely hers. And yet I connected to it so strongly, like it seemed to connect to my inner voice in a way, and my inner world in a way that I wasn't accustomed to in other people's writing. And that I found really inspiring, and that made me feel like, oh, maybe I could do this too. Maybe I could write something that felt so personal to me, but that someone else would connect to this strongly. And so then, again, like kind of on a whim, like really suddenly, in 2018, I took that old idea that I'd had that was based on a bunch of dreams that I had as a kid that I'd, been carrying with me all these years. And I started writing a YA novel, and I didn't tell anybody about it for the longest time because I didn't trust myself to finish it. Even when during the days when I was writing fan fiction, like I wrote like mostly short pieces, nothing ever of considerable length, and I just really didn't have any confidence that I could write an entire book, and so I didn't want to tell anyone that I was doing it. But then I did do it. Like, and it's I wrote it in just a few months, which is fast for me. And I finished the first draft. I started right at the beginning of the year, and I finished the first draft just before I was going to have to start preparation for my student opera production for that year. Sent it off to beta readers, didn't touch it again until, till the end of the summer when the opera was over. And then I did revisions based on their feedback, and I started querying it a few months later. And then while I was querying that book, I started writing another one. That's the book that got me an agent, and is the one that's coming out next year. And so, like, it kind of happened pretty fast. It's like I decided I'm going to be a writer all of a sudden. And, but then, I don't do anything halfway. So once I was doing it, I was doing it the whole way. And it was definitely not like so many writers, like you say, have that story. I've always written since I was a kid. I knew I wanted to be a writer since I was a kid, and that's not true for me at all. But I guess that's just how my brain does things. I don't really regret coming to it a little later. I think that I'm a better writer now than I could have possibly been when I was younger. Like, I needed all that life experience to get to the place where I could write the books that I really wanted to write. So I guess the next question, and the thing that led us to this podcast in a way, is what made you choose the path that you took? Like, as you were coming to this conclusion that you wanted to be a writer, that you absolutely wanted to publish, like, how did you decide to go the indie path?
This is going to have a little bit longer answer, guys. Because
Excellent.
it took a lot more thought for me. At the time I started publishing, I actually initially I was going through a difficult time in my life, and I was making some major changes. And I started writing again because for a time that was taken away from me due to obligations and circumstances. And so I started writing again, and I started publishing it in its draft form in a couple of locations. I got some feedback, and then I put it onto Blogspot, and I got onto Twitter, and I started sharing out my link. I'd post a part of it to Blogspot, share the link. Well, I started getting people reading it, which surprised me. I had a couple people reached out to me. One person in particular taught me about the querying process, walked me through some of the querying, some query letters, taught me what to expect and when I should, or if I could expect anything in regards to payments and that kind of thing, explain the royalty process at that time, which I know has changed. A lot has changed since then. But he walked me through the process. He had been signed up for a couple of books himself and just was really enjoying what he was reading out of what I was sharing. So I got really excited, and I started to test those waters a little bit. I didn't really send out a whole lot at that point. He didn't talk about agents, so I was going directly to the publisher. We'll discuss that later in a podcast. So that was my first attempts, and the book wasn't even finished at that point, which again we'll discuss that later in a podcast. But as I got to about halfway, I actually had 2 separate agents that reached out to me, and I started to connect with people who were in the fledgling indie community at that time. And I was a new single mother at that point, and I had to pay my bills. I couldn't just sign a contract, and the difference between getting paid possibly maybe 6% royalties after advance, maybe, was not going to take care of 2 mouths to feed. It was going to provide a roof over our head. We would have been living with family indefinitely, and that is not okay. At least not for me. It's fine if your situation allows it. It was not okay for me at that time. I needed our space to grow and to do. My household is full of neurospiciness, so we needed the room to do the things that are
Same.
spicy. uh, so at that point, it was a matter of what would pay me more faster. And by the way, I'm not sure
Mm-hmm.
that faster really applied here because it still took me a year to earn anything that was going to actually pay any bills. uh, but it was a process worth learning. And it was a process that I came to understand what it meant to be a professional through this process, as opposed to just writing your stuff and putting it out there. And as soon as you know you can release it on your own, there's this buildup of anxiousness of, I'll be an author tomorrow, I'll be published, I'll be live, I can do that. Except don't. I just don't. Just don't. That is not professional. But it was a brand new industry, and we had a lot of people growing around us and building with us as authors, as far as editors and book cover designers and such. And so we did the best we could with what we had at the time, and still somehow, with the worst covers I think I have ever created in my life, and I did create them. I I got to book 3 in my unintended 4-book series. It was only supposed to be 3 books. It turned into 4.
If that isn't the most ADHD thing I've ever heard, I don't know what is. I tried to tell the story in 3 books, but
Yeah, it's an extra. And by the way, there's actually 5, in case anybody wants to know. Because I couldn't have the fallout just focus on one thing, and book 5 is really a bridge. But I'll get into that discussion another time too.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk. I'm excited to talk more in depth about your work eventually.
I write predominantly in series and serials, ongoing stories.
Mm-hmm.
If I put one down, I can come back to it at any time. So if I quote finish a series, it's probably not finished. I'm just finished for now. But after I got to the 3rd book, I had people hunting me down on Facebook. I had people tracking me down for that 3rd book to get it out. And at that point, somebody said to me, the Kindle is marked way down so that they can get people to buy the books. Not because they wanted it, they were selling it at cost at the time. They were selling it at or just above cost to make the Kindle. It was a loss leader. And so I turned the 1st book, when I hit publish on the 3rd book, I made the 1st book free. Overnight, there were thousands and thousands of downloads, which reaffirmed my decision to go indie as the right decision for me. That book at the time qualified as a bestseller at that time. But what really qualified as a bestseller was that the 2nd book that was not free did go to bestseller status. And all 4 of the first 4 books stayed in the top 50 on Amazon for science fiction for the next 3 or 4 years.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, which just, at that point you're paying your bills. You're covering, you're taking care of your family. You're able to walk away from whatever you're writing to be there because the school needs you, which is what I needed to be with our neurospiciness. You're able to be at every basketball game. You're able to be at every track meet. You're able to be involved, and that's what mattered to me as a mother. And it's very hard to do as a single mother. And being an author made that possible. We had other resources that would come in from time to time, but once the books went to number one, it was just a matter of being consistent with what I was doing and being involved where I needed to be. So that's
Yeah.
what drew me to indie and what made me realize for me, indie was the right path instead of going through the query process that I know could have taken quite a long time. It's very hard on hope.
Yes.
And it's very, very hard to be available to your children if you're working 3 or 4 jobs just to make ends meet. And I was determined that was going to happen. So that's the essence of my indie journey. I had to come to a choice. I had to pay bills.
So,
what drew you tradition?
I obviously I made a different choice, but initially, I think I made the choice for really like a couple of reasons. First, like partly, I'd Googled things like how to get my book published, because I had no clue, which led me to websites mostly about breaking into traditional publishing and forums where people shared their advice and their querying experiences and did query critiques for each other and stuff. And so that was kind of laid out for me as like, this is the way to do this. And then also, it's not that I didn't know that indie publishing existed, but I'd written about manga for so long that I'd had a lot of interaction with the publishers that license those books in the US, and I was really friendly with their marketing and publicity people because I worked with them a lot, and I saw how hard they worked to promote the books. And that was not something I thought I could be good at, like really ever. Like I'm an introvert with serious social anxiety. I can't make phone calls. I don't really want to talk to people most of the time. Like you might not think that since I stream on Twitch like every day, but that's a very controlled situation.
Very different.
That's it's like it's entirely under my control, and I can hit the go offline button anytime. So everything that I saw those publicity people doing to promote books was basically my worst nightmares. The idea of trying to go that alone and be responsible for that myself seemed very daunting to me. There were definitely points during the period when I was querying my first book that I thought about changing gears. I had made a couple of friends who were in self-publishing or publishing with small presses, which I think was the kind of thing that you were probably looking at when you were submitting your things to publishers, like some of them anyway. And I wondered if I would be better off doing that too, because I saw them, like they had books published. But then I'd also made friends with people mainly on Twitter who were having success querying and were getting agents. And I think their experiences kind of helped me make the decision to stay on track with my original choice, even when I was feeling discouraged, which I was a lot, because I queried that first book that I wrote for a while. And probably the most pivotal moment for me in like really deciding what I was going to do and like the kind of point of no return for me was applying for Pitch Wars. Do you know what that is? So it was, I actually don't know if they're still doing it, but at least for quite a number of years, it was like a mentorship program. So they would, there were like published authors and other people in the business, like editors and folks like that, who would be mentors in Pitch Wars. And you would send in, like they had a very specific application which you sent in. You had to have a finished manuscript, and you had to be unagented, and you would send the manuscript, or you would send a query, like you kind of basically a pitch. Mm-hmm. So they say. You would send in a pitch, and to some, like you would choose specific mentors to send it to, and then if they were interested in it, they would ask for a full manuscript, and then after kind of a long period of all of them like looking at all the manuscripts they got and everything, they would each choose a mentee, and they would work with you on revising your book, and then at the end of the whole thing there was an agent showcase. And so I made the decision to apply for Pitch Wars, and I also at the same time I decided, so I had started writing this other book while I was querying the first one, right? And I was like, I'm going to finish this book, but before the deadline, like in between submitting my application, but before they announce who the mentees are, I'm going to have this book finished. So no matter what happens, I'll either, like, if I get chosen for Pitch Wars, I will know what I'm doing then, because I'll be working with my mentor and like revising this book and getting it ready for the agent showcase. And if I don't get into Pitch Wars, if I don't get chosen, I'll have a new book that is ready, like basically ready to go out and to agents, to start querying again right away. So that either way I could feel great. Like it would be win-win for me. And as it turns out, I did not make it into Pitch Wars. But I got a letter from the one mentor that I had chosen who had requested my full manuscript. And they have they don't have to send you anything at all. But I had gotten this really lovely email message from that mentor who, that was so encouraging and so complimentary of the book, and that it really, like, ironically, that rejection was such a huge boost to my morale. It really gave me the confidence to push hard, and go out and start querying that second book. And I did, and unlike the first book that I had queried for a year, with, getting a few full requests, but never getting any interest, never getting an offer, sometimes hearing nothing back at all, even after a full, and mostly I got a lot of rejections, but I sent this second book out, and I had an offer from an agent within 2 weeks. And then, and so you do the call and you tell everybody else. I hadn't even sent it out to very many people, to very many agents. I'd started with a small list. And so I went back to that small list and I was like, hey, I have an offer. And that was that. The path was chosen. Like, I chose one of those agents and was on my way. So kind of to your point where you were saying like that your path was going to see return much faster. I mean, that's definitely the case. I wrote that book, the first book I ever wrote in my life. I wrote, in 2018. The next one I wrote basically the next year. And it's finally going to be published next year. So publishing is slow. Traditional publishing is so slow. Everything takes a really long time. So even when you say that maybe your path wasn't as much faster as you thought because it took you a while, I think it was still a lot faster probably. But I don't regret that choice that I made either, at least not at this point. I'm obviously right at the beginning of my career, whereas you are quite a ways in with your 65 books. So we're at different places in our publishing journey for sure. But right now I feel very happy with my choice. But I think, so the other thing that I thought we should talk about today, as we're introducing ourselves, is kind of why we decided to start this podcast, because I think that that's really to the point. Yeah. So we met each other on Twitch. We both stream on Twitch, in case you guys haven't picked up on that. We met each other on Twitch, and I think I rated you.
That is entirely possible. It's also entirely possible in the other direction, because we've rated each other how many times since? And
I know. I think it was me. I think they had just given us the new writing and reading category, and I was so excited to meet other writers on Twitch. And so every time I was doing like a productivity stream. So I only stream, for you guys to know, at this time, I only stream writing once a week. I stream games the rest of the time. Whereas Catrina, I think, mostly streams writing and
I stream
writing related things.
I stream sometimes 7 days a week, and of those 7 days, there's a very good chance 7 of those days will be writing related. Writing productivity, writing question and answer, writing chit chat, whatever is going on, it's writing. And cat chaos. There's a lot of cat chaos. I have lots of cats. They get in this cat chaotic. But those are my
Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Those are my streams most days. But I like you. Once they gave us that writing and reading category, I had already been integrated with a lot of the writers here on Twitch.
Yeah, you already had like basically a whole network, right?
Mm-hmm. But the writing and reading category specifically gave us the opportunity to connect with those like you who are only in the writing and reading category sometimes. Yeah. And I love that they finally they have been trying, the Twitch Writers Network has been trying to get a writing related category now for 8 years, I think.
Wow.
And they finally gave it to us last year.
Yeah. Well, and it's been great. I was so excited at first. So that's why I think that because I was just rating someone new every time. And I think I rated you, and like everybody I rated was lovely and kind. You and I just like hit it off right away, and then we found out we also played a lot of the same games. And sorry, my cat is like literally purring into the microphone right now, so you're getting like an extra cat. It's 3 cats writing right now. I think so we came over there. You immediately, when we started talking, you immediately offered me resources, like free resources and advice for marketing. Like you were like, I'm going to send you this and this and this, because that's how great you are. And then we just like kind of hit it off, and then I'm pretty sure, and like it was interesting to talk about the differences and the similarities in what we were doing, like along our separate paths, like what things were basically the same parts of our process, and then what felt just like completely different. I think we both found that like just kind of fascinating, and there's it's kind of weird to me that there is really like a huge divide, I think, between indie writers and traditionally published writers. Like your whole writing network on Twitch is like, I haven't found any other traditionally published writers on Twitch. They might be there, but I haven't found any of them doing writing on Twitch. Everyone's been an indie writer. Mm-hmm. It's like they're 2 separate worlds somehow, and I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding or like I don't want to say bad feeling on both sides, but sometimes, or at least negative views of one or the other path. And but you and I are kind of like, I don't know, like I have so much respect for you, and I think it goes both ways.
Absolutely. It absolutely does, because it takes a lot to go through the query process. It takes a lot to deal with the gatekeepers. It takes a lot to go through that process, even to just get recognized. Forget signed. Yeah, that's just getting started. And I only barely touched on that process early on before I decided to go indie, and it was already daunting to me then.
Whereas I find what you're doing so much more daunting, like the idea of having to be in charge of getting your own cover, like I just saw, this is like on the down low kind of, but I just saw like the maybe finished concept for a maybe cover thingamabob. But I didn't have to organize that. I didn't, like there are designers involved, like there are other people doing that. There's other people kind of taking care of all of that stuff. And so to me, the idea of having to organize all that myself and like just logistically, let alone like I feel like I wouldn't even know where to start. Though, for those of you out there feeling the same way, but feeling like that might be the path for you, Catrina is such a great resource because she'll tell you exactly where to start and what you need to focus on, like very clearly. And maybe if I had met you specifically before I chose my path, maybe I would have chosen a different path. I don't know. I'm really happy right now, like I said, but
I think this is working great for you, and I would hate to see you just change mid-path. Well, I'm
yeah, I
going
don't think I would.
to share a quick tidbit for everybody. Something that Publishers Weekly has been tracking since the start of what I consider to be and what many have called the indie revolution in publishing. They've been tracking sales numbers for both independents and traditionally published authors, and the people who are paying their bills the best and who are making great positions as brands and as individuals and making a name for themselves are neither indie nor traditional. They're hybrid. They're doing both. Those are the people,
which is a whole other thing.
absolutely. Those are the people who are making money consistently because they have books that other people are marketing for them when they have to run off to the basketball game. They have books that other people are working with them on when they have to go and take care of a family member. Whereas those of us who are indie, our biggest obstacle is time. We can do all of this without any problems with the right guidance, training, and support, which are now available, which not available when I started this journey. But they are now, because there's so many like me that are just like, I'm tired of this not being out there and so many people stopping because this isn't there. So they've made things available. And obviously, those in traditional publishing were not excited about those of us who are in indie to start with. But they have come to see that we can be professional, we can meet quality standards, we do understand the concepts that need to be applied and why they need to be applied. And we are producing professional quality products today. Not so much when we were starting because we didn't know what we were doing. And that left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths because they weren't seeing it from the perspective of this is a brand new industry. This is a brand new opportunity. And so we've come a long, long way as independents, but it's the hybrids that are still blowing us out of the water. It's the people who are doing both that are making the most money because like you, they publish traditionally and then they take their nice, pretty finished manuscript after however long their little finished publishing journey is, recover it and publish it on their own.
Yeah, the rights do revert back to you eventually too. That's definitely a thing. There's so much I didn't know about publishing. Like so much of publishing is such a mystery, and I think wouldn't make sense to anyone outside the industry. And obviously, I'm talking about traditional publishing right here. Like it's all so mysterious. And you were saying like indie authors, like it's a matter of time, but you can do all those things. I'll tell you, like we have time.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much time, but it certainly is a challenge. I think it's very hard to get an agent, I think, and then once you have an agent you think like, oh, I've won, I made it, but then you don't realize how daunting it's going to be on sub and like have your agent submitting manuscripts to publishers and how long that can drag on and how disheartening that can feel when it's not going the way that you want it to or the way your agent wants it to. So there's definitely, I don't know, pros and cons to both things. It's just, I think that the thing that you and I have wanted to do is be able to listen to and talk about the pros and cons together and talk about them at the same time, because I think most of the time when you're getting a list of, when you're having someone talk about the pros and cons of either indie publishing or traditional publishing, they're coming from a viewpoint of valuing one over the other.
Mm-hmm.
And so our goal is to not do that. Our
Exactly.
goal here is to talk about these as sort of distinct but parallel industries that have the same end goal of selling books, like getting good books out there. And so yeah, we started talking about that. I think the way that this happened was we made a joke about starting a podcast, and then once again, in true ADHD fashion, we spontaneously said, yeah, okay, we're gonna do it. Like, it just became a plan that one day.
It's kind of funny because I had been talking about starting a podcast with someone for a while, and everyone that I kept thinking about as to good candidates to work with were all people from a different perspective in this. One of the people I considered talking to actually focuses on nonfiction versus fiction, and I write predominantly fiction.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
And he has actually sold his KDP business, and he focused mostly on KDP, which I do not. Also, I'm a wide author, so there's a lot of things that I do different than a lot of other people. We'll call that ADHD, or we'll call this I refuse to put all my eggs in one basket, or we could say I'm separating everybody. Whatever you want to call it, it all works. But
so we joked about it.
Mm-hmm.
We decided to do it. We're like, yep, we're doing a podcast.
Yes. When it came in a joke,
I feel like we decided it one day. Like,
yes.
We just like we were just like in a VC together. Mm-hmm. While one of us was streaming, or both of us were streaming, maybe even.
Yeah, I think we were both streaming.
Both streaming. And we just decided to do it.
Yeah, you may have joked it, and I immediately said, oh, why did I think of that? Like, that's what went off in my head. And I jumped on that, and then I think Decaf or whoever else was in the BC with us said something. That sounds like a good idea. And then both our chats had at least one person or a couple of people showed up with, that would be fun. And it was just, it's been.
And then there we were. And here we are.
So, like, we determined we were good to do it, and we got market confirmation that this was a good idea from those right there saying it was a good idea all at once.
I'm so excited. Like, every time you say like that you've published 65 books, I kind of die a little bit inside, because that's so huge to me. Like, that's so. I'm not a super fast writer. I'm not super prolific. And like I said, I only started writing, like, I wrote my first novel just a few years ago, which I'm actually hoping to revive that first novel, by the way, someday. We'll see what happens. I have plans for it. But right now I'm obviously pretty focused on the book I have under contract, and it was a 2-book deal, so I have another book that I don't know that I can talk about yet exactly. That's another thing that we'll be talking about on the podcast, is about how I can't talk about things a lot of the time because of the fact that I'm under contracts, and like, there are professional concerns involved with, like, I need to be very careful about not revealing anything too early, about not talking about anything that isn't explicitly contracted and explicitly public yet. Whereas Catrina, you are the publisher, so you can talk about whatever you want, whenever you want.
Mm-hmm. And you will hear me say many, 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 many times to all authors, you should be talking about the creation you're doing before you publish it, before you query it, before you anything, because you got to build a community. You got to build your connections. So you'll hear me say that a lot. Now, once you query it, once you got that under contract, you got to follow your contract. So there's that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
And follow it hard, because the last thing you want to do is mess that up. But
Right. Don't tank your careers, friends. Meet your deadlines and follow the rules. It's funny because I wasn't always such a rule follower. I hadn't really necessarily intended to talk about this, but like, I did try to do in music what you're doing in publishing now, like way back. So before there was an indie writing revolution, there was an indie music revolution. And I don't just mean like indie the genre, but way back there was at the birth of mp3.com. There was a whole movement and musicians who had started like going out on their own rather than just being having their music published by their recordings published by labels and produced by labels. Ani DeFranco is one of the people I always think of as being on the forefront of that, because her Righteous Babe Records was her own record label, and that was just not something that people did back then who were serious about having a career, you know. And but with digital music sharing becoming a thing, and it becoming much more easy to distribute things digitally and find an audience, there was kind of this whole revolution around that, and mp3.com was like a big part of that. And I was doing this singer-songwriter thing at the time. I had been I was on the road with a play. This is still when I was acting professionally. I had like started playing the guitar and was writing songs, and I wrote a lot of songs while I was on the road, and I wrote a bunch when I got back, and recorded my own album. But I was sharing that music online. And I think in retrospect, I think that this might have played a part in my decision to not do this with writing, because, I recorded that album, right? I hired the engineers and like had a producer and made the album and distributed it through CD Baby, which at the time was like the platform really for selling self-produced music. And that you could sell CDs through them. And they shifted to, now I think they mostly do digital. No, they probably still have hardcover CDs, who knows. But in any case,
for them,
you guys have never heard of me. Like that album, like it's there and it's out and it's available on like all your streaming services, whatever.
And you guys
for now,
look
but like,
for it?
and it's been there. But you guys have never heard of me because that didn't go that well. Like I didn't publicize my work well. I didn't know I couldn't be Ani DeFranco. Like I didn't know how to make a career that way. And so when it came around to writing, I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that again. Because I obviously didn't have it in me. I obviously didn't have it in me to be everything, to be the producer, to be the distributor, to be the person like getting the music out there and selling it. And I guess I kind of learned that about myself at the time, and so I'm sure that fed into my decision to do this now. But it's funny because like no one thinks now of like artists taking control of their own work as being a negative thing. Like Taylor Swift, got the rights back to her music, and obviously that's an extreme example of someone extremely rich and successful doing that. But like nobody thinks like, oh, that's a mistake.
Right, exactly. And it's her position as an extremely wealthy, well-known artist that makes it less weird, less frowned upon. I have many times dealt with, even today, there's a couple of authors that if I'm in an online forum and someone's talking about authors or getting published and they try to talk about why they should go one or the other, and I consider providing my experience, I have gotten to the point where I have to look for some of those authors that are going to spew toxic venom into the conversation, and then I just don't respond, at least not publicly. I'll sometimes respond to send someone a private message like, look, I've been doing this for more than a decade now. There are resources out there to do the thing if this is the way you want to go, but just don't rush it. And don't assume that just because you finish the manuscript, it's ready for querying or it's ready for publishing, because it's not. Just
Yeah.
because you finished it, there's more steps. And those will come later in the podcast. We'll tell you more about what makes it professional, what makes it ready for publication. We're also going to tell you what is enough.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I feel like obviously one of the advantages of traditional publishing is someone else decides that for you when is enough. You know, someone else says, "Yes, this is finished and it's going to go out now." And you don't have to make that judgment call yourself, which I think has to be like difficult and I don't know, kind of daunting, like terrifying. Like I've decided this is enough and I'm putting it out there. What if people don't agree? Like has to be a little scary.
I am 65 books in, and every time I go to hit publish, I will tell you it is absolutely terrifying. But
Yeah.
I
Well,
know I have the experience now. I know I have the
right.
knowledge now. And if anybody tries to tell you their first 5 books, they are suddenly professionals, just smile and nod, smile and nod, and remember that they are still learning too, and that
Yeah.
they will accept their position in another 4 or 5 books. They will accept reality. Because you need
Well,
probably, I would imagine 10. 10 because you got to get through this process a handful of times to know what you're doing. You got to know what you're looking at. And I think that applies to both sides, but we'll explore that more
yeah, for
deeply
sure.
because you're
I
learning
think
these things.
yeah, yeah. Well, I certainly hope that we all become like consistently become better writers
Oh,
over time and better editors of our own work over time too. Like, you know, I work with my agent editorially. Like he's a very editorial agent, and certainly the editorial process on the book that's coming out now, like between us, was like it went on for a while, and then while we had that book on sub, I wrote another book, and when we got into the revision process for that, like it really just took like one edit letter from him, and then he was like, "Oh, after that, like, oh, you nailed this." And and hopefully you guys will see that book sometime in the future too, but it'll be way in the future cuz I'm in traditional publishing. So, you know,
maybe,
someday.
maybe we'll both find a way through this podcast to go hybrid.
Maybe. Um so anyway, I think to wrap things up here for this, so this has been kind of an introductory episode, like sort of introducing us to whoever's listening out there and telling you who we are and what are some of the things that they can expect to hear from us in future episodes.
And we've talked about some of that and saying things like, you're going to hear about if an agent reaches out to you instead of you to them, what you're actually probably looking at. Reaching out directly to a
Yeah.
publisher, we're gonna talk about what's involved in that, and setting standards and understanding what those standards are, and that it's not just traditional versus indie. And that's kind of our biggest mission: is this isn't traditional versus indie. They're both valid paths forward, and we're looking forward to sharing with you what those paths look like and how it doesn't matter who you are, if you are determined to get published and to be published, regardless of the path you choose, it can happen.
It can. It can happen even when you stop believing that it can happen. All of a sudden one day, maybe you get that email and everything changes. So, yeah, I'm excited to talk about that too. And especially, I'm going through my publishing journey being under contract for the first time and having a book published for the first time. So, we'll be able to talk about the stages of that along the way and kind of compare that to parts of Catrina's journey, that like how that lines up with like her publishing a book, me getting a book published. What are the ways that those line up and are the same? What are the ways they're different? So that you guys, no matter what way you choose or both, you have an idea of what to expect, how long it'll take, who will be involved, what your roles will be in that process, and what's expected of you by either your publisher or your audience. And I think there's a lot of stuff we can talk about there too.
Absolutely. So we are looking forward to talking with all of you in the next one.
That's right. Thank you so much, Catrina, for talking to me. This has been so much fun.
This is one of the things I'm looking forward to. I love talking to you anyway. I think we're both going to have a good time with that part.
I think so too. All right. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dun, 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 dun. A sincerely wonderful good morning for everyone. My name is Decaf Nvidia, and I am the producer for this podcast, Two Cats Writing. Now, my job is to take what the Lady Writes and GC Nation talk about during their recording, and then produce that into the podcast proper. So it comes down to mixing the volume, as well as adding a backing track, most of which is provided by Humble Bundles or by Kevin MacLeod, and then adding in some visuals here and there, just kind of like keep the video format exciting, entertaining, as well as audio appealing to everyone who's listening. Most of the shots you see that I add as visuals come from pexels.com or screen grabs of certain logos and things like that, and are kind of like my way of commentating on the things that MJ and the Lady Writes are saying. Working on this has been a blast so far, and I look forward to sharing with you guys more of the episodes. I am currently working on several right now in the pipeline. So you don't miss any of them, please be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the videos when they come out. We have a series of shorts as well as highlights of the podcast episodes that you can go ahead and check out that I work on. And there are a bunch of other shorts that we work on in between those episodes, so you guys can keep up with us and see what we are all about. Dun, 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 dun.
So the book by mail is mine. That is a project I'm using to help fund everything. And it is literally going to be, when people get signed up and subscribed, they'll get 2 chapters a month or 2 portions of the story mailed to them in the mailbox every month. But it comes with like a little subscription box. So you get little stickers, you get little trinkets. When we get the 3D printer running, you'll get little pieces of just unexpected stuff, like a little subscription box, but it'll be related to the story that we're sharing. And it'll be delivered by mail right now to my friends in the United States and in Canada. It goes out every 2 weeks once we have everything finalized, which should be before this month is out, because I've already got the first 3 chapters are done. At the end of a year, you'll get a copy of an ebook of everything that has already been delivered by mail, without all the goodies and stuff, because you've gotten the goodies already. And then when we get it into print, the first people who get option for print will be the people who are subscribed. It's just another way of being able to do something that's different and nice and unique. So when people are signed up for it, they're getting a goodie box basically in the mail, a letter from me every 2 weeks, a portion of the story, and perhaps it'll be a piece of art, or it'll be a printed piece of something. It'll be fun. It's stickers custom for the project, that kind of thing.
No, you don't need to put yourself on the microphone, sir. But
Oh, hey, my cat is coming up on the desk too, so Ember is about to join as well. We have 4 cats writing today. 4 cats.
works. Moral support
Yes.
and creation incarnate chaos. That sounds right.
Welcome back to 2 Cats Writing. I'm MJ.
Oh, Catrina, great to have you back.
We are up so early in the morning to record this for you today. And I don't know why we decided that talking about craft at amazing o'clock in the morning was the best idea, but we did, and so here we are. And
We can both assure you it's going to be an entertaining, informative, entertaining podcast.
Probably entertaining at the very least, but hopefully also informative.
Yes.
Since we want to talk about both business and craft over the course of this series, we decided to do a craft episode, and I'm interested to see, like, because I feel like out of all the things that we're doing, craft should be the place where we have like the least amount of discrepancy between like how does a indie writer do this and how does a traditionally published author do this. But I wonder if we're going to end up being surprised about how our paths influenced even just the way that we put together a story now. But I'm so curious. So Catrina, how do you start a story? What's your drafting process roughly?
This aspect of writing for everybody who is writing is so unique to the writer and to the individual that I think you and I are going to have some overlap. I think you'll be surprised. I start with the end. I know where the story is going, and then after that I follow the characters. And I think that many people have called this pantsing. Some people call it discovery writing.
The fancy term.
Yeah. What was the other way I've heard it? I forget. This is where the crazy o'clock in the morning comes in. But I don't really have a blueprint. I find if I create an outline, I don't usually write the story. I have to hire a ghostwriter, or I sell the outline to somebody who wants the outline. But I can't really write the story that way. So that's my essential process. I start with the end. I know the destination. It's like going on a road trip. You know where you're going, but if you've never been there before, you don't know the roads to get there. That's kind of my How about you?
Well, a lot of your process is so relatable to me. I don't start at the end. I also consider myself a pantser, at least at heart. I usually start at the beginning. Like I start with like a seed of an idea. It's usually not a fully formed idea of what kind of story I want it to be, which I feel like is sort of what you're starting with when you're starting with the end. You're like, you know what your destination is. I'm not even sure what kind of journey it is, let alone the destination. Usually when I start, like ideally I start with like some little seed of an idea. Often it's been like some weird little thing from my childhood, some kind of odd thing that's like, carved out a corner of my brain, and that ends up helping me figure out like who some characters might be. And so I'm usually a very character driven writer, I think. Like I start with characters and like this some little seed of an idea, and then I just kind of start writing it. I will say, I guess maybe it's funny that I'm the one who said, like, I would think that our paths wouldn't determine much of this. But in a way, mine kind of has, because, I've been a pantster. The first couple books I wrote, I completely wrote this way that I'm saying. And I found that when I got into revisions of the book that got me an agent, when we got into revisions, there was so much stuff to do structurally that I thought, you know what if I try to be a planner? What if I try to do the outline thing? And I discovered, much like you, that when I do the outline, it's hard for me to write the story. But since then, I've had some situations where it's been necessary for me to write an outline, I don't think that I could write a story from an outline, I'm going to be totally honest, without Adderall. Like, that was the thing that helped me, because I feel like my inability to write, the idea, like, my problem was when I started writing an outline, if I outlined the whole story, then as far as my brain was concerned, I already wrote it. It's done. Like, my ADHD was like, well, that's done now. It's not interesting anymore. We already did that. And I think you can relate to this struggle. So getting my ADHD treated is what allowed me to be able to write from an outline. And I don't love it. It's not my favorite thing to do, but like, it's been necessary for some things. So that is a struggle. And the other thing, I suppose, that's been different about the way that I've started writing stories or started drafting since I got an agent and started doing traditional publishing is I start to think now, like I always used to just start with a seed and like just go to wherever. And now the way I kind of decide what I want to write is taking that seed before writing the story, taking that seed and figuring out the characters to the extent that I can write something that's basically a pitch to show my agent, like, here's the idea for the story, here's the pitch, here's what something that would be really similar to the pitch that you would send to try to get an agent, or a pitch that you would send with a book when it goes on sub. Mm-hmm. So lately I've started a bunch of projects, like basically from a pitch, and that works for me, like starting a project from a pitch, because then, you have like kind of a basic idea, you have kind of a hook for it. And then you're starting from there, but everything else is like coming out in the sort of organic pantster way. Like even when I'm writing from an outline, I find most of my best ideas come as I'm writing, and I'll end up changing things a lot based on like ideas I get as I'm going, and I like kind of discover why I'm writing it as I'm writing it. Like, oh wait, this is what the story's really about. And then a little while later, I'll be like, no, wait, this is what the story's really about. And I tend to have those moments all through the whole draft.
Yeah, I struggle with things like people, what's the theme of your book? I don't know, I haven't finished it.
Right.
That's like, or why did you write this? I wrote it because the story was haunting me, and if I didn't get it written down, it was going to haunt me for the rest of my life. Why else do you write a story?
I think like, right. Sometimes when I'm discovering the story and discovering like what the point of the story is for me, a lot of the times it does come down to there's a big why, there's a big thing that I want to say. But I don't know. I'm not always clear on what the thing is until I get a ways into it. there's a lot of, I would say, part of the way that I write and part of the way that I work is I'll have things that I do want to say, that I do want to convey through the story, and I'll usually put those into the supernatural elements rather than like sort of explicitly in the story. Like the book that's getting published in March, the story is, you know, like fairly straightforward. Like the plot is fairly straightforward, and though like the main character is non-binary and the love interest is trans, and like there's a lot of and like that's just who they are in the story, and that's just like kind of accepted through the story. It's not a coming out story. It's not about their gender identity or their gender journeys or anything like that. But in the supernatural elements of the story, it's definitely about figuring out like how to live in a life, how to be a person in a world that's telling you that you don't exist, or a world that's telling you that you're a monster and you shouldn't exist. And that, at least, you know, right now especially, is a very trans story. And so it's like I'm talking about those things, but those things are metaphors in the story as opposed to being the main things, even though like absolutely the characters are trans. But so the I kind of build those things. That's where I like find the places where like this is why I'm telling the story, this is how I'm telling it. And then the kids who, you know, since I write for teenagers, the kids who just need to read stories about themselves where they're accepted and just part of the like saving the world like anybody else, like any other teenager in a YA contemporary fantasy novel, you know. Absolutely. And just seeing themselves exist and be accepted in the world without it being questioned can have that. And then the kids who need to think about it more deeply and think about the struggles that they're going through, and that's there too, just a little deeper in.
You know, I found something similar when I wrote my first series. I thought I was just writing. Like I said, I write it because the characters were haunting me. They really do. They stick in your head and they don't go away, and they start to tell a story. And then you just kind of follow the scenes one image at a time. I think very visually. Even when we talk and you say something, my brain comes up with an image for it as people are talking to me. I've only met a handful of other people who think as visually as I do sometimes. And so all of my stories are just these little snippets of what I've seen, and I'm just following one character to the next sequence and to the next sequence and that sort of thing. And I don't sit back and think of the whole thread. And when I was done with the first story, I went back and said, oh, this isn't about these two characters, although these three characters really, although these three characters are the core pivotal people in the story that I thought I was following and I thought was the story. Turns out, you know, the story was more about the fact that they were a group of people that had been different and had dealt with the differences, and they were determined they were going to create a society that was going to make everything not that. And by the end of 4 books they do, and by the beginning of the 5th book, I have set up for the legacy of their chaos.
So how much do you plan your characters ahead of time? Like how do you, like, because you said you start at the end, and then you start writing and you let the characters take you. So how do your characters come to be? Do you know who most of them are going to be before you start? Do you like have one or two and then others just show up? Like how do you do that?
I start writing. whoever shows up on the page is my character.
So you don't plan them at all.
My first series I didn't. I kind of played with them with similar characters in a different setting. I role played. A lot of writers I know have done that.
Uh-huh.
I role played versions of the three main characters in the book at different times. Theoretically, one of them is not mine, and I fully expect a different a story to come out with at least two of the three main characters that'll have the same names and very different, but they're not the other person isn't done with that story yet. We're working on it. Mostly I'm sitting in the background going, where's the next piece? Anyway.
So here's actually a place where maybe I'm less panster than you in terms of characters, like specifically, because I usually before I start writing, will have planned a few of the characters at least. Like I'll have a few key characters in mind, and I'll have them fleshed out, like mostly on a surface level. Like I'll have a name, I'll have like some sense of their identity, their relationship to the main character. A lot of the rest, like their voice and personality and stuff like that, that happens as I write. But I'll kind of I usually have this little list of like the characters like that I consider the key characters that are going to start off the book, with a name and who they are to the main character. You can see this like any page of notes that you ever go to from like where MJ started this book or this book will have like this little list right at the beginning of it. And I hate naming. Like I hate coming up with names, and sometimes they'll only have a first name, and I'll have a placeholder for a surname if I need it, or like I get to a certain part of the story and I'm like, oh crap, they have to have a last name. What am I gonna do? And I try to think of one, but I usually at least start with some. I start with a few, like these are the people who are going to inhabit this story, whatever it's gonna be. So maybe I'm more of a, like, I think of myself as a planster, maybe, or a panster. Maybe I'm more of a planster, as they say, because I do make like a few plans like that, and have some kind of idea of who's going to occupy my story before I start writing it down.
It's kind of funny. I'm as we're talking, I'm realizing that my second longer series, I knew the name of the main character. Because I was literally borrowing it as a tribute to one of my sisters. And I realized that none of my serials or shorts did I know the name of the character before I started, but all of my longer series I did. At least one character.
Interesting.
None of my serials, like I didn't know what they were or who they were. I knew roughly where I wanted them to be, like the setting, and I guess that's the extent of what I knew. I knew the world building elements, I guess, ish, kind of.
So,
yeah.
No, continue. I had a follow-up question, but I don't think you were done.
I was just, I don't know what the difference is with my serials versus my shorts versus my longer stuff. I don't know why. Like,
I feel like that's something that could be interesting for you to explore for yourself.
Yeah, I think it would be. I'll be glad to talk about it when I figure it out.
Yeah.
Because, like, when I sat down and wrote Protectors, which is the next long series, which is currently, if anybody goes looking for it, you probably won't find it. I had pulled it down to do some updates and rewrites because it was intended to be an ongoing serial, and then I have this artist who's going to help me turn it into a light novel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I'm thinking I'm probably going to re-release this in one version and then get all 5 of the edited installments back out, and then go back over and do the light novel, and then if we so choose to extend that further into an actual graphic novel, that will go much further, much further. That will go from like
So
5 to like 20.
I know I said I had a follow-up question, but now I have a totally different follow-up question. I mean, one of the things that I thought we should talk about, but like I feel like now is the time, all of a sudden, based on you saying, like talking about having taken a thing, like removed it so that you could do some work on it. I was wondering if you've had any shifts in how you think about writing, how you go about writing, how you go about thinking about like the structure of your thing as you write it, since like as you've gone, like has your process or the way that you approach your books from a craft standpoint, has that changed over the years as you became more professional and like learned more about what you like, the author that you want to be, and like the stories that you want to put out?
In a sense, and I think it's a kind of a development for all of us. The first, I think, part of our writing journey, I think for every writer, is to find your voice.
Mm.
And then once you've got your voice, is how do you want your voice to look when it's on the paper? And when you've worked with your editor or you've worked with a number of editors, you learn structure better, you learn how it's put together better, you learn when you're missing points, you learn when your points, when you go back over what needs to be filled in or not filled in. And so in that sense, yeah, I've learned how to further improve the way my revisions look, and they look a lot closer to polished by the time I release them. Yeah, never
Yeah.
released until you've given it to a third set of eyes that knows what they're looking at. Anybody who tells you otherwise is adorable
Yeah.
and doesn't know.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah,
Yeah.
no, before it goes to the editor, like in theory, I want my editor to do 1 to 2 passes and call it a day. As
Mm.
opposed to when I first started, I had 3 different editors in the first book. I had it was a mess is what it broke down to. It was a mess.
Yeah.
The creative process in and of itself, yes, it's changed. Yes, it's gotten better because my writing is tighter. It's less meandering. It's more, I know what this scene has to accomplish when I'm sitting down and starting to write. Although, oddly enough, I don't actively think about that when I'm writing. I just
Mm.
write, and it tends to get to the next spot. So yeah, it does change with time, but it changes for everybody when you get used to practicing and get used to doing what you're doing. Even without all the other stuff, you just do. You get anybody who says that writing is just this innate talent does not understand the work we put in.
My goodness, no. I mean, yes, there, like, talent. I don't know, I have a whole big thing about talent, but like talent is a thing. Talent is real. It's a thing that exists.
Absolutely.
But I would say somewhere between 80 and 90% of what we attribute to talent in any creative field especially is actually just learned skill.
Mhm.
Like talent is real and it's there, but I think you can get further on just skill with less talent than you can with like a crap ton of talent and no skill at all.
Mhm.
So yeah. Well, and I think both of us are people without any formal education as authors, like as writers, that we're self-taught as writers. Am I correct in thinking that describes
Yes.
you as well as me? Yeah. I have no formal education in it at all. I learned it all on the job. And so similar to you, like certainly it was working with, for me, where the way that I thought about writing changed a lot. Because I had a wonderful critique partner, and I had, great beta readers for my books before, for the things that I wrote, and even before I was writing books, when I was writing fan fiction and things like that, I had great beta readers, and got really useful feedback from beta readers and my critique partner, who is amazing and is an amazing writer as well. But working with, I think the thing that really changed the way that I approach thinking about my writing was going through revisions with my agent for the first time, where the types of things that we had to look at, I find myself thinking a lot more about structure in general, about the pacing of a book, especially if I'm doing something where I have to work from an outline, which again, isn't necessarily my favorite thing to do, but I feel is a thing I'm going to have to learn how to do going forward. I've had to outline the second book that on the deal I got, and if I ever want to continue writing things that aren't just a standalone, I'm going to have to do that. If I ever want to sell a book on proposal, they're going to want an outline before they offer up money for it. That's understandable. I think that they need to know what they're getting before they buy it. That's very fair. So it's a thing that I have to learn how to do more. And definitely I've found myself, when I'm looking at those things, I'm thinking about stuff like where does everything happen? What do I have to deal with pacing here? Is this part going to be too slow? Is this part going to rush too much to the end? And it's partly for my own good, because it saves me time in developmental edits if I think about that stuff in advance more. If when I'm going into my own revisions, that's really a focus for me. Maybe it's not as much of a focus when I'm actually doing the writing, but when I'm doing my own revisions before I would send it to my agent or to my editor, if I'm thinking about those things, it saves me from having to wait for them to tell me about those things. And then the other thing that's changed for me a little bit, I guess, is this is something that came up in working through the concepts for the second book that I'm on contract for now, is thinking about tone, thinking about, because I'm not a marketing person, but it makes sense to me, the concept that if you want books in a series to have the same tone, so that the reader knows what they're getting when they go in for a second one, and so they all match in it feels like a coherent, cohesive universe. And so thinking about marketing is something that I never did before I sold a book. And because changes were made really early on, the title of the book and things, that when I really looked at it, I was like, oh, this is so smart. This title matches the tone of the book so much better than the one that I had. And I can see now how big of an influence that might be in how well the book does, how well it finds the readers who actually want it, because the title will help convey what the book's going to be, so people who get it are more likely to be getting what they were looking for. That's a thought process that I never even came close to before, until I was working with a publisher where those things are obviously a priority for them. Is like, how are we gonna position this book? How are we gonna sell it? And so I'm kind of thinking about those things for the first time in my whole life. And like I'm like learning it all on the job, because I don't have a degree. I didn't go to school for this at all. I mean, I do have a degree, but not for this.
Right. Yeah, I would argue in a lot of ways I do consider myself a marketer.
Well, obviously, you have to be.
You would think, but I know a lot of indies that hate marketing. They hate the concept of marketing. It's part of why when I talk to people, one of the first things I tell them is that they need a newsletter. Because sending an email to a friend is a whole lot easier than sending a whole lot of marketing material and scheduling social media posts and making video that you have to edit and adjusting this and changing that. Um, it's a process, but it's absolutely, I find when I'm writing, I don't think enough about marketing while I'm writing.
I was just gonna ask if you thought about it while you were writing.
I think about it afterwards, and I think that applies for me to just about everything I write. For me, none of us, regardless of how we're going to choose to publish, are going to stick with this when it stops being fun. That's just the truth. When the writing turns into a job instead of that thing you get up and look forward to doing, why would you get up and do it? And yes, most of us understand the concepts of I still have to pay my bills and everything. And so what we'll do is go out and get a job or go out and do the things differently than what we've been doing it. And it just won't fuel the creativity the same way.
It's so funny because I maybe have a slightly different feeling about that. Not that like, obviously the reason why, obviously we do this because we love doing it. But since like most of my myriad of professions over the years have been creative in one way or another, have been in the arts, like they've mostly been in the arts. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that no matter how much you love a thing, there are going to be days you get up in the morning and you don't want to do it, but you just do anyway because it's your job and it is your job. And what you like, so for me, from my perspective, what you want is you want to keep a balance where more of the days feel like the thing you're dying to do and that you're passionate about than feel like the day when you're like, I don't really feel like doing this today, but I have to. Because I feel like that's just like a part of life, is sometimes having to do things when you don't feel like doing them.
Oh, for sure.
So I think for me, it's like, I hope I won't just, and maybe this is like the ADHD talking, or like the awareness of my ADHD talking, but I don't want to quit when I am having like a period of time where it doesn't feel as fun as it used to, because I feel like most of the time, like, you can work through that period and it gets back to being fun again. And then there's certainly parts of it that are more fun than others. Like there's absolutely parts of writing that I enjoy more than other things, but like you have to do them all to have a book. And
have you
yeah.
ever
What were you saying?
experienced creative burnout?
I don't know if I've had full on creative burnout. I've definitely experienced burnout, but for me, most of the times when that has happened, it's been burnout on other things, on other aspects of whatever the creative thing is. Like, so this isn't about writing specifically, except there was always a lot of writing involved. Like, for instance, when I was running a teen opera workshop, and the creative parts of it were what I loved. I loved putting together, I loved like rewriting an opera with my students. I loved working on it with them. I loved rehearsing it with them, staging it, like going through the really difficult but so rewarding, so incredibly rewarding process of getting that deep into a piece of art and like living it on that level. And I would, however, because I was running it mostly by myself, like there were people I hired, like musicians and other artists that I hired to like help me work with the kids and like help me put the show together. But in terms of actually running the program, I was doing it all by myself. I got so burned out on trying to get funding, like the constant battle for funding, the constant battle for getting a rehearsal space, getting a performance space every year, and like everything being down to the wire, getting certain technical roles filled that like we would have people and then they would drop out. And like there were aspects of the process that I got super burned out on, and it would make the parts that I loved feel harder. And so like I would get burned out, but it wasn't the creative part that I was burned out on. And I think that with writing, I haven't gotten to that point because I haven't been doing it professionally as long, so I haven't had that like kind of pressure on me as long with it. But I feel like when I start to feel incredibly stressed and feel burned out, it's because I'm stressed out because I don't have enough time to get everything done. I'm stressed out. Like if I just had all the time that in the world and could work on things like in the way that they felt the most organic, and like work on things like in those like amazing spurts of joy and productivity that come along, instead of needing to push myself because there are deadlines or because there's, you know, this or that, and like money needs to happen and this needs to happen. And I would never get burned out on it. I think I get burned out from the other stuff. And that's half of the reason why I decided to take the path that I did, because I don't want to be in charge of the marketing. I don't want to be in charge of selling the book. I don't want to be in charge of that. That stuff stresses me out so much.
I can see that. I can understand why. Especially when you're going through the learning process and learning what's involved. It's not like you wake up and you just know. And so it's a growing process for sure with all of that.
That said, if I didn't have deadlines, I wouldn't get things done. Which is maybe another reason why I took this path. It's like, I'm like, oh, if only I didn't have to worry about time, I could just enjoy writing all the time. Okay, yeah. But if I don't have deadlines, I don't get things done. So it's like, it's that ADHD thing where like you require structure, but also you hate structure.
Mhm.
That
great.
like battling itself like just constantly in my personality.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I can relate. I know the reason why I brought up burnout is because it's something that I find a lot of people don't know how to manage. And when you go through creative burnout, at least in my experience, it's much worse than any regular burnout. And I say that only because as a creative, being creative is my lifeline. That's my sanity. I don't know what I'm going through today, but if it's going to be stressful, let me sit and write.
Right.
And that might become a throwaway piece that I just put out or not put out. It might become something completely random that I just never use, but it purges whatever chaos is in my mind. And when you can't even do that, It's like somebody
Hmm.
took away your oxygen. It's a challenge.
Yeah.
But
So what do you do? How do you manage it?
well, I didn't manage it the first time. I crashed, burnt. It was ugly. Oh, it got really ugly. Um, uh, when it happened the first time, honestly, we ended up homeless, which was
Oh,
not a place a single mama wants to be.
no, it is not.
Uh,
No, it is not.
but it was a hard lesson. And
Yeah.
since then, the way I manage it is first of all, I pay attention that it's coming. Like I pay attention to the burnt, the feeling of overwhelm that you go through before you are really burnt out.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also shifted mindset. And I only mention this because I think this affects our writing in a lot of ways. When you are in a state of, I'm not enjoying this, I'm not loving this, it's reflected in what you write. And so
Mm.
when I was writing during those times, I found it a significant challenge to do a lot. What I actually did to try, because writing was how I was making my money, I had to still produce something.
Right,
So
right.
I bought, I had somebody who was selling the rights to essentially license already written books. And I rewrote them into my voice and universe. So kind of gave me a starting place. And then I reworked that. And I don't know what genius put that idea into this author's mind, but I thank them every day because they got us out of homelessness because I couldn't even write my own stuff. Like I couldn't. It was still mine when it was done, don't get me wrong, but it was one of the first things I put into a pen name because it wasn't mine from the start. And their willingness to license, and they licensed this in bulk to a few people, and they were all short stories, but that was the way I got through that particular period. But before since then, the coping process has been, so I can, what I'm saying is I can rewrite because I'm not trying to do the creative process from the start when I'm
Right,
like
right.
that. Um, but I have learned that rewriting can also apply to my own work. So if I've got something that I thought was a great idea, but I couldn't flesh it out at the time for whatever 101 other projects, that's a good time to go back to those and revisit them and refix them. But ideally, you don't hit the creative burnout in the first place. Ideally, you're paying attention, you're making adjustments, you're changing your mindset. That's part of why I treat marketing and all the business stuff mentally very separately, and part of why I have no problem with the marketing, because to me that's the job, that's the work, that's the hard part. Writing, editing, revising, making a pretty book, that's the fun part. I find that if we are not taking care of ourselves in our writing process and keeping the things that we find to be work separate from what we're doing in some way. For you, it was the path you chose. For me, it's the way I treat it. It's the separation that I make for myself. If I'm doing a lot of writing, yes, I do a little bit of marketing, but it's not my focus that day. It keeps them
Well,
separate.
and I think something that you said was something you said there, like pinged something in my brain for me, because, like, I would say, while I haven't experienced something with writing that I would describe as creative burnout, I definitely I've had like days and periods of time where it just really felt so much work to get words down on the page. Now that's always like a lack of focus problem for me. Like I think it comes back to ADHD and just not being able to focus, or maybe sometimes it's because I've gotten to a place in a scene where I'm actually not sure what to do yet. And so my brain is the ADHD is trying to like back me off from it and be like, you don't need to do this anymore. It's getting difficult. Walk away, walk away, walk away. And I'm like, no, I would like to finish it. But certainly a strategy that I have for dealing with that is getting the words down in the painful way as much as I possibly can, finishing the freaking scene, even if it's terrible. Like, even if it's wooden and it doesn't feel good to me at all, and it's not something that I want, because drafting is so much harder for me than revisions are. It was kind of like you were saying that, like, one of the ways that you got through your creative burnout was like where getting yourself into a position where your job was like doing the revisions, not like doing the editing of it, and not having to do all the drafting or not. So I do all the drafting in this really painful way, get terrible words down on the page that feel wooden and not like my voice and not good at all. But as long as they're there, as long as there's stuff on the page, I can go back and revise it. And there's those moments, I don't know if you have the same experience, but for me there are these it's like a little switch where I feel, or like a place where something turns, like a little turning point in the process, where I can feel what seems like sort of wooden prose or something that doesn't feel quite right to me, doesn't feel voicey, that when I am in revisions with it and I'm starting to add the stuff that really makes it into something, it's like I feel it like start to sparkle. Like I can feel that, oh, okay, this is good now. This is juicy now. Like this is what I want now. It's like that place where it switches off from being awkward to being really like the exact vibe and feel that you want. And that's such a great feeling. And more often than not, that happens for me in revisions rather than in my first draft. It happens when I go through to rewrite it all or revise it all. And so yeah, I guess that's kind of my strategy for coping with when the creative juices aren't flowing, which I've never really thought about as, I don't think with me, I don't think it has been creative burnout. I think it's just been ADHD flavored writer's block, basically.
I find it funny that you will go through and write a whole scene. For me, when I get stuck like that, the way you're describing,
Uh-huh.
I blow stuff up. Usually literally.
Wait, in the book or IRL?
In the book.
Okay. Because when you said literally, I was like, okay, not really though, right? No, in the book, yeah.
But I will literally put some kind of an explosion or some kind of major disaster. There will be a rock slide. There will be a hull breach. There will be weapons fire. There will be an unexpected sneaky assassin. There will be the list goes on that you just completely not foreshadowed. Although ironically, I find out that I probably have foreshadowed it without realizing it, but that's a whole nother thing.
That's amazing.
I will literally, I get to those scenes and I'm sitting there, I have no idea what to put on the page. I don't know what to do. I know I need to move forward. And I don't always write in order, so there's that too. So if it's really, I don't really have anything at all, but I have something for another scene, I will write what needs to go there kind of in brackets so I know what I'm looking at.
I do the same thing. Yeah.
And then I go on to the next scene. But if it's really something that has to be written now, I've done all the other things, I don't know what to put here, I blow it up. I will blow up a ship.
I love that strategy.
Break something. There's an aftermath for everything. Now, if I create what there's an aftermath and a reaction to. Okay, Jasmine. Sorry, guys, my cat's being a cat. A grumpy cat this morning. She's very cute.
We're all slightly grumpy cats this morning, probably.
I have too much fun talking to you.
I also do. And I know like we have to like keep this from getting too long because we don't want to we have to cut down on, you know, how much we send to our editor to try to make a podcast length thing. What are you saying?
It's a good thing he likes us.
Yeah, it is a good thing to do. But that's so interesting to me. I feel like I wanna take that in, I'm gonna be thinking about that now. Blowing things up when I mean, you know, usually I'm right. I have to be a little careful about blowing things up too often because I am writing for teenagers, and we do. I feel like I have to be mindful of trying to not what am I trying to say? I don't want to encourage them to blow things up unless it's in a metaphorical sense.
Oh, in my
But
protective series, the first explosion, if you will, was actually a bug bite.
I see.
That's my young adult series. At least the ones that's going to be morphed into all the other things. That one's a young adult series. I've got a lot going on in that world that is not out yet, but we'll talk about that in another podcast. In my Protector series, I do keep that in mind. So it's not an explosion in that I blew up a part of the building. In that case, the character
it is a metaphorical explosion.
Yes, she got a bug bite from a bug she's never encountered before, and had a very bad reaction to it.
Is she into insects?
No,
If she's into insects, I need
no.
If she was into insects, I was like, oh, I gotta read this book. I have a character in a book that I hope you guys will see sometime who is into insects.
Now this Sarita character she is the oldest child. The way one of my readers put it is that she's the child of a how she put it, family immigrant family that's surviving, not thriving.
Catrina has written so many books that she has to sit there and think again about like, who's this character again? That's how many books she's written.
Sarita is a character that is very near and dear to my heart. She is a brilliant character. I absolutely love her. She's gone through so much. Her poor or the poor character has got a terrible author that it just absolutely tortures her. And she comes out more resilient than ever. I love Sarita.
So to kind of like, all right, so if we're thinking about wrapping things up here, is there anything else about the drafting process that you wanted to ask about or talk about? I'm in the middle of drafting 2 things right now, so it's like very much on my mind. Drafting, pain, drafting.
How are you keeping them separate?
I'm working on them at completely separate times. So basically, I carve out like I'm working like right now. Well, I'll just be upfront. Right now, I'm working on finishing the short story that we're gonna be. Oh, my cat is standing in front of my model, by the way. So if it's frozen, that's why. It is frozen, and that is why. Hello, Ember Cat. Ember Cat has joined the podcast. I basically stopped writing the other thing so that I could finish the short story, and then when I'm done with that, I will go back to the first thing. I do need to keep them separate. Like despite the ADHD, I feel like my brain wants to live in one universe at a time. So I just kind of like immerse myself in one and then later immerse myself in the other one. But they're both deadlines are looming in my mind. Like even though I'm concentrating on one, the other one is still like low level simmering in the back. And every once in a while I'll get an idea for it, like for something that I want to like change or do and write it down, like jot it down so I don't forget when I get back to that book. but yeah, that's kind of the strategy, is I work on one at a time. But and it's been like, drafting is always kind of painful for me. I guess maybe that's the other reason why, when we're talking about like, oh, do we work when we don't feel like it? Drafting is always hard for me. Like, writing the story is always like, is always kind of a struggle. Or wait, let me say, it's not like all struggle, but there's so much struggle to it. There's like frequent struggle. Oh, Ember is just, I'm really trying to like pet her away from the camera, but she just keeps wanting to go right back to the camera. I'm so sorry, guys. But yeah, there's so much struggle to it that it's kind of always like a stressful experience. So that's why I'm like, oh no, I push through this, and then I get to do the really fun part of in the revisions, like really making it feel alive, and that feels so good that it's worth all the struggle that comes before that. It's worth the drafting struggle when I have like those moments. But yeah, that was a long answer to your fairly simple question, but there we go.
I just find that part interesting because some of us, I find, do not work on different worlds very well. If you go on Twitch, there's a writer. His name is Kindar. He goes by the Tiger Writes on Twitch.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
I think I've met the Tiger Rights. I
yes,
think.
he will write sometimes 3 different projects at once, and he's got them on his schedule when he's writing them. I am still amazed that he does that and does it so well. Yet I will write, for example, I'm working on the revamp of Protectors. I have 5 or 6 stories in Protectors. I am so sorry if you guys are hearing that train. I have like 5 or 6 stories in Protectors that are in that universe, but not necessarily connected. I have stories that are absolutely targeting the more adult market. I have like the Protectors stories themselves are young adult. It's I've got some that are potentially ancient stories to the same universe. No one said I had to be sane about this, but it's all the same universe.
I can see. I mean, I can see the even. I can see the as an the ADHD appeal of working on several projects at once and just like scheduling them out. And I think where my own brain doesn't work with that as well is like, it's hard enough to get focused on one thing, let alone like trying to switch focus on a schedule from one thing to another thing to another thing. So I think like I would find that really difficult, but I can see the appeal of like if you're working on 3 things at once and you're never working on any one thing for too long at a time, you'll surely never get sick of it. You're not going to burn out on that piece, you're not going to. So I can definitely see the appeal.
Yeah. I
So I think,
I'm
yeah. Oh,
just
yeah.
always
Sorry.
amazed by that ability to me. If they weren't
Yeah,
in
I'm
the same
amazed too.
universe for me, I slow down so hard. Something doesn't get finished.
So to wrap this up, like I would like to ask the viewers, the listeners, you guys, tell us in comments about your own drafting processes. I'm always really fascinated by how different people write.
And how do you deal with those stuck spots? How do you deal with
yeah,
parts I blow up and MJ just writes through and creates a structure for? How do you guys do that? I am quite curious.
definitely let us know. And I look forward to having more conversations like this going forward. And we'll probably be back next time with another slightly more business focused episode. But at the same time, like, notice how the business just like it creeps in no matter what. Like this was a craft talk, and yet it really is, the way that we deal with our craft is absolutely influenced by the way that we conduct our business.
Mm-hmm. And
So I guess it's just you can't totally separate them.
looking forward to hearing what all of you guys think about that. If you're on one of the podcasting locations, just leave it as a comment, a review, and on YouTube, the comment section down below. And thank you for hanging out with us today.
And thank you, Catrina, for talking to me
It's been a
so
pleasure.
early in the morning.
I'm amazed how well this works, so we'll have to keep this in mind if we need to.
Yep. All right.
Hello and welcome to Two Cats Writing Podcast. I'm your host, Catrina Taylor, and your co-host, or my co-host.
I'm MJ Beasi.
And I think that's the perfect introduction for our topic today.
I don't know what you mean, Catrina. What could you possibly mean by that?
If you guys haven't noticed between our shorts and our podcast already, the two of us are definitely neurospicy. We have that ADHD thing going on for sure. We have.
Yeah. I have diagnosed ADHD. It's really bad.
Me too. And autism tendencies and
Autism. Yeah,
spiciness.
Yeah, I'm quite certain that I am ADHD. I haven't been evaluated formally for autism, but the only reason is that I am not actually seeking treatment for autism, so I haven't felt like it was going to necessarily at my stage in life be particularly useful to me necessarily to have the diagnosis. But I have reason to believe that it is there. But I do have diagnosed ADHD. That was a wild process.
Right?
And I do have treatment for ADHD. I am only able to do this now for a living because I have treatment for ADHD, because I am medicated for ADHD, and that has changed my life in a lot of ways. But
and I can testify to the same, exactly the same reasoning for why I haven't gone and done the autism verification. However, I've done a few of the online assessments, and I have a lot of good reasons to think I fit.
My entire life, like every I just look back at things and I say, oh, that makes sense now.
Right?
That
With a light.
really weird thing about me that I never understood now suddenly makes sense. So yeah, and I mean it was the same way with ADHD, but was like blowing wide open my whole life and history. Like, I have lived an ADHD life. I've changed careers multiple times. My entire history is made out of ADHD. I what? What did I do?
You went gung-ho every single time.
Oh my God, all in. And most of the time, like, had like succeeded until I decided to leave the whatever the thing was. So like, I've done well in all my ADHD careers until I didn't want them anymore. And one of the great things about one of the reasons why I wanted to seek treatment for ADHD is I didn't want being an author to become another one of those things. I didn't want it to be another thing where I wrote one book, sold one book, and then lost all interest in being an author and went off to do something else. So being on medication, besides, other improvements in my life and, improving my focus in general, helps me to power through the difficult parts about being an author that are the things that would typically be the precursor to me losing interest in it and moving on to something else. So it's helping me through the hard parts. And with that in mind, we're here to talk about deadlines, friends.
With and managing it with our neurospiciness, and we have both had we have different kinds of deadlines as authors that will absolutely overlap in both types of publishing. And one of those is the self-imposed deadlines, and we all have them. I think just by being authors, we get it in our head. We want to get this story done by next spring, or we want it done by the end of the month. Or if you're truly ambitious or a little bit ADHD and determined and block out the rest of the world, you might want to try to get your 40,000 word book done by the end of the week, which has happened at least once in my life. Actually, maybe it was 60,000. It was 20, 40, 60.
Yeah.
It might have been like a week and a half.
Yeah.
But it was 3 different novellas is what it turned into be.
Yeah.
And it can be done. Do I recommend it?
No. I also do not. It's kind of funny. You know what's funny, Catrina, is that so many months ago when we originally settled on this as a topic for the podcast, and we were going to record it. And if you guys don't believe we have ADHD, you should know that it was many months ago that we decided to record this episode, and now we are finally recording it.
Right.
But I wrote down notes for myself, and the first note I wrote down on ADHD and deadlines was deadlines. I need them. And that is absolutely true. Like, if I don't have deadlines, it is hard for me to get into that ADHD, gotta get it done, the deadline is coming up mindset, that like emergency hyper-focus mindset that sometimes we rely on. I need deadlines, but I will say that the deadline that I just got off of, which was, do you want me to talk about it now at all?
Yeah, this is fun. You're just getting off of a big external deadline, and yes, I do want you to talk about it. And I am in the middle of an internal deadline that's slightly motivated by external, because I have a lot of other projects, and I'd have no idea what it means not to put 100 fires in the iron, or 100 irons in the fire. I am totally living this episode. Go on. Tell us about your fun external deadline.
So yeah, I just had a deadline, and like I need deadlines. And actually my issue with this deadline was that I should have asked for a deadline, for an earlier deadline. I should have asked my editor for another deadline. So here's the thing. And hopefully by the time this podcast actually airs, and in fact we might have to wait to air this particular one for this to be true. That the book in question will be like publicly known to be in the works. So hopefully by the time this goes up, that will be the case. But anyway, it is public knowledge that regardless of when this is, it is public knowledge that I originally got a 2-book deal with I Was a Teenage Death God. It may be less public knowledge that the second book is that it was part of a duology, that the second book is meant to be the second half of that story. In my contract, like, it had dates for when the contract states a bunch of dates, and then there's a schedule that also I get from my editor for each book. But there was a deadline scheduled for when the original draft of the manuscript for the second book had to be delivered to my editor. And there was another thing that had to happen before that, which was I needed to write up a formal proposal. Like we had when we signed the deal in the first place, like I had to give my editor basically kind of a summary of what I thought the second book was going to be in order for them to even acquire the book. But in order to get the go-ahead to go ahead and write the whole book, I also needed to do a proposal, which was going to be, it would be the first few chapters of the book, first 50 pages of the book, I think is what they wanted. And it was either 30 or 50. Anyway, it ended up being 2 chapters for the way my book was. And then an outline with all the rest of the chapters there, with every other chapter. Now, I talked about this in a short that you will have probably seen prior to this, folks who are here. I am a pantser. I typically do not outline a book before writing it. I just start writing a book, and wherever it goes, I discover it. I'm a discovery writer. And wherever it goes, that is where the book goes. This does not fly in a situation like this. If you're selling a book on proposal, it does not fly. For obvious reasons, understandable reasons, before an editor acquires something, before a publisher buys a book in advance, they need to know what it is. That is totally fair. They need to know really what the book is, how it goes, if it's something they actually are going to like and want to work on and think they can sell. So my editor needs to know what's going to happen in this book, what the sequence of events are, how it's going to end. My editor needs to know those things, and it is very understandable. So where I think I messed up was I needed to add, there wasn't a deadline for the proposal in my contract or in the schedule. That was left to me to just like do at some point but there was this hard like deadline for the manuscript getting turned in. So I think I should have asked my editor for a deadline for the proposal, because what happened was I'm a pantser, I'm bad at writing outlines, blah, blah, blah. So I procrastinated on it because it was hard. I procrastinated on it because I have ADHD. That is what we do.
We're good at it.
When we don't want to do it, we don't do it. we have a really hard time. It is difficult to occasionally to the point of impossible to do a thing that we are not interested in doing. And I was not interested in writing that outline because I am bad at outlines and it's hard. And I think that the truth is I needed an external deadline set for me that I would feel utter humiliation about not actually making, because my internal deadlines were not working. My internal, like, I want to have it done by this and this, that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough to push past the reluctance to do the thing. And I needed to have that external deadline where if I didn't make the deadline, like I was gonna, lose face or like mess up my very first publishing contract. Because what happened was I did not get that proposal in until, I want to say it was August or something. And late August, maybe even September 1st, might have even been early September. I kept saying, no, I gotta write the short story for the podcast first. And then I was like, what are you doing, MJ? What do you even think you are doing? Not prioritizing your publishing contract. Like, you need to do this. And so I switched gears and I was like, I'm gonna get this done by this time. So it was quite late. So I believe that I got the go ahead to start writing the full draft. And keep in mind, I only had 2 chapters written that I could send with the proposal, right? I only had the 2 chapters. I had to write the whole rest of the book by the end of the year. And, there are people who are fast writers who, for like, that's just nothing to them. Like, oh, whatever, like 3-4 months to write a book, no problem. I have written stuff that fast, but in general, I am not that fast. Like, when I have written that fast, it's been because I was so into the thing. Like, I wrote most of I was Teenage Death God originally, like, in a 3-month period. Like, I wrote the first 2 chapters and like maybe a part of another chapter after that, and like procrastinated for months and months and months, and then like finished writing it all like really fast, like at the end of 2019. But that is not the norm. That is not the norm. It takes me a freaking long time to write a book. What was I thinking that this was giving me enough time? Now, before you start worrying, I did make the deadline, but it was so much pain. I spent the last 2 weeks of December, like, so all through Christmas and all through New Year's, writing like basically all the time. Like, I took I took almost no time off for the holidays. My spouse, like, basically I just disappeared. I didn't exist as a person for like 2 weeks because all I was doing was writing my book. And I finally emailed the draft to my editor at 2 a.m. Before it was due that day. Like, they were going back to their desk that day.
That is so ADHD.
It was so ADHD. And also, like, I think that it is fine. My editor is great and sent me an amazing email the next day about it. Obviously hasn't read it yet. So like I still could get it. It could be when I get my edit letter, it's like, this is garbage and you need to start from scratch, or even like, we cannot publish, like we're not gonna be able to do this. Like it could be bad, but I think more likely it's gonna be, we're gonna have a lot of work to do, but it's doable. Because I would say I did not have the time that I really wanted to like go back. Like by the time there were things, because I am still a pantser, because I am still a discovery writer, there were things that I like brought into the book during those last 2 weeks, like that I discovered like 2 days before I had to turn it in. Like, oh my God, I got this great idea. I'm going to write this in. And I did, but it would be better if I had then like still a month to revise that and like really work it into the plot, like really work it, like really go back. Like I would not say that the draft I turned in was the thing I would want, because I wrote like, I started writing it, I started working on it pretty hard after like September when I got the go ahead, but like I did not get as far as I should have, and by the time it came to those last 2 weeks, I still had like 40,000 words to write to like get to a word count that could be considered even remotely like okay for YA, like so it's underwritten, like, so I've turned to this manuscript, but it is probably gonna go up in word count instead of down, which is the opposite of the way my books usually go. Usually I'm like, oh, hi, my draft is 90,000 words. I can't sell that in YA. I have to cut out 10,000 words, like usually it's that. And now I'm more like, oh, wow, this is probably short, like 10,000, 15,000 words like that. And we're going to be adding those later in developmental edits, and it's going to be like a heavy edit. Like I don't think it's bad. Like I read it and I love a lot of it, but a lot of I'm like, this is not the clean kind of, this is not as good as I would have liked it to be on my very first contract. And I've sent a bunch of notes to my editor with it when I sent it in, like of the things I thought were, problems I saw that we probably would want to be solving along the way. And then also like, this is my first time writing a first draft under contract, and I learned a lot about managing my time. And they were so nice about it. Yeah, they were so nice about it. They were like, yes, writing under contract is such a different beast. And, like they are so kind. And I feel like the editing process is going to be great. And I think they're brilliant. And I'm really excited to hear everything that's wrong with my book and what we have to fix, because I think it'll end up being a great book. Like I'm excited for working on this book with them. But man, awesome. That sucked. Don't do that, you guys.
Yeah, seriously, don't. But it is very ADHD, and it is very much a know yourself thing. You knew you should have had a deadline for turning something in sooner, so that you can get to the next step sooner.
Yep.
In my case, I know when I'm dealing with the deadlines, and bear in mind that my motivation is very different because of the choice of business that I'm in. I get paid differently. I'm not on somebody else's schedule. If I don't release a book, money doesn't come in. If I don't release the next story, we go broke. And for some reason, I like eating. So do my cats and everyone under my household. And so they like it when I release a book and make a couple of dollars and can, pay for food and stuff.
And wow. That is wild, Catrina.
Right? So this is where it gets complicated for me. When the ADHD, I'm going to call it a flare-up. It's not a flare-up. It's just that I let it take over for whatever reason. Life gets distracting or stressful. Yeah. Circumstances, situations beyond my control start to interfere, and the ADHD gets intrusive. This is actually where Twitch initially started for me. I already get up at crazy in the morning anyway. And I write. And I sit there for 2 or 3 hours normally and write. And that was my schedule for years. And then I saw people on Twitch doing it. And I was like, well, why am I not just doing that? Because the accountability means I will actually be writing. And so that became my deadline mitigator. That became my accountability partner. Everybody I talked to on Twitch. And so now I started, like, around the same time I started streaming, I started doing this other challenge that I'm doing in January. Because usually by the end of the year, everything I plan has gone off the rails. And last year was no exception. We both know, like, my last
That's
2
so
months
real.
were insane.
That's so real.
Right? So
Yeah.
I start every year with a short story a day challenge, and is literally write a short story every single day for the month of January without fail. Are
I
they
am
good short
shaking my
stories?
head. I am shaking my head so hard right now. Like, oh, no, not me. Never, never. I'm so impressed. Continue.
I started doing this actually in July of 2019, and I started off doing it twice a year. I just didn't think I was a very good short story writer. I'm probably still not one of the best, but this forced me to improve.
Yeah,
And
that's one way to do it.
so I did it in July and I did it in January. And then I did it in July and January for another couple of years. Then we did it in September and January. And I've given you a preview of some of the big things that I've got going on besides this year. And I will share more of that, I'm sure, over the course of our podcast. But with all of that in mind, I wanted to make sure I was at least getting January in. We're going to start the year off right. We're going to start the year writing every single day, but not just writing, but proving to myself I can get to the end. Because as silly as it sounds, I need that reminder that I can end a story, that I can complete it, so that A, the imposter syndrome doesn't take over, and B, I don't let myself get distracted. Then I complicate it. And I also have a novella I'm writing at the same time. So
That's just, I can't even. I mean, I think that is, maybe we all need that. I don't know. Maybe it's just, I think with ADHD comes a lot of imposter syndrome because we spend a lot of time doubting our ability to finish things, doubting our ability to follow through. And because there have been times when we did not and like couldn't, or but I think that I you know, I haven't written as many books as you, obviously, or even close. But I still constantly need that reminder that yes, I can finish a book. Like, even as horrible as that deadline experience was that I just had, that I'm hoping next time around I will do better. I will manage my time better from the beginning and not get myself into that situation. Because
this is why we've
ADHDers,
dragged you into the writing community.
I tell you, the eternal pain is you cannot write a whole book in the last half hour before it's due. Unlike everything we did in
Please don't do that,
school,
guys.
unlike everything we did in school and all the stuff that we have done at work over the years,
I love.
we
you remember in
actually
high
can't
school?
just write the whole thing before
No.
it's due, the half hour before it's due with a whole book. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's too big.
Do you remember in high school when you thought 500-word essays, 1,000-word essays were so hard?
I would say I didn't think they were hard, but that was because I wrote them the half hour before they were due when I was in like major hyper focus. Like I was in, and so I'm like, yeah, concentration is my superpower. I'm so great. Ha ha ha. I can write this whole thing right now and I'm going to get an A. And I did. But that doesn't translate to whole book. That does not.
I remember sitting in a classroom with people, like, you'd hear this minute the teacher says, oh, you've got 1,000 words to write or 500 words to write, which, by the way, translates into 1 page, 2 pages, in case anybody wants page numbers. And I would listen to the whole room groan, and I kept very quietly not really trying to respond, because in my head, like you, it really wasn't hard. It really wasn't.
Deal, man.
And I hear everybody else complain, I don't want to do it. It's just so much. It's like, no, really. If you were paying attention in class, whatever it was you were supposed to write about has probably already been discussed. And you don't have to draw from everything, and you don't have to invent anything. Just put it on paper.
I mean, also like, you guys have been listening to this podcast. I can say 1,000 words in like 15 minutes, like no problem.
Exactly. And you can dictate your article. By the way, if anybody who is still in school wants a quick shortcut, use voice typing, dictate your article, and edit it. 15 minutes, you can have the whole thing written. You just need to structure it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Whole book is different because there are so many moving parts, and it's such a sustained project, which is difficult with ADHD to begin with, like like something, maintaining something that long. And I think you're right. And you know what you said before, and then I just kind of went on with something else, but like you said, that's why we dragged you into the Write community, or into the writing community. Yes. And whereas, like I certainly wrote my first 2 books before I ever joined Twitch. The process with this and how difficult this for me, I think the accountability of streaming my way through a lot of it actually really helped, like doing the writing sprints. This is maybe a good time to say, hey, authors who are listening to this podcast, Catrina and I both do writing sprints on Twitch from time to time. Like we don't necessarily, that's not all we do, but we both do that sometimes. And if you want to come over and like, everybody is welcome to join in. And I have absolutely found that kind of accountability is really helpful, especially if you're an early morning person. Because like I have a critique partner that we used to do writing sprints together sometimes, but they are on the other side of the country and not a morning person. So our schedules are so not compatible for stuff like that, for like doing things like writing sprints. We are not writing at the same time. But finding an early morning crowd is amazing.
Exactly.
An international crowd. Like it's night for half those people.
I have been doing this now. I am in year 6 of live streaming on Twitch and writing on Twitch. And the people that I have met, those who don't stream but do write, absolutely love being able to get up and chat about the writing and chat about the productivity. And by the way, I want to do this with my newsletter, or I want to do that with my query. And they like having a place where people can talk about it.
Yeah.
And we talk about the good experiences, we talk about the bad experiences, and we write. And we share with each other what we're celebrating. It might be that we have gotten 200 words in the last 3 hours because, wow, did that story not want to move?
Yep. Actually, 200 words in 3 hours is not that bad for me. I'm sorry to say. It's kind of bad, but it's not that bad.
No, when I have a story that I really am into, that's a really bad number for me. But if I'm sitting here like, okay, I have to finish this because this is the next step and the thing I need to get to the last thing that I want to do, then yeah, it might be 200 words for the whole day. And this being someone who's going to be writing on and off all day long, and I'm going to bed and really grumpy, I only got 200 words in. But don't do that to yourself, because you deserve better. You got 200 more. If that happens to you, you got 200 more words than where you started.
Take those 200 words. That 200 words is so worthwhile. Because we all have our days when it's just not coming. And especially like I'm talking to our ADHD brethren out there. Like there are just going to be days when it is so hard to get into it, so hard to get into the story, so hard to get into what you're writing. That is one of the difficulties. Like Catrina was just saying, like when she's really into a story, it's just like flying on the page, you know? I think, again, like one of the things that was a challenge for me with this book and this deadline that I had was because I'd had to outline the whole thing. And, you know, my medication absolutely helps me with this. It helps me push through with this. But when I outline a book, my ADHD says, oh, that's done now. That book's done. You wrote that. We're not interested in that anymore. because that's done. So getting your brain it was really a challenge to keep myself engaged in that story. And that's going to continue to be a challenge. Even with medication, it's still a challenge. The meds help so much. Like I cannot.
They really do.
Oh my God, do they help?
And-
but they
and no,
don't
not
fix
everybody-
They don't just like cure your ADHD. They just make it easier to push through the things that are going to always be difficult.
And not everybody needs medicine, but for those of us who do, it's like night and day.
Right.
It really is
life-changing. Being able to do that thing that you didn't want to do.
Yep.
Even if it's still like really hard to do, that's better than impossible to do, which is how it was sometimes before, and that's what leads to like quitting a project and like not finishing it. So
and it's so much easier to keep all the things. Okay, I'll give you guys a great example, at least for me. At my last 2 months of last year, what really threw me off the rails was the decision. First of all, in case we're discussing ADHD, my sister, by the way, also has it. One of my sisters. I have a big family.
It's genetic.
But my sister says, you could just move in. And a breath later, I said, you know what? It's not a bad idea. Let's do that. And then it took us 2 months to move. And in those 2 months, I had no room in my ADHD, autism, brain, whatever, to add other stuff to my plate. And I kept trying to, because I had so many people that I absolutely adore. I wanted to help. And I had to remind myself. And then I didn't remind myself effectively. And, I spent, which just made what was already a challenge harder. Add to that, the pharmacy had some massive communication issues, and I didn't have my medicine for most of it.
Oh my God. That's like
So
a nightmare. That's an actual nightmare.
It is. And in a way that I didn't understand it would be. Because I went most of my life without help.
Right. No, same.
Most of my life managing it, and then all of a sudden I've had it, and when it's not there and I'm going through that kind of stress, it just turned into a lot of really ugly stuff, like in the brain. So I'm confident, because I get this with other things, where I will get to the point where I don't necessarily need the medicine to get through the hard stuff. But that's not where I'm at now. And that's as okay as it was when I didn't need it. And it's a beautiful thing to be able to recognize that. And I wish I had known sooner for so many reasons, but I don't know anybody who has found out as a grown person that they had ADHD that didn't say, I wish I had known sooner.
Yeah, right. No, we all wish we'd known sooner. Because we think back at all the things that were so hard, and they could have been less hard. Like they really could have been less hard. I think like where the ADHD comes in for me is it's like I have that delicate line between like absolutely requiring structure and absolutely hating structure at the same time. Like the autism wants structure, the ADHD hates structure. So like finding that perfect balance of like, this is the right amount of structure that puts me at my like maximum productivity capacity. Because if I don't set aside times that I dedicate to writing, then I feel guilty all the time that I'm not doing it, especially if I'm on a deadline. Like if I don't say, okay, well, I'm going to do it for this amount of time, and then during this other amount of time, I'm going to do different things, then the entire time, anytime I'm not doing it, I feel absolutely guilty, and it leads to burnout. And it's bad. So like for me, I do have to have like some kind of a schedule, even if it's very vague, even if it's just like saying, okay, I'm gonna like for these hours, I'm gonna work on this, and then I I have dinner, and then after that, the time after that is like for my spouse and for like playing games together and like doing stuff like I do other things there or whatever
Mm-hmm.
is going to happen then. Because otherwise I can't enjoy any of those things because I'm like, I should be writing, I should be writing, I should be writing all the time. Oh my God, I have a deadline. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
So finding that way, finding that like whatever it is for you, and it's going to be different for everyone. Finding that way to make yourself a schedule that sets you free to enjoy your life and
Mm-hmm.
do the stuff you want to do, I think is maybe sometimes the biggest challenge. And then we all fail at it sometimes. Like I consider
Exactly.
the place I got myself into with this deadline as like I failed at time. I failed. So I was not comfortable and I was not happy and I did not have a life and it was bad. And hopefully I can stop that from happening again. But if that happens to you, you guys, like, it's also you didn't. We can come back from failure. There's another
Exactly.
chance.
I don't know about you guys, but I knew I grew up with it stuck in my head that if I wasn't perfect, I wasn't good enough. If I didn't do this right, exactly right the first time. Did you know that most people don't actually know what right is the first time? That like that's just not how we work. And it's not a you can tell me how to do it right and poof, I just know. Kids, that's not how anybody works. So it's okay if we don't hit the mark the first attempts we make. And it's okay if we don't finish that book by that exact deadline every single time. And it's okay if you listen to the sound of the deadline as it goes wishing past your head. I've done that a
even
few
in
times.
okay, even in it's slightly
But
less okay in traditional publishing, except that like every author that I know who's further along in their career, every traditionally published author who I know who's further along in their career than I am has had like deadline extensions. Like they've,
mm-hmm,
they've requested an extension. There's usually time built in for that. Like the publisher has
mm-hmm,
time for that to work. Um, I didn't want to do that for this because I wanted to build trust with
mm-hmm,
my publisher. I wanted to be a person who was always either ahead of schedule or on schedule so that when that time comes that I need to ask for an extension, that it would be like, oh, yes, of course. Like MJ is always so reliable. Like, of course, we can give them an extension this time. Like, that is no big deal. Instead of like, oh, not again.
mm-hmm.
I don't know if we want to buy another book by MJ because we always have to go through this and it's always late. Like I wanted to start out with fulfilling my obligations to the letter, like my contractual obligations to the letter, so that later on when if I have to ask for some leniency here or there, like nobody would resent it. And that was my plan. But
Nope,
uh
you delivered.
I
It
did.
may
We'll
not be
see. We'll
polished, but
see
it's there.
how, right. We'll see like how like this is my first time uh submitting like a first draft of something like
Mm-hmm,
even when I was querying, I would think like I had been through like huge processes with like beta
mm-hmm,
readers and critique partners and stuff before a thing like went out to agents, you know what I mean? And
mm-hmm,
then before we put my book on sub, like my agent and I like revised it together. You know, like there was a
mm-hmm,
process and like so it feels very vulnerable having this very, very, very first drafty thing go
mm-hmm.
to my editor at my publisher. And I don't really have any, because this is my first time doing this, I don't have any experience about what happens. Like, if, like, what. I don't even know, honestly, if I fulfilled expectations with this draft. Like, I won't know
Right.
until I get my edit letter. I
Well,
think some
that's
of it's
true.
really good, and then I think some of it's a little bare bones, and I do think that there are
Mm-hmm,
problems and it has some stuff missing that some of it I have an idea of, but I also hope my editor's going to have like some amazing ideas.
mm-hmm,
Or even just say, this isn't working, and that's going to be the catalyst I need to come up with an amazing idea. You know, like that
mm-hmm.
often happens too. But yeah, so like, but forgive yourselves, you guys. Like, cut yourself some slack. And our ADHD brethren out there, like, you can do that. Like, I know so many authors who have ADHD. It is so common for people with ADHD to go into creative fields like this.
Well, it fits our neurospiciness. It gives us the room to do all the things that are going to keep us engaged. Part of the reason why I can say I've got as many books I've got out is because I test them on different genres, different pen names. I create different opportunities for reach. And therefore, I can't get bored. My brain doesn't get bored. And if I start to get bored, as one of my shorts said, then I blow something up. And
always works.
It does every time. There are consequences in every story. Something explodes, the house catches fire, the ship blows out, whatever is going on, something drastic. It's beautiful.
It always is fun to torture our characters when we need a little excitement.
But also remember, if you get yourself into habits and structure and practice, you don't always need the explosions and you don't always need the medicines. You need the things that work best for you. Yeah. And that's what MJ and I have found for ourselves that's keeping us going doing this, is we found the rhythm that works for us. And it's a process, but it's a good process. And it's a learning curve. And I don't listen to the deadlines disappear past my head as often as I used to, because I learned how to fix that. And I don't go through a lot of the deadlines being challenging in other ways for me as hard as I did before. But what worked for me was getting up every morning and live streaming with all of the wonderful people on Twitch and writing for 2 to 3 hours a day and committing myself to active writing. And for me, that's different than committing myself to active business, because marketing, editing, book covers, all the things that come with it, that's a different monster, and it is not the same thing as writing.
So true. Yeah, I feel like I had something to say in there and now it's gone. And it's probably just what Catrina said. 100% what Catrina said. It does get easier. You find ways to manage it. And it's worth it. So like, I know what I wanted to say too. Like, come over and join us on Twitch. Like, please. And not just like to visit our streams. Come stream, you guys. More authors on Twitch.
Yes,
come
please.
over and join the writing community on Twitch. We want you there. We're excited to meet you there.
And whether you stream or not, stop into one of our streams. Sometimes we overlap and stream together, and sometimes we stream separately. But stop in and say hi. We'd love to talk to you. We'd love to know what you're working on. It's totally worth it. It's a lot of fun. But if you stream, let us know, because we'll totally make sure we're in your chat.
And speaking of deadlines, I think we're counting down like the last minute of how long we said we were going to record this podcast for. So here we are. Deadline.
All right. So what are your final thoughts, MJ? On all this wonderfulness.
My final thoughts are deadlines. You probably need them. And you're probably going to hate them and love them if you have ADHD. And if you need a process that works for you, talk to other people with ADHD too. Maybe they can help you come up with a way to deal with your deadlines.
Absolutely. And if you need accountability, remember there are tools out there. Sometimes it's just a matter of finding what works for you. And I guess those are kind of my final thoughts, is find the process that works best for you. And no matter what anybody says, if it's getting you from opening paragraph to the end, that's what counts. It doesn't matter your methodology. Just get it done. And you're fine. and it'll be fine and it'll be beautiful. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for this podcast and meandering through the ADHD, Audi ADHD, and goofiness and silliness that we've happily shared.
We'll see you next time.
What kind of celebrations do you have built into your schedule? How do you celebrate achieving your goals in your schedule or keeping to your schedule?
Oh. Huh. That's not really a thing I do. Haha. Maybe I'm missing an important thing, an important element. We're learning here, right on the podcast, you guys.
Okay, I'm going to say this to everybody. My mindset shift came when my best friend and my then editor reminded me that I got X done, and I forget what it was. But he said something to me about, well, you'd done this and you'd done that. And my head was, well, but I didn't finish. I'm not done. I'm not. And I was absolutely in the I need to keep going mode, despite the fact that I don't remember at that point. I couldn't remember ever taking time to just relax and refresh. And there was nothing that I was celebrating at that point. But when I started to recognize, oh no, I did that. I did do that. I finished X, Y, and Z, whatever this was. And I can't remember exactly what progress I was doing, but it was one of those things where he said, yeah, but you did that. That's more than you did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so hard on yourself, basically?
So the book by mail is mine. That is a project I'm using to help fund everything. And it is literally going to be, when people get signed up and subscribed, they'll get 2 chapters a month or 2 portions of the story mailed to them in the mailbox every month. But it comes with like a little subscription box. So you get little stickers, you get little trinkets. When we get the 3D printer running, you'll get little pieces of just unexpected stuff, like a little subscription box, but it'll be related to the story that we're sharing. And it'll be delivered by mail right now to my friends in the United States and in Canada. It goes out every 2 weeks once we have everything finalized, which should be before this month is out, because I've already got the first 3 chapters are done. At the end of a year, you'll get a copy of an ebook of everything that has already been delivered by mail, without all the goodies and stuff, because you've gotten the goodies already. And then when we get it into print, the first people who get option for print will be the people who are subscribed. It's just another way of being able to do something that's different and nice and unique. So when people are signed up for it, they're getting a goodie box basically in the mail, a letter from me every 2 weeks, a portion of the story, and perhaps it'll be a piece of art, or it'll be a printed piece of something. It'll be fun. It's stickers custom for the project, that kind of thing.
Hello and welcome back to Two Cats Writing Podcast. I'm your host, Catrina, the Lady Writes. And I'm
your
here
other
with
host.
my co-host.
I'm your other host, MJ from GSC Nation.
And we are excited to have you here today with us. We are going to be discussing querying. And this is a topic
Everybody's
that comes up a lot
favorite.
in both aspects of the publishing industry. Both those who are traditional and those who are indie talk about this a lot.
Yeah, it's everybody's favorite and most despised thing, I think. So it's good for us to get around to talking about it. I feel like we should start. Okay, so you have queried and I have queried, and obviously we made very different decisions and chose different paths based on our experiences with that. And I feel like your experience with querying was very bad, and we should start with yours probably. Do you want to tell us what?
My experience with querying is very bad in the understanding of what the industry is today and what it should have been when I was submitting.
Yeah.
As a new author, I started sharing one of my stories on Twitter at the time in excerpts, and I would link parts and I would share the parts that I was most excited about. And I had first a person who explained the querying process to me, reached out, explained it to me, and I got excited, looked it up, and started that process kind of half-heartedly because the book wasn't done.
Can
But
you,
as I
just
was
for context, can you tell, like, when-ish, you don't have to exactly say what, like, year this was, but, like, roughly around when was this?
2007, 2008?
Okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
Would have been somewhere in that range. And then in 2009 is the first time I had what was introduced to me as an agent reach out to me based on what I was sharing. Now, ultimately, I ended up with two people who identified themselves as agents that reached out to me based on what I was sharing, and they both really liked my story, and they both really were very enthusiastic about it for a little while. However, one of them I'm pretty sure was a scammer. The other one I think was a brand new agent who was unproven and just happened to like my story, to be honest with you. And that's based on the conversations that I had with both of these people. Now, the red flags the scammer gave me was that they didn't come right out and say I was going to have to contribute any money.
Oh.
But they gave me enough of a red flag that said, I'm not actually going to sign you if I don't get what I want, basically. And it sounded like money, an upfront something. Even though they hadn't said those words exactly, there was like the stories you hear about groomers. That's what it kind of felt like.
Yeah. Well, and yeah. And we should state, like, really upfront, just in case there's anybody who doesn't listen to the rest of this podcast and, like, this is as far as they get. If any agent asks for money, suggests that you should spend money, refers you to editorial services or any other kind of thing where you would be spending money, it's a scam. Like, just straight out, it's a scam. Like, walk away right that minute. Agents work on commission only. They only get paid when you get paid, and they get paid directly, from the publishers. So you should never, ever, ever, ever be giving an agent money or their, like, third party whoever money. A lot of times when they say, like, oh, I would totally sign you, but you need some editorial work, and I'm going to need you to work with this editor. Here's their fees, or here's, they usually get a kickback from that. Like, it's a deal that they have with someone, and that is part of the scam. Like, all of that is a scam. If there's money anywhere in there that is not flowing directly to you, it is a scam. So just putting that out there.
That applies to any of the publishers that you may apply to directly in a small press capacity. There are hybrid publishers that are not your vanity press, and those are different. They're going to be completely transparent with you up front. They're not going to sell you a quote package deal, and they will support you in your sales. They may not do all the sales marketing for you, but they will support you because they'd much rather see you succeed and come back to them with another book where you're both working together again. Whereas a vanity press doesn't care. They want your money and you're not going to be guaranteed quality or anything.
Well, because like the whole point, the hybrid thing is like, it's sort of like you're the author and the publisher are sharing the financial risk, right? Basically, like that's the kind of the concept up front. You're sharing the financial risk, and then you're also sharing in the profits from whatever you get.
Exactly. And you have to keep that in mind because it's so easy for us as indies to get sucked into some of these vanity presses versus a hybrid because they look very similar, but they're really not. And vanity press are there to prey on you. They want all your money. They don't really care if you succeed. They're going to tell you you need some huge print run instead of offering you the services on a POD until you are ready for a print run. And that will happen if you stick with this. But if you're not ready right away and they don't offer you that as an option, they're probably just trying to take your money.
Yeah. Well, because for those presses, those like kind of scam presses, the product for them is not actually the book that they're selling. Like that's not actually their business model. It's not making money from selling books. They're making money off of you, the author. Like that's their business model is authors pay them money. It really doesn't have anything to do with selling your books. And you hear so many really terrible stories about like books just never even, they people hand over all their money and don't even get a book.
Or if they do, it's such poor quality that you're gonna really
they can never sell it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so
and you don't need a huge print run, no matter what they try to tell you.
Right.
You're
no,
just getting started. It's gonna come. It doesn't mean it has to be today.
So you had those people contact you. You figured out one of them was kind of a scammer, and the other one you didn't really see how they had the contacts and stuff to really
it was
like sell your book successfully. Is that kind of how you felt?
No, it was more like I've kind of explained before with the indie versus traditional at the time. I was a single mom with 2 under 5 or 206. And that's 6 and under, whatever, timing. And so I had to think in those terms. I had to think in terms of I needed what was going to make me the most money right now, as opposed to the most money in time.
Yeah.
And thus, this person who was absolutely interested in the writing, and we went back and forth and we talked. And honestly, I think they had the drive to possibly try to make something happen, but they were absolutely new to this part of the industry. First of all, they reached out to me and did not have me submit a full manuscript because I didn't have a full manuscript. So,
right. So that is that person may have been well-meaning, but probably had no hope of, especially if they were. Well, I'll get into talking about this in a little bit, maybe. But
yeah, they really did seem like they were well-meaning. They seemed like they understood what they were needing to do and how to go about it. I think if I could remember who, this is going to be terrible. I genuinely do not remember who they are by name. I'm sure if they popped up in my feed somewhere again, I would ultimately recognize them. But I couldn't tell you today what their name is at, almost 10 years later.
We'll assume that they had good intentions, if not perhaps the means to actually follow through on what they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the ultimate understanding that I've got with this person. And
Yeah.
again, you can mean well. You can mean well, and it can be beautiful, and nothing actually worked for both of you, which is kind of the problem. You need it to work for both of you.
Yeah.
And if you talk to an agent and they don't seem like they can push your book, then no, you don't want that. But the other thing is that the numbers he was talking about being able to do would not have worked for me at all. I think he was talking about like a $5,000 advance. And when you're a mother of 2, that's like 2 months of bills or 3 months of bills.
Right.
That's just not enough.
I mean, and a $5,000 advance is not unheard of in traditional publishing at all. So like that's like that could be exactly the advance. So that was basically your querying. That was it, and you were like,
yes,
no more.
Exactly. And then I pivoted. Yeah. But yeah. I made that decision because it needed to be made to take care of my family. Now you, on the other hand, you took this in a different direction.
I did. So when I decided that I wanted to start writing, like for real, like writing and trying to do it as a career, I barely even considered doing indie because I had done that before with music. I just knew that wasn't something I was going to be up for, like all having to do all the promotion myself, having to do like all the stuff that indie authors have to take on and do themselves. I knew that wasn't for me for multiple reasons, and I think we discussed that in our first podcast, so I don't need to go into that in depth again. And I might have even talked a little bit about my querying process. I'm not sure. Like the first book that I wrote and that I wanted to sell, I queried it for a year. And I followed all the advice. So like, I think that by the time I was doing this, which was 2018, was when I first, 2018 is when I wrote that book. 2019 is when I was querying it. Or I started like late 2018 into later in 2019. And, by then there were so many resources online. I don't know whether these things were available when you were querying or like thinking about querying, Catrina. By the time I was doing it, there was so much advice, so many places, and we're going to put links in the description for you guys to find all of these resources because they're really, really good. One of the places was the Absolute Right forums is the place where I like first started like really looking at people like talking about querying and like having a lot of input to say, having a lot of also help for each other, and people were willing to critique your query letter and stuff like that. So there was a lot of information. I knew exactly what to do. It was write a query letter which has your pitch for the book and a little bit about you. And there's a lot of really specific advice about what you should put in a query letter, and pretty much all that advice, like people give the same advice pretty much everywhere, and you should follow it. And it shouldn't be long. But then you also need to have a fully written manuscript, but you are only going to send sometimes, depending on the agent, they just want your query. Sometimes they want a query and the first 5 pages or the first 10 pages.
Follow directions.
Yeah, follow directions. And you also need to have a synopsis, which was the thing that tried to kill me, which is where you write a relatively short, ideally 1-page synopsis of the entire book, start to finish. It needs to have everything in there, including like all the big plot points of the book, and it needs to tell how the book ends. You need to have all this stuff ready to go because that agents will want some combination of these things: query letter, first pages, and synopsis. I followed all the advice, which was starting out like sending it in batches of 5. so that you're not going to be querying every agent you're interested in right away, because you want to gauge the responses that your query is getting. You want to know, like, if you are getting form rejections, that kind of thing, like getting just like all rejections, maybe your query isn't strong enough. If you're getting any kind of feedback, maybe your query is okay, but your first 5 or 10 pages need to be stronger. Like, you really want to gauge how well your query is performing before you send it out, because you might want to rewrite it. You might want to rewrite your pages. You don't want to include all, like, you don't want to send it to your top 5 agents like right away. Like, have a little mix there, so that if you decide that query isn't working, you haven't exhausted your opportunity with those agents, because most agents, well, actually all agents do not want your query a second time. You can query them one time with that project. Some agents, if you have significantly revised your project, might be willing to, like, read a second query about it like 6 months later, at least at least 6 months later. And you also, some agencies, you could submit to like any number of agents, not more than one at the agency at a time. But some agencies are a no from one is a no from all. So if you pick your agent at that agency that you think is the best fit for your book, and you query them and they reject you, that's a no from the whole agency. So you do not query that agency with that project anymore. So you want to make sure that you are being careful from the beginning. Some mistakes that I think I made early on, I got a couple of full requests really early. And I think that gave me, so like if an agent likes your query and or pages, they might request a partial manuscript, like sometimes like 50 pages or something like that, like a longer amount of pages to look at, or they might request a full manuscript. I got a couple of full requests real early, and that gave me, I think, a false sense of how strong my query and pages were, because after that there was a lot of dead air, like a lot, like form rejections, or just like no, some agents have a no reply means no policy. And then I also think that I so wanted this book to be my debut, like it was the book of my heart. In so many ways still is the book of my heart, and I hope that it will see the light of day one day. I loved it so much that I think after a while I also wasn't picky enough about who I queried. I cannot tell you how many times I got a rejection from somebody and then 6 months later heard something awful about that agent, like, and I would think, whoa, I dodged a bullet there. But I had a lot of those experiences, those I dodged a bullet moment. And I think that was due to, like, after a while, I just wasn't as picky about who I was sending it out to. That said, I don't have a lot of regrets about that period, because the whole time I was querying that book, I was writing my second book, which I would end up getting offered on really quickly. Like, I think I've probably told this story on the podcast before, but you know, like I finally took that one book off. I stopped querying it, and I had written this other book in the meantime, and started querying the new book, and I had multiple offers like in 2 weeks, and I had queried like so few agents with it even. So it's like that. There was something about that book that just hit so much more. Like, agents could see my query and the pages, and they immediately had like, oh yeah, I could see how this fits in the market. I could see how this could be a good fit for me. Like, they immediately thought that. And I think my other book was a much harder sell for multiple reasons. So it was such a different thing. And so I really have no regrets at all about that.
So
I will.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
How How do agents that you've encountered feel about you querying multiple books at once to different locations?
Oh, do not do it. I wouldn't do it. Not in the same. I think or query the same book unless you are querying in totally different demographics. Like if you're querying YA, but you also have an adult book, you could query the adult book at the same time. If you're querying a YA novel, you query that novel and only that novel, because if they offer on that novel and then you get an offer from a different agent on a different book, that is gonna be sticky business. Like, it's very much expected that you're going to be querying multiple agents with this one book, but keep it to that one book, because what you do is if you do get an offer on the book, if you have someone, you get the call and they're going to make an offer, then you go back to everybody else who has your query who didn't already reject it. And you send them another email with like offer in the like offer received in the subject line, and to tell them that you have an offer so that they know that they need to decide whether or not that gives them the opportunity to decide whether they also want to offer. Because there's going to be like a timeline and you're going to have to say yes to an agent. And once you've said that yes to that agent, that is your agent, at least for the immediately foreseeable future. That is your agent.
Okay.
So you want to make sure that you're querying that one book at a time, unless, like I said, it's totally different demographic. One book at a time. You can query it to as many agents as you want, but you should start off slow. Do it in batches so that you can get feedback. The other thing, the big resource that I think it probably did not exist when Catrina, when you were querying before, which I cannot recommend enough. Like it held my hand all the way through querying, was Query Tracker, and we'll put the link to that in the description as well, which allows you to, it's a huge database of agents. It allows you to search agents. It has information on each agent, like what agency they're with, what genres they represent. It'll have, you can go back and see comments from writers who have queried them to see what their experiences were, to see what their responses looked like, and to find out what the response time was. Like, so you get kind of a sense of how long it takes them to respond, because some agents send out responses really fast. Some it'll be months and months and months, up to like even years. Depending on their process and like how many queries they get. Like, keep in mind that agents, like I've heard of agents that get like 800 queries a day. So reading queries and answering queries is only like a tiny portion of what they do, because they also have like the authors they represent, and they're doing so much work for those people all the time. So getting new clients, most agents have pretty much a cap on the number of people that they know they can take on their list at a time. Getting new clients is a thing that they always are doing, but it is by far not their only job. So it can take them a really long time to respond. So Query Tracker will actually let you track all of that stuff. And you can make a query list on Query Tracker. You can keep track of the agents you have queried and their responses and where their queries are in the response. The person who runs it keeps it really like pretty up to date. Like if agents leave the business or they switch agencies, if they're closed or open to queries. You can, they have a premium membership. So you can do most of this for a free membership on Query Tracker. They also have a premium membership that is super cheap. It's like $25 a year when I had it, at least. Like not much, like a year, like $25 a year that gives you like access to extra metrics. If you're one of those people who really loves data, I am one of those people who really loves data. I love data.
You and me both.
Yeah. It gives you like more of a detailed look at where various agents are in their query timeline. It compiles all the information it has from everybody else's query lists, from when they query and when they got responses. So you can see who's slow right now, who's fast right now. You can see what kind of thing, how many of their full, like if they request a lot of fulls, how many of those turn into offers. Some agents will request way more fulls than others, while not offering on more. They read more full manuscripts before they make their decisions. You can see like what percentage of query tracker users, got offers out of their full requests. But like really, like you don't need, like the paid membership is absolutely not necessary.
That's great.
To use it really effectively. I did use one because I like data. And I also wanted to start a query list for a second book. Like you can only really keep track of one book at a time if you are on the free membership. But like that's going to work for most people. That's what most people are doing. The people who make Query Tracker also operate a service for agents that's called Query Manager. And a lot of those agents, so agents who use Query Manager, obviously it's a service that they pay to use, and not every agent uses it. But if they do, it's you basically do your query through the Query Manager form, and they customize like what kind of questions they ask on the form and what you have to upload and stuff like that. But another thing that you can see if you're using Query Tracker is you can follow the progress of your query in real time. Like you can see like where it is in that agent's timeline, like how many people are ahead of you, how many queries are ahead of yours, if they've marked that they're reading yours, like there's a lot of information you can get from that too. So it's a really valuable resource. I thought some authors don't use it at all. They prefer to keep their own spreadsheet or whatever for querying. I found Query Tracker to just be a lifesaver for my kind of brain. So that is a great resource. And then the last resource that I want to point out, and we'll put this in the link as well, is Victoria Strauss's Writer Beware. Going back to the scammers and what we often refer to as schmagents. Not agents, but schmagents. She keeps a really fantastic list and a blog about current known schmagents who are like, so like some people are actively scamming. And there's a new type of scam that they've started to do in the past few years, which is to actually impersonate real agents and like make fake agent websites with like real agents on them and their real clients and stuff like that, but they are fake. That has happened, and she keeps a running list of those known impersonations so that if you get contacted or you accidentally query a fake agent, you can look at there and make sure. And usually that'll end up coming up with one of those red flags, like they want money somehow. And you'll find that out. And then you should run away, no matter who you think it is. It is not that real agent, probably. Yeah. You might think it's this big time agent, but it probably is not if they asked you for money. But then also the schmagents. So, and there's kind of a couple categories. There's like the real scammers, and then there are just like kind of schmagencies who are agents who in many cases are really well-meaning and like want to be literary agents, and they love books and like are really passionate about books and authors, but they genuinely do not have the industry contacts to sell your book. Or the experience with agenting to sell your books. Like signing with a brand new agent is completely cool. Like an agent who is very new in the business, but you want that agent to be at an established agency with mentorship from senior agents at that agency. And that if you are on the call with them, they need to be telling you about the mentorship that they are getting. They need to be telling you that these agents are like helping them all the way along the way, that they've been learning from them, and they are following in their footsteps and have like all these resources to go to, because the experience and the contacts, like, that is no joke. Like, they need to have that to sell your books. They need to know editors. They need to know the tastes of specific editors, know who your book is going to appeal to. They need to really, really, really deeply understand the market and how to position your book to sell it to a publisher. Because you've heard probably lots of times people say that a bad agent is worse than no agent. It absolutely is. Like, an agent, because of the fact that, so we've talked about how with agents, like, once you've sent a book to an agent, like, you can't send that book to that same agent again. Right. This is also true with publishers. Once your agent has sent your book out on sub to a publisher, to an editor at an imprint, they cannot do that again with that same book. Like, that book's hopeful future with that editor, or even that whole publisher, is done. And with rare exceptions. There are very, very rare exceptions where your agent might think like, hey, we've done a big revision on this book based on blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. I think this editor might be open to seeing it again, but they're going to do that based on personalized knowledge too, of like, that's going to be an exception and not the rule at all. So if you have a schmagent, they send your book all over Kingdom Come. They don't really know which editors to send it to, who's really appropriate at which imprint. They send them all at once. Like, your sublist should be going out in tiny, tiny batches as well. Because if you thought there weren't enough agents for writers, like enough agents to go around for writers, that's even more like bottlenecked at the next stage. There are even less editors and publishers. So, your sublist should be going out in batches. If you have, like, there have been like just horror stories of agents who just like spam the sublist, like spam everywhere. And then when you eventually realize that agent isn't going to sell your book and like can't sell your book, and that book is dead. That book is dead in traditional publishing. Like, you can't, there's nowhere new to send it. There's nobody else. And that's tragic. That's really, really awful. And this isn't to say that your agent, your absolutely fantastic, absolutely qualified, absolutely experienced, and with contacts agent is going to be able to sell the book that they signed you on, because plenty of books die on sub. They do. But you with a schmagent, like, you just probably don't even have a shot, like, with that person who doesn't have the experience and the contacts to follow through, and may not know that they don't. Like I've said, they don't all have malicious intent, or they're not out to necessarily screw you. They just might not really have the experience and to even know that they don't have enough experience. Like, anybody can set up a website and call themselves an agent. So you want to look for experienced agents at an agency that is well respected, that has sold a lot of books. You want to know what books they've sold. You want to know who their clients are. You want to know that they sell books in your genre. Like, an agency that is mostly sold like nonfiction is not necessarily going to be the best place for your fiction to be. Like, they may not have those, that may be not where they have contacts. So it feels daunting. I know, like, querying is so terrible. Like, it absolutely is. It's terrible. It takes potentially a long time. It's filled with rejection. You will get a lot more no's than yeses. You will get a lot more form rejections than you will requests. pretty much.
Remember, that does not mean you are a terrible author.
It does not. And you you got to stick it out. It is a little bit of a numbers game.
Absolutely.
And also you got to learn when you think like, okay, maybe this book really isn't, maybe it's not its time. Maybe there's just no place for it in the market right now. People just can't envision that place in the market for it right now. And and be writing another book. Like while you're querying your book, be writing another book so that when you take that book off, when you if you decide, if that book ends up not being the one that gets you an agent, you have something new that's like ready to go and ready to be out there so that you don't feel like you're giving up. Yeah.
You know what I find that's fun about that statement? As an indie, one of the best things that you can do to sell your first book is to write
another book. Kind of for different reasons, right?
Exactly.
Different reasons, but same result in so many ways.
And it's not unheard of that even if you end up in a situation where the first book you're querying, and I only know this from other people who've queried, it's not unheard of that the first book that doesn't get picked up, but another book down the road does, that you can't come back to your agent with that first book down the road. So it's dead right now. If it comes to that point, it's dead right now. You don't have to give up on it completely. Maybe you'll go back and tweak it in a little while and try again. But then you'll have already had an agent doing the work for you, and they'll know what your voice sounds like, and they'll be able to better help you get in the doors that it fits better.
Yeah. Like that first book that I didn't get an agent with, that got, shelved in favor of the second one, which is the one that's coming out in March. I love that book so much. And my agent, the person who's my agent right now, did read it and gave me feedback on it and like told me why he thought that it was hard to sell. And we've talked about the ways to make it not hard to sell or less hard to sell.
Awesome.
Like it might end, like I could try to take it more in one particular direction, or another direction that we've talked about that I've considered is rewriting it as adult, like because it's sci-fi, which is really a hard sell in YA right now. Or it's not even, I don't even consider it sci-fi, but it's got enough of a vibe, I guess. There's no sci-fi, but it's got enough of a vibe that he thought that it would be a hard sell in YA right now. And your agent has the chops to know that. And also can be the person who, let's say in a couple years, all of a sudden sci-fi and YA is hot. That your agent is like, hey, you remember that book? Remember that book you've got? This might be the time for us to look at that again, because I think actually I can move that right now. I think that I can think of 10 editors right off the bat that I think would be interested in this right now. That's the kind of conversations you want to be able to have with your agent, who is your business partner. And they have a deep understanding of traditional publishing that you don't have. And that's their job, is to have that. They know what they're doing. They know, and they have the contacts to back that up, that knowledge up with action. And I guess maybe the last thing that I would say to querying authors out there, I see you out there. I feel your pain. I know you're thinking querying is the worst experience of your life, that it's so demoralizing, that it just feels like gatekeepers. It's so hard, and the rejection is just destroying your soul, and you can't take it, and like you just long for that day when you'll get an agent and everything will be easier. I regret to tell you that being on sub is 12 million times worse. Because it is actually querying, but to fewer people, and you're not allowed to talk about it. You authors querying out there, talking on your social media about your bad experiences, sharing your war stories, getting moral support. When you're on sub, it is like you're feeling all those feelings and having all that rejection, and the only person you're allowed to talk about to about it is your agent and like your cat, and maybe secretly, maybe your really close friends who are also authors and have been through sub, but like you can't talk about it in public. You cannot, and your agent will tell you you cannot. For lots of reasons. It is bad. It's actually bad for your book on sub for you to talk about it on social media. So I hate having to say that because it's like the opposite of it gets better. It actually gets so much worse.
It's not the opposite. It's explaining what to expect in the next step, which is exactly what we need to be doing. That people need to be prepared. And if you
the next step is more pain. but okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Want to be traditionally published, you can do this. It's a lot of patience. And you keep writing, and there's nothing stopping you from moving into the next book once you've got that one finished.
Yeah. And this is coming to you from like, I'm talking to you as a person who had a book die on queries, who was querying a book and had to stop querying it, who got an agent and had a book on sub, and that book died on sub. It is one of the rare occasions where a book that died on sub was magically resurrected later, as I switched agents. But this is nothing about bad about my first agent. I do not have bad things to say about my original agent, and in fact, my second agent was her assistant originally. And there are a lot of reasons why. Like that whole thing that's a whole other story. But my agent, it just happened to be where my agent was like, hey, I think there are some new imprints and new editors and new opportunities for this book since it was on sub before, and I'm still like kind of heartbroken that we didn't sell this, and I think we should try again. In the meantime, we were already working on a different book to get ready to put on sub. So we put that book back on sub to a very, it had to be a limited group because there were a lot of places we couldn't send it anymore, like who had seen it before. But there were also some new opportunities, and we ended up selling it that way, just like 2 or 3 weeks out of like the decision to take it off sub and to start querying the new book that I had been writing. Right. I've had to stop querying. I've had a book die on sub. I have been through all the stages of pain, and yet I am seeing my debut come out in just like a couple of months. By the time you hear this podcast, who knows how much closer that will be. And you can do this, and there are legitimate reasons to make this choice, and legitimate reasons to not. And it isn't all pain. And at least through sub, even though it is worse than querying, at least you have your agent there with you. You have a partner. So there's that.
Okay, so your final thoughts are that querying is absolutely worth it if you want to go traditional?
Yeah, I think it is. Stick it out. There is a payoff.
And your debut novel is coming out in March?
March 3rd, 2026 from Page Street Publishing. It is called I Was a Teenage Death God. Coming to a bookstore near you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us on Talking About Querying. If you have any questions we haven't directly answered as we were relaying our stories, please leave it in the comments below. Hit the subscribe button or the follow button, depending on what platform you're on. And we are looking forward to talking to you in the next one.
Bye.
I don't know if you are familiar with this, but at one point, our lovely romance authors led the charge in publishing in general. To be honest with you, they've led anytime romance takes a lean in one direction or another, everybody pays attention. And as indies, the romance authors decided to lead the charge into the basement. Now, what I mean by that, back in the early 2010s, like 2010, I'd say 2010 to 2015-ish, there was a lot of erotica being put out.
Mm-hmm.
So as we're getting into the spice, we're talking the spiciest of spice put onto the page, and a lot that pushed boundaries that most people would step back and question. The thing is, there really is a market for these books. And when I tell authors that if you want to write something, there's a good chance you will have readers. You might have to hunt for those readers, but somebody will want to read it. And that is not an exaggeration. And this is kind of a demonstration of how that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, people were talking about like all sorts of things. I'm not going to give too many details right now, but all sorts of very, very obscure things. And that led to a lot of the marketplaces. None of this stuff would have ever been published traditionally. I will tell you that right now, because no traditional author would have touched a lot of this stuff. And I've read some spicy stuff from the traditional publishing. This would not have been touched. But with that in mind, when I say they led it straight to the basement, I mean there's only a handful of independent publishing platforms or sales platforms indies can get access to that will still feature this, and none of them will put it on the first page. You actually have to go looking for it now. It used to be that these would be bestsellers very, very quickly. Very quickly. You put out smut and smut was bought. Hi, welcome back to Two Cats Writing Podcast. I'm your host, Catrina.
And I'm your other host, MJ.
And we are excited to have you back with us today. Today's a very special podcast. By the time you are listening to or watching this, MJ's novel is on the verge of being released. So we're going to talk a lot about their journey today, and we're going to talk about all the accomplishments and all the things ahead and all the fun things that you can look forward to. And we're going to give you a reflection of what it looks like from the traditionally published side of things, and we can maybe do another one later about how I do launches, but that's not what's important right now. At the end of this episode, you will find either a pre-launch link, or you will find a pre-order link, or you will find a link in the description on either YouTube or Spotify or wherever you're listening to it that will have a way to find the debut novel of the incredible MJ Beasi.
So yeah, we're less than 2 months out from release. What would you like to ask me, Catrina?
As we are at this point, what have you accomplished so far with the book, strictly your debut novel?
Okay. So, because my publisher is mid-size indie with Big 5 distribution, which I think I've said in other podcasts, that to me kind of feels like the best of both worlds in some ways, because it's like I get the fast turnaround and personal attention that you get with an indie publisher with the distribution of a Big 5. So if that feels great. And in terms of fast turnaround, so their publishing calendar is quite short, like in terms of putting out a book.
Mhm.
I signed my contract in March. They already had my manuscript. And then we went through editing, we went through copy editing, proofreading, the design phase. I'm saying things out of order because proofreading is actually last. So everything to make the book happen has happened. Like ARCs have been out for quite a few months now. They start their marketing and publicity about 6 months out, and ARCs have been out since the beginning of that. They've been on NetGalley. We also have paperback ARCs that have been distributed to trade publications, to influencers, to librarians, to booksellers. I think they're still going out to people as well. I think that they're also planning this is a new thing for me, but like a tour, like a book blog tour thing, where it like goes out to a bunch of influencers at once and they all like write about it in the same week or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of a newish thing to me because I was never like super active on Bookstagram and stuff. But I think there's something like that happening. And we have been, so like all the stuff to do with authoring the book has been done. All the stuff to do with getting the book ready for publication has been done. And everything that's left for this book has in one way or another to do with marketing and publicity. So yeah, that's where we're at. The things that are currently in progress are a pre-order campaign, which we are putting together. It's not announced yet, but by the time that this comes out, it certainly will have happened. A pre-order campaign with a local bookstore where I'll be able to go and sign the books, and people will receive an art print of the cover, which is so beautiful. When they brought up that as an idea that they could do instead of bookmarks, I was thrilled because I'm like, well, yeah, I want to do the art print because I want one.
Uh-huh.
Let's do that because I want one. And then there's going to be a sticker. I'm actually not sure how big it is, like if it's the size of a license plate or not, but it's like designed like a license plate, like a Massachusetts license plate with like Death God, without the vowels in there. And because the book has a road trip in it, and I loved that idea. I thought it was super cool. At first I was like, what, teenagers don't have cars, but then you know what, some of them do, and I think it's a cute idea anyway, regardless.
It absolutely is adorable.
Yeah.
I love that they went with something non-standard for your launch.
Yeah. Right. Instead of bookmarks or book plates and stuff like that. So and then I think we've also been talking about, I guess I don't want to promise that this is happening because it hasn't been finalized, but I believe for as a pre-order incentive for everyone. So not even like this is something that everyone could receive, even if they bought the book somewhere else, if they prove that they pre-ordered it. A bonus chapter, and I don't know what it's going to be yet. We've discussed whether it would be something that's like a side story or like something that happens between this book and the next one. I was excited to note, because I haven't been sure how much I could talk about the fact that it's a duology, because the second book hadn't been officially announced really, like with the title in it or anything. Like it was a 2-book deal, but it wasn't specific about what the second book would be, and oftentimes that's a second standalone. But I did notice that things like the Amazon listing and like all the listings that the online listings at stores now have a line that says that this is the first in a duology. So I think it is fine for me to say that it is the first in a duology. So it could be a chapter that happens between. We haven't decided yet, but I'm pretty excited about that, and I think that'll be really fun to write. I love writing these characters. So what's your other question?
As we are sitting here 2 months out from actual launch, what's your role so far with this? What are your responsibilities? What are you doing also for yourself to prepare you to see this book get out?
It's funny that you should say also for yourself, because I got advice from I posted something like I'm totally spiraling, you guys. Like I am full of anxiety. I'm a wreck. I'm an absolute wreck. And another author told me online that what I need to do is make sure I have a really active group chat and a therapist on hand to deal with the aftermath of the post-launch crash, I guess. So that's probably what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm hoping that the group chat can hard carry, because I don't currently have a therapist, and I don't think I can get one in time. But in any case, my role right now feels really weird to me as an author who deliberately, and I think for me very wisely, chose a path where my role would mainly be authoring, and I wouldn't be in charge of things like marketing and publicity and sales, because I can tell you right now, I have never been so grateful that I made that decision. Because right now, what's weird is that's my job. To an extent, I don't have to do it alone. Like my publisher has a marketing department. It's a small department, but they're arranging pretty much everything, arranging like the launch, arranging all the mailings and things to the influencers library and so on and so forth. They're arranging like publicity, but my job is to participate on social media. So I've been trying to actively do that. I just started on Instagram a playlist countdown. Got the idea. I was like thinking, wow, okay, I have to think of something to do to publicize the book that like feels special to me, that I could do on my social media like kind of regularly. And yesterday on stream actually is when I thought like maybe if I do something with the playlist, and the publicity people had brought up something like, you said you had a playlist, and so I was like, well, what can I do with that? And like just posting a playlist seemed like well, that's just one thing, there's one post. So I had the idea to do a playlist countdown, so I'm using the playlist that I used while I was writing the book, and in my Instagram stories, like sharing one song from the playlist every day between now and launch. And I'm very proud of myself. I was telling Catrina earlier, before we started recording, because what would normally happen to me when I did something like this, if it was long term, and this is like, I'm sure a lot of this is like ADHD or whatever, but what would normally happen is I would get this big idea and I would plan and I would do it for about 5 days and then completely bog down because I would no longer have it in me to like create the graphic every day and do the thing I had to do every day. Yesterday, I created the graphics for the entire thing. So they're all just like there on my phone, ready to go, ready to post every day with the song on the playlist and a few notes about like why the song is there, how it relates to the book, or how it relates to my mindset when I was writing the book. And all I have to do now is every day just like upload the next image and add the music and put in a pre-order link, the link to my the place on my website where you can find all the pre-order links, and boom, that'll be like it's sorted. I kept myself from falling into that hole.
Did you
and
did you create a copy and paste for the link and the verbiage with the link?
Yeah, I don't have to do much because it's like an Instagram story link. So all I have to do is like pick the sticker for a link and then stick a link in there and then just put like click here in the sticker, because the other verbiage is just right on the image. So it's nice. It's nice. The image is doing doing the heavy lifting. Like, so my role, like all I have to do is do the pre-order link and I have it, like, you know, I have the link in my notes and then I can just copy that and paste it every time. So there's that. I'll be doing that every day. I'm going to be collabing on some more posts with my publisher. I don't know what those are yet, but we'll be doing those. I'll probably one of them will be about the launch event, which I just got an email about, with graphics and stuff for me to look over about our launch event at my local library in conjunction with a local bookstore.
Fancy.
Yeah, I just answered an email where my job was to look at these things that were already made and say, looks great to me. Thank you. And that was my email. That was my role. I love that. I'm also, so most of the events, there's 3 events. We have 3 live, like in-person events that are happening. 2 of them are being organized by my publisher. One is the library event we were just talking about and launch day. We're also working on a Boston event that is still being put together. I think they might have run into a snag that the original place they wanted to have it either didn't have the space for it or wasn't interested in doing it. I'm not sure, because we've like moved on to a different space. And then my sister is helping me put together a New York event, because we lived there a long time, both she and I.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have like a whole community of people there. It's going to be a very different crowd. Like both the local library event and the event in Boston will probably be like, yes, some people I know, but obviously we're hoping that the library and the bookstore will have their own like audiences that they'll draw in. That'll be people who are interested in the type of book that this is. The New York event, because we're not doing a conjunction with the bookstore, is very much going to be like our communities there. But that includes a lot of trans people, and that includes a lot of, man, when I think about like the layers of community that she and I have there, like everybody that we worked with when we were acting, plus all the people that we've met since, and people who we've done music with, and like it's going to be more of a personal event, in that probably most of the people who attend will be people who know us. But I think that it'll be very, very fun. And to reflect that too, like, so one of the things that my that the people at my publisher were telling me when we were putting together events is that, like typically a book event at a bookstore or library or someplace will include a reading, signing, and a conversation, like a Q&A basically. But they said, usually the Q&A type part is better if it's in conversation with like another author or another somebody else, that like keeps the conversation flowing in and amongst whatever, like if the audience has questions, but like to have a conversation. So the one in New York, I actually have asked my very good friend, an old friend, like from back when I lived in the city years ago, when we were both young and very naive. Her name is Lisa Stephen Friday, and she is trans. And she is a musician, a playwright, singer-songwriter. She has a one-woman show called Trans Am that she's performed a bunch of times, and has been commissioned to do other work. And I'm so excited that she agreed to like read my YA novel. Like we weren't sure like would she be interested in something like that, and talk to me about it, because I feel like it's going to be such an interesting conversation, because not only do we both have the experience of having been people who like discovered our identities later in life, and are making art about them now for different audiences. Like my stuff is for teenagers, and hers definitely, like isn't specifically, though I think teenagers could certainly consume her art as well. But we're also like just really old friends. So I think that'll be, and most of the people, a lot of the people who are there will know both of us. So that, I think that'll be very, very fun. And I'm looking forward to that as well, when I'm not busy freaking out about all the details, which is like, how am I going to get to New York? How do we get, like, because we're not doing this with a bookstore, I have to get the books there somehow. As an author, I can get like, I can buy the books from my publisher for half off and then sell them, like resell them. So that's how we deal with an event that's not in conjunction with a bookstore. But I'm like, how do I get cases of books to New York City when normally I would take the train? I'm not going to be able to take them. How do we get them delivered? Where do we get them delivered? Will my sister be able to bring them? Is she driving into the city? How are we going to get them there? Can I have them delivered to the venue? Will they get there on time? What if they don't get there? Oh my God, how am I going to get there? Do I have to figure out how to stay overnight? Oh my God, I don't have the money to stay overnight. What am I going to do? Like, these are my brain. This is my brain. Mm-hmm. Right now is like spiraling already about like whether or not the book's going to sell well enough, even though I'm aware that so much of that is out of my control. And it's weird to be working on a book that I'm not writing anymore. This is my first time in the marketing trenches for a book that's being published. And even though I am authoring, like big time right now, like I'm still authoring, but not that. And getting my brain to move from the things that I'm authoring to the thing that I'm now trying to help sell and help make successful is an interesting interesting feat. Yeah. that I need to practice and get better at. Whew. I just said a lot of words. What do you have to say, Catrina?
I was gonna say, it sounds exciting. It sounds like you've gotten quite a bit accomplished so far. You've got a lot that you're looking forward to. Some great things in the works. 2 major city events is quite an accomplishment. It's going to be quite a bit. Both, and that wouldn't matter whether you were an indie or a traditionally published author. It's a beautiful, wonderful thing. And I'm glad you're doing it. And I'm glad you're not resisting your publisher's urge for you to continue to grow what you're doing. I
Well,
do
the
that.
way I see it is they're the experts. So if I'm trying to do what they believe I should do and what they believe it's like I don't know what's going to be effective, and I'm definitely freaking out about that. I'm definitely already freaking out about if I'm going to have enough pre-orders, if I'm going to, like, what's happening, am I heading straight for the mid list, like what's going on, like how does this impact my career going forward. The thing in traditional publishing, and I think that we've talked about this like in indie publishing, usually like there's like a specific way that you build your career and build your audience. And in traditional publishing, there's such a focus on the debut because of how to what a huge extent how hard selling your next books are depends on how well your debut has gone or is perceived to have gone. Like I remember with my original agent, one of the things when we were trying to sell this book and we were having trouble with it, and she was like, there were places where she thought like we probably could submit it, who would publish it, but she didn't want to put me in a position where wherever, like whoever was publishing it, that became something I had to overcome, that it wasn't a strong enough deal or wasn't in a strong enough position, that would be something I would have to overcome later. And so like that's a thing that we always have to be thinking about, like is my debut going to make enough of a splash? Is it going to make enough of an impact to be something that helps me sell the next books, or is it going to be something that I'll have to overcome? And I guess I don't know yet. It's a little scary to feel. It's a little scary to know how much that's out of my control, but I think that's always out of your control. Even as an indie, like you can't really you can't control what happens. You can try to give a book its best shot, but you don't really have control over how it actually lands and how people respond to it. And for at least for traditionally published books, like how the first week goes is a huge deal. Like the first week after launch, like how many pre-orders did you get? How many sales do you get in the first week? And it feels terrifying to be looking at that. It's like exciting, but also scary, and I'm nervous, you guys. I'm nervous, but I do have the hair appointment booked, so my hair will look good at the events, and maybe that's what's really important.
It's funny. I always have those little things like that, or like hair, or whatever else I picked. Maybe it'll be a different tire or something. Like this little thing that at least helps with the mental approach to whatever big thing is in front of me.
Yeah.
So maybe that hair appointment will be that thing for you before you
hope
all
so.
the chaos really takes off. So what are you most looking forward to right now with what's coming, and knowing that this is going to be heard by our audience during your launch month? What are you most excited about?
I guess what I'm most excited about is just the knowledge that my book is out there. I would say if you guys are buying my book, or if you know teenagers especially who are going to have my book, like I would love to hear about it in comments to this podcast or on social media or wherever. Just knowing that people are like have my book in their hands, I am looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to I'm actually even looking forward to seeing what people think of it, regardless of what way it goes. Like putting my work out in the world and letting it become whatever it's going to be. I think as a storyteller, and I've always felt this way, no matter what I was working on, whether it was music, whether it was as a director doing like opera with my teens, or whatever, that the most powerful thing about art is that last step where it goes out to everybody, it goes out into the world, and it becomes as many versions of itself as there are people consuming it, because no person is going to meet your work exactly the same as any other person. Like there's always going to be like it's going to become whatever it is to them each time. And that's the best part. That's the important part. That's the powerful part. That's the part where we share our most important ideas with each other. Like that's where we share our inner lives with each other and see where they overlap. And really meet each other and really hear each other's truths. Like that's what this is all really for. So I'm excited for that to happen with the book, because this will be the first time that that's happened for me in this medium that feels as personal as this does. So I'm pretty excited about that. And yeah, I guess maybe that's a good way to kind of end this episode. If you guys do end up buying my book, I certainly hope that you will enjoy it. But whether you do or not, I would love to hear about it. And I promise I won't argue with you. I'm not going to read reader reviews on Goodreads. Don't worry. But if you're getting my book, let me know. And yeah, that's I'm giving you guys a piece of my heart. So take it as take it for what it is.
And I've only been able to read some of it myself, but I will tell you that I'm excited for your debut. I'm excited to celebrate with you, even if it is going to be virtually. And anybody who's listening to the sound of my voice, if you have 5 minutes, go over to the link in the description, conversation, comments, wherever we put it. Click on the link, buy the book. You will be so glad you did. I promise you, you will be glad you did.
I won't make that promise, but yeah, do it.
I will.
And thanks for being here, you guys. We'll see you next time.
Absolutely.
Bye.
No, you don't need to put yourself on the microphone, sir. But
oh hey, my cat is coming up on the desk too, so Ember is about to join as well. We have 4 cats writing today. 4 cats.
Moral support and creation incarnate chaos. That sounds right. I don't know if you are familiar with this, but at one point, our lovely romance authors led the charge in publishing in general. To be honest with you, they've led anytime romance takes a lean in one direction or another, everybody pays attention. And as indies, the romance authors decided to lead the charge into the basement. Now, what I mean by that, back in the early 2010s, like 2010, I'd say 2010 to 2015-ish, there was a lot of erotica being put out.
Mm-hmm.
So as we're getting into the spice, we're talking the spiciest of spice put onto the page, and a lot that pushed boundaries that most people would step back and question. The thing is, there really is a market for these books. And when I tell authors that if you want to write something, there's a good chance you will have readers. You might have to hunt for those readers, but somebody will want to read it. And that is not an exaggeration. And this is kind of a demonstration of how that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, people were talking about like all sorts of things. I'm not going to give too many details right now, but all sorts of very, very obscure things. And that led to a lot of the marketplaces. None of this stuff would have ever been published traditionally. I will tell you that right now, because no traditional author would have touched a lot of this stuff. And I've read some spicy stuff from the traditional publishing. This would not have been touched. But with that in mind, when I say they led it straight to the basement, I mean there's only a handful of independent publishing platforms or sales platforms indies can get access to that will still feature this, and none of them will put it on the first page. You actually have to go looking for it now. It used to be that these would be bestsellers very, very quickly. Very quickly. You put out smut and smut was bought.
Hi, I'm MJ Beasi,
And I'm Catrina.
and we are two cats writing. Sorry, we crack ourselves up.
Often.
Yeah, often. So I think today, I think our topic is schedules. We wanted to talk about scheduling, right?
Yes. And
Yes.
most of this is going to be based on the schedules that we are already enacting ourselves, and we're going to share how we manage what is ahead of us.
And you guys might notice on my back wall here today, I added a bunch of fan art for my various projects, along with the cover of my debut that's coming out. And part of what I did, why I did that, was as an illustration of what my brain looks like when I'm thinking about schedules. This back wall is my brain and all the projects that I have lurking in there, trying to figure out how to manage all of them. So that's kind of where I'm coming to the conversation from. Where are you right now in terms of your own personal schedule hell, Catrina?
I like the way you termed that. It feels so accurate.
Well, that's what I thought.
As we were talking about before we started the recording today, I have a lot. We've got a release coming up this month. We have about 31 stories in 31 days, where I'm writing a short story a day every single day this month.
Amazing.
Not really. I keep missing. I've got, let's see, as we're recording this, we're on day 13, and I have 8, somewhere between 8 and 10 that I think are done or basically done. I have about 13
Nice.
started. I at least one of them has a opening line, so I don't know if that really started.
That is started. You have to start somewhere. The opening line. There you go.
But yes, that's, and then of course we've got lots of other juggling, because we both have other things that we're doing for work besides writing and streaming
Yes.
and the podcast. And I'm sure you guys are noticing that list is starting to get longer.
I would say we maybe both have a problem with saying no to things. I know I have a problem with that. I'm trying to get better at it, but I don't know that I have.
I can honestly say I have gotten better to some degree. The other thing I'm working on in the background, though, is a business project. We're trying to find a brick and mortar space.
Oh, right. I actually remembered that you were trying to do that. I remembered something amazing.
In the background of everything, I'm also working on filing LLCs and opening the nonprofit and applying for grant. Well, grants will probably be next month once I get all the other paperwork done. So, yeah, that would be my current. That's my to-do list this month, and the scheduling is, of course, trying to juggle that around other family obligations, which have always been the priority in my career. And that hasn't changed either. Actually, the brick and mortar is kind of that too. We'll talk priorities at some point.
Yeah. I mean, and like if we're talking priorities, like I mean, I guess maybe that's a whole different conversation, but I'm definitely a person who prioritizes work. That's where I find my center, like my kind of core idea of who I am as a person is like doing meaningful work. So most of the work that I do falls under that category. So, I'm balancing teaching, which is really important to me, streaming, which was like a thing I picked up during the like early days of the pandemic, and has remained something that I really, really love doing, but has certainly become something of a job, even though I'm not doing it 7 days a week anymore like I originally was. 5 days a week is still a lot. And then authoring, which has taken on a whole new dimension for me now that I'm, my publishing career has like actually begun, and I'm on publishing schedules that are made not by me. I think part of the kind of short that I made recently was kind of coming out of a place where I'm in this new place where I have projects I'm working on. But so I have my debut, which is coming out, and there are events and things planned for that. Like my part in the publishing schedule for that is done. Now it's all, up at this point till release. Like I'm doing marketing tasks and stuff like that. And then I have, book events after when the book launches and so on. But because it was a 2-book deal, I also have another book. And we'd talked recently about deadlines, and I had turned the first draft of that in as on deadline. But I recently received the schedule for that too. So now I have like a full schedule from my publisher for my like developmental edit period, copy editing, like the design period, like all the different areas where I'm involved. And like, my book events are smack in the middle of developmental edits and stuff like that. And obviously developmental edits I think there's probably going to be a couple of rounds of that. But so some of the time the book won't be in my hands, it'll be in my editor's hands, but then it'll be back in mine, and I'll have things to do and things to work around. And that's kind of new for me, is like doing all of this stuff. Plus I'm on a publisher schedule, and now it's like kind of also crossing over like a publisher's schedule with 2 books. And certainly I'm hoping to sell another one soon. So I may be adding like another schedule on top of that, and that's a whole new thing for me. And then I'm thinking, wow, I really need to get my taxes done. So
Oh yeah.
before this stuff starts. So it's like scheduling has taken on a whole new dimension. As someone with ADHD, I have certainly discovered, like, I've been self-employed for a long time, and that has been great for me because I do better when I manage my own schedule, and I'm the one who decides when things happen in that sense. So it's funny that I didn't choose self-publishing, which would have put all of that fully in my hands. But now I'm in the middle of that. Like I have my own, like my teaching is, I'm self-employed as a teacher. And so I have that. And I'm obviously self-employed as a Twitch streamer. And technically self-employed as an author as well, but I'm operating as someone else's schedule there. And so it's like my latest issue with that has been when I came off the deadline for book 2 and I got the draft turned in, and then I immediately pivoted to working on my option, right? So in traditional publishing, like all contracts, pretty much most contracts have an option clause where the next book that you want to sell, you give your publisher the first chance to look at it. So we're like, getting a book ready for that. And so I'm working on that project. And because I have ADHD, and I definitely have that thing in ADHD where, out of sight, out of mind, I am now fully in love with that book again, and I could not give a crap about any of the rest. Like, I could not give a crap about my debut that's about to come out or the book that I'm going to be going into developmental edits for soon. And I'll be able to get that love back. But right at this moment, I can only think about this other book. It's like it's my whole world now. I'm in love with it. I that's all I care about. I'm like completely obsessed and hyper focused on that now. So I've been asking other writers, like, hey, how do you guys deal with this? How do you remember that you loved these other books that you still have to market and care about and even work on and with an editor and stuff. Like, how do you guys manage that? And so there's been a whole conversation. So I am curious. I'm curious, Catrina, how much, if at all, this is an issue for you in indie publishing. Like, how, if you're trying to manage multiple projects like that, and maybe it's a stretch to call this scheduling, but it feels like scheduling to me because it feels like, oh, I'm carving out places in my life for these specific projects. How does that work for you?
Scheduling is absolutely key. And this doesn't matter. I mean, it's even more so because I am ADHD. I am, and like we've discussed, probably, more likely more than just that. The schedule makes a big difference with getting stuff done. And like I've mentioned in other podcasts, I have a great admiration and respect for those who are absolutely dedicated and organized with their stuff. In my case, I have found that I have to dedicate certain days to recording the videos that I record because we're doing YouTube stuff now. I have to record. Oh yeah, I didn't add that to my list earlier. But if I don't, like, we have a day each week now that's completely dedicated to the podcast. I don't do anything else that is work related on this day unless it's going to be contributing to or enhancing our goals for the podcast. I have a day of the week dedicated to YouTube. That is, other than writing for the books that I have to get out or eventually editing in that window. And that I spend about an hour a day regardless of what is going on. Because if I don't put that in there, the writing will go away. I will let everything else sidetrack me, and then it's an effort to get back to it, and I don't do that. It's not usually good.
So you definitely do write every day. You're one of those writers who absolutely writes every day.
If I don't, even if it's just a few words, then and I've taken time off recently. Back in December, I wasn't writing every day, and getting back into it for 31 stories has been, like I said, I haven't made my mark, and I'm used to, even if it's just a short 1,000-word story, I'm used to hitting my mark at least, and I'm not hitting it because I let it stop being a habit. But each of us are different, and each of us have to schedule the way it works best for us. And the advantage with indie is that I can do it on my terms. So I can get up. I haven't been able to stream the way I'm used to. I like streaming 5 to 7 days a week. I haven't been able to because I've had to give rides to a bunch of family members because a bunch of us have cars down right now. And it's a little bit cold, so there's nobody's walking.
Just a tad.
And so I'm not streaming because that overlaps, but I'm still getting up and I'm still writing, or I'm sitting on my tablet and writing. So stories are still happening, even if I'm not able to get online or on stream, because they need to happen, because if I get out of that habit. So that's my schedule. Still every morning I get up and I write, even if all I do is spend an hour, even if all I do is a few hundred words. It's still writing, it's still progress. Although the current story, the characters are so alive, they're driving me nuts. I love it.
I wish I could be one of those writers. I've always felt like, because there's so many authors who will say, if you don't write every day, like you're not really doing it. Like it's like what you hear on social media. Like if you don't write every day, you're not really doing the job. And
I've heard that.
There have been times when I write every day, but then there are other times when I just absolutely can't.
Right.
And I don't.
And you don't have to. I don't care what they say. You do have to write with what schedule works best for you and for your ability to maintain your creativity and your workflow.
Yeah.
And that's different for all of us. And anybody who tells you otherwise is full of baloney.
Well, and I fully will say that I need to write more, I think. I some of the issues that I've had with some of the issues that I had with time management or my last deadline, I think could have been mitigated if I forced myself to set a little more time aside. What's been weird for me is that it used to be that early morning was when I always wrote. That was my best time. That's when my brain worked the best. But then when I started streaming, that's the only time I can stream. So the specific reason why I went from 7 days a week to 5 days a week streaming was to set aside 2 mornings where they were for writing. Now, I won't lie, the podcast is actually getting in the way, but I'll figure out a way. I'll figure out a way to do it because Tuesday, the day we record our podcast, which is it's Tuesday, used to be a dedicated writing day for me. It was one of my 2 only dedicated writing days, Tuesday and Thursday. But it is also one of the days, it was also the only day, my spouse has gone from here only 1 day a week. So generally, and it's not always Tuesday, but most of the time it is. So that's also the only time I can do podcast. So it's I'm not sure how I'm gonna handle this overall, and I may need to take another day off streaming, eliminate Wednesdays maybe or something like that to do writing in the morning.
Well, how did writing work for you when you were writing on stream for the project?
It actually works well. Writing on stream works pretty well for the most part. It's good for accountability, and I do find, I do writing sprints and so on. I do have a weird mental block about it sometimes where I don't want to delve into a part that I think is going to be really difficult when I'm on stream, because I will get inevitably something will happen. I'll get a raid or something where I feel like I really have to pay attention to chat, and then I will, and it'll have to pull me out of the thing. So I'm certainly working through some personal mental blocks with making sure that time is productive, but that I also can get pulled out of hyperfocus and be able to continue. Because that's the thing. I know we're always talking about ADHD, but it's because we both have ADHD, you guys. Mm-hmm. That's just, we both have ADHD. So a lot of times I have trouble switching tasks if I've gotten hyper-focused. So if I get in real deep with the work, then it can be a real challenge for me when something comes along, like a raid, or someone needs my attention for something, or I'll start to feel guilty because I'm co-streaming with a friend and I've ignored everything that they've said, those things will happen, and that's stuff I need to work through. So it's productive. It's definitely productive for me to write on stream. But it also isn't as fully immersed as or as potentially fully immersive as when I am just writing by myself. So there's advantages to both scenarios, and sometimes one's better than the other, but I also think having a consistent stream schedule is extremely important for maintaining Twitch viewership. So
it is.
Yeah, I feel like I have to have a schedule and stick with it. So if I'm going to feel like I need more time in the morning to write, because I'm, chosen to give some time to the podcast on a writing day that would have been a full day of writing before without distractions, then I should make it a part of my official schedule. I should do that every time, because I really think that makes a huge difference. I don't know. Our maybe in in ADHD fashion, we're taking this schedule discussion way off on tangents, but
No, I think that this is important because we do other things. And the great thing about streaming, when I started streaming writing to stream writing. And it's a productivity conversation. It's an opportunity to talk to other writers, to share my knowledge, to learn from others, to try to stick to a schedule that allows me to know that I am getting up, I am writing, I am helping others write. I absolutely will hyperfixate. You will be in my stream 1 minute, we'll be having a great conversation, then I'll get to a great part of the story and I disappear. And I hear that a lot. And then, of course, my model is like doing weird things now that I'm using a model predominantly. Yeah. So then I'll get comments on that. But, it keeps it entertaining at least. And we can set up a lot
Yeah.
of automations for when people come in for raids. If we are hyper focused, we can set up other chat things. A lot of the times, I know both of us, when we do have full active chats because we're there like we're supposed to be, unlike I've been lately, we know that our chat will happily welcome the raid on our behalf as well while
Yeah,
everything's going on.
if I have mods in the chat, that helps too. If I have mods
Mhm.
available at the time, which most of the time I usually have at least one mod who's like active. I go through. I'm sure you've had this experience too, but mods kind of tend to go through waves. Like you have mods, and then a bunch of them like just aren't really around that much anymore. So then you get new mods, and then they last for a while. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I finally went back and pulled off some of my mods that I had from the very beginning because I didn't want to unmod them and then they show back up and wonder what happened.
Yeah. Well, I was retire mods to the pink diamond. If I'm retiring them, they become VIPs. So at least they know that I'm still thinking of them.
If I still had more VIP space, I could do that.
Yeah,
ran
I've had to start
out.
deleting them. I had to start
So
taking away
annoying.
some VIPs from people who aren't in chat anymore.
But
Feel a little
besides
bad about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm the same way. But the good news
Yeah,
is
we
there are
need more VIP slots, Twitch.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Although I love that we can now add our artists, so there's that.
Yeah, that is great. That is wonderful. And I think where I got myself in trouble with VIP slots was having a VIP redeem. I don't know if you have that as a channel point redemption on your channel, but I do. So people who've redeemed VIP, I feel really bad taking it away. But some of them, sometimes they're people who haven't been around in, like a year. And I think, well,
I have a really, really high redeem for mine, and in most cases, if they can redeem it, and I take them off, say, I haven't seen them in 6 months, they are probably going to be able to come back and redeem it immediately. So, there's that.
Yeah, mine is quite high as well. It's like 100,000 channel points, I think. But
Besides
anyway,
all of that, back to schedules.
Scheduling. Yes, we were talking about scheduling, and here we are.
Proving
Yeah, I think
why we're ADHD.
Yes. Well, and I think when we talked, I think in the podcast where we talked about deadlines, we talked about how we talked a lot about scheduling then. Like these two topics do kind of cross over. I definitely do have to make schedules. I think I talked about this where it's like if I don't make a schedule for something and schedule in time for it, then I feel guilty that I'm not doing it. Anytime I'm not doing it. So like, but as long as it's got a spot in the schedule, then I know like, I can stop doing this at this time and do something new.
Mm-hmm.
And
what is the adjustment? Sorry.
No. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna ask?
I was gonna say, what has the adjustment been like for you going from everything on your timetable, your schedule, to having to work
Mhm.
with somebody else's schedule?
I actually like it's been pretty good. I mean, I would say the one place where it was rough was that thing where I think I needed to ask for a deadline that I hadn't been given, to help me. I think that I need to be more proactive asking for deadlines from my editor on things that they might not normally think that they need to set a deadline for. And certainly when it comes to writing on a schedule or like writing to a schedule that is someone else's schedule, and this is tied into the deadline discussion again, I think that it can be a challenge for probably every author in terms of like there are days when you know like you're like I have to get words down today or I'm really going to fall behind on what I need to do to be prepared to make this deadline, to fulfill like my obligations in this schedule here that's been made for me. And but the words are just not coming. Like it's just not a day where your brain is braining on the book and you're having a hard time. I think this actually can also tie in a little bit with the thing I was talking about where we get, hyper focused on an idea, and we're in love with that idea, which is great all the way up until for some reason that day you're not. But you still have to do the work. I think with any job at all in the world to be successful at it, and I suspect this goes for indie publishing just as much as it goes for traditional publishing, even though I'm on someone else's schedule and you're not, is there are days when you have to go to work and you don't feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be especially a struggle when the work is creative. So it's not just like, you can sit down and you have a task that is very straightforward and like all the pieces that you need for it are right there and you're just having to do the task. With creative work, you have to be able to create in that time. Like you're pulling things out of your brain that are not already created, that don't already exist. And so going to work on the days when you don't feel like it is an extra challenge because you have to make your brain somehow function in a way that it is not ready to do.
I
And
find
that can be really tough, but I
it
suspect
can.
that that's the same in the indie, right?
It is. That's actually why when I'm writing every day on my planned schedule, it's easier for me because my brain's already there ahead of time. So even if I, for example, don't know how to start this story for whatever reason, or I've gotten to a point where I'm not sure how to continue, my head's already ready to write. And even if I only get that one sentence or the handful of words in, it's in that state of mind where I'm ready to do that. So if I readjust to something else, I will have already met my time frame, my schedule. So I'm still making some kind of progress. That's part of what, for me, shifting off of that daily writing makes it harder to hit my schedules ahead of time. Because then I'm missing targeted goals because I'm not in the right frame of mind because it's harder for me to do. If that makes
I can relate, yeah. Well, and it's possible too that, I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, I think I am less productive as a writer since I started Twitch streaming because I gave up those early mornings to Twitch. So, like, that's a decision I made, and it has not necessarily been good for me as a writer. I think it's been good for me as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And I've made a lot of friends, and I have been able to like, I've been able to feel like a person who is not an isolated introvert all the time, which is my natural state, is like introvert.
Yep, I get
But
that.
because I'm Twitch streaming, I have a community there, and I'm in a household where we are still very COVID cautious. Like, we're one of the 5 people still COVID cautious, and so that that is kind of isolating. And mostly for me, it's been fine. But like, definitely, streaming, like being on Twitch, has been great for me because I've always still felt connected to the world and connected to other people. Taking those 2 days away, those 2 days back for writing in the morning, is probably the only reason why I have a career right now as an author. That needed to happen because when I was streaming 7 days a week, I was not writing very much, and things were getting rough. And the book that I'm actually currently hyperfixated on, I was struggling to complete. The one that's like the project that I'm working on right now with my agent. I struggled to complete it for a long time, and I never would have gotten there if I hadn't taken those days back. And it is possible that I'm going to have to take more back. Like, maybe I'm still on this trajectory of figuring out what I have to do if I'm really being an author for a career. Maybe I have to make some changes. Maybe I can't give away all my mornings, not even as many as I'm doing now, and still maintain this. So it's like it's a tough balance, and I'm definitely writing less. So maybe I'm actually suffering from the thing that you keep yourself from suffering from by writing every day, of like feeling sometimes that I have to get back in to the page, because I've been away for too long.
Well, and this is where writing on Twitch, even if all you're doing, like I said, is just a little bit.
Yeah.
You start off with writing. Perhaps you'll go and do your gaming thing after, but you can always start off with writing for, I'm going to spend the next half hour working on this specific scene, and I'm going to make it the way I want it, and then I'm going to move on. And
well, and yeah, it's a little complicated for me because I can only stream for a certain number of hours in the morning. Like, that is very limited. It's limited by like when my spouse gets up, basically.
But you've got a great community that you've already built, and they've been right there supporting you through this writing journey so far.
Yeah.
And you've got the writing community here on Twitch happy to support you.
I love the writing community I have discovered on Twitch. Thank you very much, Catrina. and I have, like, at this point I am writing 3 days a week and gaming 2 days a week on Twitch nowadays. And one of those is like pretty set in stone because it's like I play with other people. It's the Minecraft day on Saturdays, but and then Fridays I've been trying to set aside for the other game that I mostly play. And so I am writing on Twitch 3 days a week these days. So like, I guess maybe I have given myself those writing days back, those writing mornings back, a bunch of them. So maybe I shouldn't complain. I should be doing fine. I should be fine.
What kind of celebrations do you have built into your schedule? How do you celebrate achieving your goals in your schedule or keeping to your schedule?
Oh. Huh. That's not really a thing I do. Haha. Maybe I'm missing an important thing, an important element. We're learning here, right on the podcast, you guys.
Okay, I'm going to say this to everybody. My mindset shift came when my best friend and my then editor reminded me that I got X done, and I forget what it was. But he said something to me about, well, you'd done this and you'd done that. And my head was, well, but I didn't finish. I'm not done. I'm not. And I was absolutely in the I need to keep going mode, despite the fact that I don't remember At that point, I couldn't remember ever taking time to just relax and refresh. And there was nothing that I was celebrating at that point. But when I started to recognize, oh no, I did that. I did do that. I finished X, Y, and Z, whatever this was. And I can't remember exactly what progress I was doing, but it was one of those things where he said, yeah, but you did that. That's more than you did yesterday. Why are you so hard on yourself, basically? And then I thought about how many times have I in chat celebrated with somebody who got 200 words down, because I know how hard that can feel sometimes.
Oh my God, yes, it can. Yes,
But
it
I
can.
couldn't celebrate for myself.
Catrina, the wisdom.
Only comes from experience and brilliant people willing to remind us that it's okay to celebrate, that you may not be able to write your really hard scene on stream, but you got all the other stuff around it, and it's done and it's packaged and you did it. So when you have that day, even if it is just a Thursday, theoretically, in your schedule to do the hard stuff, you have less around it that you have to do because you got up those scheduled days that you planned to stream writing for 3 days a week and you wrote. And you should celebrate and commend yourself because you've come so far and so much closer to your ultimate goal with your writing project or whatever else you're working on at that point.
On that, like, oh, hi, Ember Cat. Ember Cat is purring into for all of you. Ember Cat is also appreciating the wise words of Catrina Taylor. On that note, maybe that is a good time to kind of wrap up our discussion, because I feel like that was so inspiring.
I just know it's a wonderful, powerful tool for keeping us on schedule and on targets when we stop for a few minutes and remember we did that and we got through this a little bit each time, every day, or every day that we've sat down to do it. And if we're going to end here, then I want all of you who are listening to us go into the comments section and tell us, what are you doing to celebrate and how are you keeping to your schedule?
That's an excellent question.
In the meantime, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today.
And Ember Cat thanks you too.
My babies have all been very polite and quiet. We'll see if they do that in later stuff.
Thanks, Catrina.
Thank you. And we will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Bye. This is what I want now. It's like that place where it switches off from being awkward to being really like the exact vibe and feel that you want. And that's such a great feeling. And more often than not, that happens for me in revisions rather than in my first like draft. It happens when I like go through to rewrite it all or like revise it all. And so yeah, I guess like that's kind of my strategy for coping with when the creative juices aren't flowing, which I've never really thought about as I don't think with me, I don't think it has been creative burnout. I think it's just been ADHD flavored writer's block, basically.
I find it funny that you will go through and write a whole scene. For me, when I get stuck like that, the way you're describing,
Uh-huh.
I blow stuff up. Usually literally.
Like, wait, in the book or IRL?
In the book.
Okay. It was when you said literally, I was like, okay, not really though, right?
Not
No,
in
in the book,
life,
yeah.
but I will literally put some kind of an explosion or some kind of major disaster. There will be a rock slide, there will be a hull breach, there will be weapons fire, there will be an unexpected sneaky assassin, there will be like, the list goes on that you just completely
Uh-huh.
not foreshadowed.
We should state, like, really upfront, just in case there's anybody who doesn't listen to the rest of this podcast and like this is as far as they get. If any agent asks for money, suggests that you should spend money, refers you to editorial services or any other kind of thing where you would be spending money, it's a scam. Like, just straight out, it's a scam.
Mhm.
Like, walk away right that minute. Agents work on commission only. They only get paid when you get paid, and they get paid directly, from the publishers. So you should never, ever, ever, ever be giving an agent money or their like third party whoever money. A lot of times when they say like, oh, I would totally sign you, but you need some editorial work, and I'm gonna need you to work with this editor. Here's their fees, or here's they usually get a kickback from that. Like, it's a deal that they have with someone, and that is part of the scam. Like, all of that is a scam. If there's money anywhere in there that is not flowing directly to you, it is a scam. So just putting that out there.
That applies to any of the publishers that you may apply to directly in a small press capacity. There are hybrid publishers that are not your vanity press, and those are different. They're going to be completely transparent with you up front. They're not going to sell you a quote package deal, and they will support you in your sales. They may not do all the sales marketing for you, but they will support you because they'd much rather see you succeed and come back to them with another book where you're both working together again. Whereas a vanity press doesn't care. They want your money, and you're not going to be guaranteed quality or anything.
Hi, I'm MJ Beasi.
And I'm Catrina Taylor. Welcome to Two Cats Pod.
Two Cats Writing. Wow, we did that perfectly in unison somehow.
Pretty close
Look
to
at us
it,
go.
Except that I use podcast instead of writing, so you were way ahead of me on that.
Oh!
I love our producer. They work magic.
Yeah, Decaf is going to have fun with this. Anyway, we're here to, this episode, we're here to talk about keeping things consistent in world building and stuff like that, right? That's our plan for today.
I think it's a great plan for today. And yeah, and there's a difference between, we're going to talk about the differences between, obviously, those of us who are writing series that are long and intricate, because that's pretty much all I write. and those who are not. And that is a factor in world building and how we do that. A big one.
Well, and I don't even know how much it's a factor in the world building, but perhaps in a factor in documentation and the way you deal with world building. That said,
Mhm.
well, no, we'll talk about that in a second. When you, so yeah, Catrina, why don't you go first?
Okay. A little background. My first 4-book eventually became 5-book series. I did not start cataloging my world building. To this day, I do not have a complete world built book Bible yet. I do have a website dedicated to that universe to turn into a wiki on that universe. That being said, it was a lesson in world building. World building, what exactly is world building? World building is how we construct the universe that our characters are going to play in, whether it is contemporary, in which case it's very similar to things that we're dealing with today, or it's historical with our own slant, and then it's often based in the time period in which you're focused on, or far future and the constructs that we foresee possibly being a factor at that time. And that's when we're talking about world building, that's what we're talking about, is the construct of the world around us. That being said, MJ has done YA fantasy predominantly, more paranormal.
Yeah, why contemporary fantasy? So not high fantasy. It's not, you're not in another world. We're in our own like world here today. But there is magic of various kinds depending on the book. I guess the very first book I wrote was not high fantasy, but a little bit low key portal fantasy, because there were two universes kind of, but one of them was our universe, our here and now. So I feel like it still falls into contemporary fantasy. There's just also this other place, and both are equally important in that book. That book that I hope will see the light of day one day. And so when we were talking a little bit before the podcast, I was like, ha 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 ha, Catrina, you're going to find out just how chaotic I am in real time in this podcast, because I'm going to tell you guys right now, I have never, ever, ever, ever even tried to have a book Bible, like for any of my worlds that I have built. That's not to say that I don't write things down, because I do. And that very first book that I wrote, the one that didn't get me an agent and I hope will appear in some forms to, eventually, but was, as at least for the moment, kind of on the back burner. That one I did write down a bunch of world building things when I was going into it, when I was like thinking about writing it. And then I got into the writing and I changed it all like as I went. I think that's when I really discovered that I'm a pantser and that I make most of it up as I go. Like I might have a concept that is a world building type of concept that has something to do with the magic system and whatever else is going to be happening in the book, in that universe. I might start out with something, but I'm largely making up the details of it as I go. And while we could say, like, it would be fair to say that there's probably a difference between when you're writing a long series, like something that Catrina would do and a lot of indie writers would do. I think that series are much, much more common in indie publishing, especially nowadays, where in categories where there used to be a lot of series, they're really, like, it's very, very difficult to to sell something that is, bigger than 2 books, longer than a duology. At least I guess I can only speak for YA, but I think it's very, very difficult nowadays to sell series, unless you're an extremely established writer with a huge fan base, that's already existing. So I think in indie that's way more common, because I think that you guys usually do better with series, right? Like, series is kind of how indie publishing works the best, it seems like. You can correct me, if I'm wrong
I
about
know
that,
a
but
lot of people who do a lot of standalones. And they
standalones.
do okay with their standalones,
Mhm.
but these are people who generally have a lot of money to put into the marketing.
Mhm.
They have a lot of time to invest in the marketing. And that's what they're most comfortable with. So they can produce a backlist pretty quick, so that then when a person is done with one book, while it's not a series, they will go look for another book. And I have
Mhm.
seen that. Like, I'm at the library now where I have 3 regular patrons that come in looking for specific authors. I have one that has actually gone so far as to print out all of the names of every title by a specific author. And if it's not on our shelves, she orders it in from another library so that she can still read this author.
Mhm.
And so
That's
that just,
amazing.
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And I think it's great when authors can do this. And this particular author, she's a higher mid-list author, but she's still a
Mhm.
mid-list author.
Mhm.
And absolutely has people who just love their work. And that just kind of reinforces to me why
That's
I
nice.
like my series. But also, I don't know how to write small stories. I tried. I mean, I can write
So
shorter versions. So, like, I can write 20,000 words, but that 20,000 words, instead of being, part of a 4-book series, is now
like a 16-book series or something.
right. Which is in the making for one of my series. Like, back when we
Right.
first recorded, I talked about my Protector series. And yes, that one, as of right now, is looking at 3 essentially episodic type seasons. And those would be about 5 to 6 books a piece. So we're talking, 15 books.
Well, good
I think.
thing you're an indie.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
Um,
And I have seriously thought, since we started doing this podcast, about trying to consider how I would possibly go about the process of going hybrid. But exactly what you just
yeah.
pointed out, they won't buy my series. And I am
Well,
not
maybe when
one
you
to
have that
be
great
difficult.
standalone idea, that'll be the time.
Uh,
You saying that's never gonna happen? You don't
I
know,
have,
Katrina. You don't know.
well, I actually do have one standalone
Mm-hmm.
concept.
Mm-hmm.
And is the only standalone concept that I've got. But every time I talk about it, it literally makes the hair on my arm stand up.
So that's the one. Maybe that's the
Uh,
one. That's your hybrid. Maybe that's your hybrid book.
oh,
Um,
maybe, but I struggle to write it because I
you're
have
already
things.
writing 10 series.
Yeah, that probably has something to do with it. It's a story concept that I've had around for a lot of years, and I think it would be so much fun. And it is, it deals with, it's still science fiction, but we're talking it's temporal science fiction.
Mm.
And it is the only story that I've had in my head that would be a standalone that I think I would be capable of writing. But at the same time, like, I like earning a living, finishing the stories before my readers come after me, like, excuse me, ma'am, which I have had happen before. Uh, could you finish
uh,
this book? I'd like to read it now. Oh,
um, so, I was about to, what I was getting around to was that, you could argue that there's, an inherent difference there where you have world building that has to, last over a long series, and so you have so many details to keep track of. And however, I have heard so many traditionally published authors who write mostly, standalones and duologies, which is mostly what we can get, especially in YA these days. Talk about how you have to have your book Bible, and I have never had that. I write things down in sort of a chaotic manner. Like, usually there's a long document somewhere that has me writing down a thing, and then a little bit later in the document, there's like all caps, like, no, wait. What if this is the thing? And it's like the evolution, like the document kind of like over time sort of shows the evolution of my ideas for the world building. And I might write down like little complex bits of it, but mostly I just keep it in my head. And I don't know if this is a good way to go about things or not, but it is the way that my brain works. And as a pantser, obviously, part of my continuity is always going to be a thing that I have to keep a lot of track of, because I do change my mind a lot and discover a lot as I go. So I'm always having to go back to the beginning. Like, my first revision of any draft is usually me going back to deal with all the world building that I made decisions about later in the book that I now have to find a way to, reconcile with what's there already. Usually there's, rewriting involved. Or a lot of times those like little new inspirations of world building come out of something that I actually did do earlier in the book that I didn't realize could be as significant as it is. And then I'm like, wait a minute. I already figured out the solution for this.
Unplanned foreshadowing. It's great.
I already know how to deal with this because I put this thing back here. Oh my God. I'm brilliant. Like, that's, like, I'm so smart. I don't even know how brilliant I am at the time. I already solved this problem that I thought I created for myself. No. The solution is back there in chapter 2. That's a lot of how I work on those things. I do, with continuity, have an advantage now being in traditional publishing, where my book will every single time at a certain point have a copy editor assigned, and part of the copy editor's job is to go back and figure out continuity errors, and a lot of those are probably going to be world building related. Not always. Like, for instance, I can't remember if I've told you guys about this before on the podcast. I don't think so necessarily. Maybe, I don't know. There was this whole thing in I Was Teenage Death God that I named, and my copy editor and I continue to refer to as the binder debacle of 2025. Where my character, who would prefer to be wearing a binder most of the time, like when not, like at home, like in pajamas or sleeping, didn't have one at a certain point for reasons that I won't spoil you about. And then I, not that long after, like, wrote a scene where definitely they had it back, and the copy editor was like, when did they get that back? And I was like, oh, they didn't. They still don't have it. Oh, I have to figure out a way they can't have it here. There's no way to get it back here. There's no time.
Uh-oh.
They're going to have to be without it for a while and then figure out how to get it back, like, down the line. Like, that's a future thing. So yeah, that was the binder debacle of 2025. And that's not exactly world building, because that's just like a piece of character that's character building there, that Charlie wears a binder. But
that's a fact.
also,
that's important.
yeah. but also world building would be the types of continuity that that a copy editor might catch if the editor already hasn't caught it during, earlier rounds of edits, because developmental editing and line editing both are going to come before copy editing. So at least I have somebody to catch. I now have somebody whose literal job is to catch my world building snafus if I have not done so before. And I still don't have a book Bible. I still don't. I maybe I'm a bad author, you guys. This could come back and bite me. I mean, as it is, my career is probably going to be, mostly standalones, duologies. Man, I'd love to write a trilogy just because that's how I think about stories. There's always big arcs. I want that middle section where everything goes to hell, and the second installment ends with everything in a terrible, 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 terrible place for everyone. That Empire Strikes Back section of your trilogy is my favorite part. Two Towers. Oh,
Yeah.
it's that middle one. That middle one is the one. That's my favorite. I love it when everything's bad. But will I ever be able to sell a trilogy? Stay tuned. Stay tuned, I guess.
Oh.
Because they're really hard to get these days. But yeah, so world building. I do not document well, I don't think. So you should listen to Catrina's advice on documenting your world building, I think. Probably, listeners.
I can try. I'm going to be honest with you. When it comes to my world building, the way I make notes, I have a protector's running notepad, basically. It's on Drive. And I should have one for Xerox too, but I got inspired by the Star Trek wiki. And that's what I want to do for Xerox. I want to open up Xerox for other writers to write in that world. But that would require a wiki so everybody would know where the world building is.
Right.
And so that's been an ongoing years-long process for me. But
I cannot even imagine putting together a wiki. Oh my God.
I will need a team of friends that have read it, and thankfully I have them. As far as we're going to start with point that is in common. As far as keeping my stories consistent, I have one editor that has read every single one of my books in each series. I stopped changing editors after the first book because I had found, the whole term too many chefs in the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
So I had 2 editors by the 3rd book, and that's who I stuck with. But one of them has read the whole series from the beginning, and the second one, it did not initially read the whole series from the beginning, but eventually caught up. So one focused on developmental and copy, and the other did mostly line and essentially beta reading after that, because by the time she got to the line edits, honestly, because the other editor had done such a good job, I did not need as much line by line kind of support. And that just comes from practice. That comes from doing this. I think that was 3rd or 4th book when I really started getting a better grasp on silly things like commas. And when can I break those grammar rules?
Right.
But I learned that I needed to keep consistency in the other eyes that were providing feedback. And I don't care if you're an indie or if you're traditional, you need somebody else to read the book to help you catch those consistency errors, or you need to be willing not to release your book right away. If you're going to go full indie, write the whole series, then go back and edit or go back and revise, because by then you're not looking at it with the eyes of the author, you're looking at it with the eyes of an editor, because you've given yourself enough distance from it. And then get it to an editor if you're still brand new at this. And if you're not brand new at this, get it to a team of beta readers, because they're going to catch consistency errors that will be there if you don't. We're going to make mistakes, all of us. Now, I keep notes on all the most important pieces. So, for example, on my Protector series, they deal with Stargate-esque portals. Planet traversing wormholes from point A to point B. They have the concept of ships. They even understand how to build something that can travel through at warp. But they don't, because they have this other network. Now, in Xerox, we do faster than light travel. We do specifically warp bubbles. I have the mechanics as they apply to that universe, and I have those noted down because I need to know that when I'm writing other books. Is it an organized note? It's in a notebook. It's not even online properly. Is it organized? No. Do I find myself having to go back for hours sometimes, flipping through pages, trying to find this one issue, and then still find myself going, all right, I can't find it, write it the way I see it right now, and then I send it to the same editor and I beg him to give me feedback, at which point, this is one of the most, I don't think they have the most passive way of dealing with most conflict. Like they're the kind of person who will sit there and reason with you all the way through something. But when it comes to the books and when it comes to making something right, he doesn't give me any room. We had a conversation where I was like, but this is the way it is. I can't see it working in it. Like, you have to. It has to be this way. And I know I can trust that his goal is my best interest and the best quality for the book. This is an important trust factor that you have to have in your career as a creative and as an author. So while it would be great if you have a book Bible digitally compiled for your editor, if you don't, have an editor that's going to work with you from the very beginning for a full series if you're writing a series. Because while they may not have that digital book Bible, they will have an understanding and a familiarity with your books. So they will be able to identify when something doesn't feel right. And when they put their foot down, trust them.
I just saw, where was it? I feel like it was you just reminded me of, I think it was a friend's newsletter. I think it was another author's newsletter that I got like not long ago, and I'll track it down so that we can link it, so that I'm not just like, plagiarizing my friend's newsletter without without any credit or whatever. Yeah. I feel like the title of the newsletter was something like "The editor is always right" or something like that. Like, the editor is usually right. It was in appreciation of editors, and in this case, this person is traditionally published, so it's the editor who acquired their book, and saying like, you should listen to your editor because your editor is almost certainly right. And I think that's that's generally correct across the board. I think the editor is always right. Like, maybe not always, but pretty much always right. Close enough, like statistically close enough that you could say always.
If as an indie
Yeah.
you've taken the time to vet your editor is there in your corner. So yes, 100%. I've had one instant where the editor tried to change one of my characters. I would not agree with that editor being right. However, that their goal was to the benefit of the book. It just wasn't an accurate. They just weren't a good fit for me.
Yeah.
And that's the part that we need to keep in mind, is that our editors are in our corner. I literally had to remind myself sometimes not to kill the editor when I first started, because I didn't want to make all the changes.
I am so grateful to have an editor. And I guess it's a little different. Like, it must be, we never really talked about this. Maybe this is a whole other podcast, but talking about editors, because whereas, like in my scenario, like in traditional publishing, so the person who acquired my book is my editor. Like, they picked the book, right? They read the book. They felt like they had a vision for it. They had they loved the work. They wanted to work on it. They felt like they could sell it to their publisher. And succeeded, so they were able to acquire it, and now they're editing it. So from the get-go, I'm like, wow, my editor loves my book, like, obviously, because they acquired it. They love it, they understand it. We had a whole call, where they offered on it, and I felt like they understood me and my work so well, and I was thrilled to have this person acquire my book. Like, absolutely thrilled. I loved, their other work with the publisher, and that's like a pretty straightforward process for finding an editor that's really, like, because of the way that traditional publishing works, where you're not going to get an offer on a book that an editor doesn't love, and you're not going to accept an offer if the editor doesn't seem like they really get the work, and they're going to tell you about their vision for the book when you do the call. So, like, all of that stuff is, like, pretty easy out of the way, like, right at the beginning. You're in good hands, and you probably are going to end up being a good fit. Maybe there might be circumstances where that's not true, but I would say the odds are really in your favor because of the way it comes about. But for you, in indie publishing, where you are hiring an editor, I would be fascinated to know what that process is. Like, how, like, does the editor read your work first, and then you come to the conclusion that you want to work together? Or do you hire somebody that's recommended by somebody else? Like, how did you end up finding, like, editors that were the right fit?
In my case, I kind of hired a lot of. Keep in mind the era in which I started, because that was a factor. I started when indie as a profession was just becoming professional. And so the industry was forming around me, and you had a real low flat rate to get your editors hired. And so I would hire them to work on the book, and I gave them a flat rate, which today I would still prefer to work flat rate, but that's just because I'm very budget conscious, and it's easier to plan when you know a number. And
Right.
The editors that I still work with today will work with me that way. Although my favorite editor has gone on to become like a vested partner in my books and everything, and that's a whole nother thing. But when all of this started, I kind of shopped around a lot. And my advice for finding an editor that works for people today is to do start with recommendations. People who have had experience with specific editors, or who have seen their work in other ways, or look at a book if it's an indie, there's a fair chance the editor will be mentioned on the book somewhere, either in the copyright page, or in my case, it's not unheard of for some of my books to have the editor specifically named on Amazon or wherever else I may have it listed. Any place that an indie can give credit, often we do, because we're all small businesses in this.
That makes sense. And in traditional publishing, usually like the main editor is obviously credited. But other editor, like the copy editor, probably isn't credited specifically in the book that I recall. I don't want to say like that for sure, but I feel like there's a lot of people who work on the book whose names aren't on it. But that's the publisher's, that's their realm, not mine. But my editors, like my acquiring editor, their name is definitely on the book.
Which I think is beautiful, and they should be. Because when people go looking for their version, they have some place to reference and say, well, this is what this person has acquired and been able to do with this book. And I like...
Actually, I'm going to double check.
I know when it comes to doing this on your own, you don't want a different editor for every single book. Ideally, you want an editor that you can trust, an editor who's used to working with you. And that doesn't mean you only want one editor, but you need at least one editor that you can work with consistently. And when you do hire other editors, make sure that they're focused on the different parts of the editing than what other people are doing. Because just like the author, the editor can get drawn into the project, and the editor can miss things that they think they caught. So don't... I was just going to say, don't write off if you do hire an editor and they miss something. There's a fair chance they were focused on something else at the time.
I just want to really quickly retract my previous statement. No, my editor's name is not on the book. It's me, obviously. The publisher, the designer, and the cover illustrator. Those are listed like on the inner front flap thing, like the page where like the copyright information is. Okay. I thank my editor in the acknowledgments, so their name is in the book, but I was incorrect. The acquiring editor's name is not on the book. And wait, let me make sure that's true over here. Yep, nope, cover design and cover illustration and page 3 publishing. So I was wrong. I think I worked so long doing I was mainly a reviewer, though I did do some editing in the manga industry, like the North American, what's the word I'm looking for? Localization of Japanese comics, and there usually everybody is credited. So I had assumed, but no. That said, it is pretty easy to find out who editors are, at least who our acquiring editors are, at if you find the book announcement. If you find like for intertraditional publishing, if you find like the Publisher's Weekly announcement or wherever they announced when the book got sold, it will say who acquired it. That said, sometimes that person doesn't end up actually editing the book. I've had friends who had more than once had their books acquired by an editor who then left the publisher for one reason or another before the book was actually getting edited, and somebody else was assigned as the editor. So like, it's not a given necessarily that the acquiring editor is going to be the editor of the book, but it is mostly the case that that's a person doing developmental edits, basically developmental edits and line edits The copy editor is probably a different person. Well, it's almost certainly a different person. The proofreader is a different person. Like, there's other people involved, but anyway, I just wanted to correct that before the YouTube comments started filling up from people in traditional publishing going, MJ is full of crap. MJ doesn't know what they're talking about. MJ. You're right, I assumed a thing. I had it in my head, but I was wrong. I was wrong.
Being brand new.
I literally have only had one book that's hasn't even been released. The only reason I even have, they sent me an early copy. The only reason I even have like the full everything is I have one copy that they sent me early on, which I am thrilled to own. And plus I have the ARCs, but and I think the ARCs have mostly the same inner material. They just don't have the same jacket.
Yeah, they should be identical otherwise.
Yeah.
As I understand it, obviously.
I mean, except for things that get the ARC, the things that will be different in the ARC is the ARC is pre-proof. So it is an unproofed book. So the proofreading stage happens after that. So there are changes in the officially released book from the ARC, but that should be it. And there are minimal, like usually the author doesn't get to make any changes at that point. I think that there are rare circumstances where that can happen, but mainly it's just a proofreader.
So getting back to world building, because
world building. Oh right, haha.
Getting back to the world building, you want to make sure that in keeping everything consistent includes keeping notes about any significant changes. If you're a magic writer, a writer in fantasy, you're dealing with paranormal, and perhaps you've got vampire subclasses, or you're dealing with different types of ghosts or different kinds of necromancers. You want to identify those somewhere for your own reference. Ideally, you'll have that available to your editor when the time comes, and your editor will be able to use that to make sure you're being consistent from the start. If you don't have that and you have an editor that's working with you from the beginning, take the time to discuss it with them. When they hit a point, make sure you're available to discuss and answer questions in case they need to be clarified on, did this thing change along the way? But for your own sake, keep a running note, keep a tablet, a journal, a notebook, even if it means being lost in it for half an hour trying to find something. It's worth having. It'll stay present in mind, and it'll help to make, at least for series, a whole lot easier to stay consistent and not have to go back and reread your own book while you're writing the next 2 or 3 or 4. And those are the things that I have found to be most helpful. And I do not understand the concept of the standalone thing very well when I'm acting.
I have so many standalone ideas, but also I've been encouraged to develop standalone ideas because I am in traditional publishing, and that's mostly what you can sell. So I have a whole page full of standalone ideas that I like kind of go back to every time I'm looking to work on a project, and some of them end up being for novels and some for short stories or novellas. And anyway, folks, why don't you tell us in the comments, tell us about your book Bibles, the thing that MJ does not have. Tell us about them and how you develop them, and we'll be dying to read those.
All the advice can go both ways, guys, and we're grateful when it does.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also
Maybe you
curious.
can turn this bad author around, and I will make a book Bible one day. It could happen.
People are releasing those too. All right, our friends. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
Yes, thank you. We'll see you next time.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
So this is where it gets complicated for me. When the
Yeah.
ADHD, I'm going to call it a flare up. It's not a flare up. It's just that I let it take over for whatever reason. Life gets distracting or stressful.
Yeah.
Circumstances, situations beyond my control start to interfere and the ADHD gets intrusive. This is actually where Twitch initially started for me. I already get up at crazy in the morning anyway. And I write.
Same.
And I sit there for 2 or 3 hours normally and write. And that was my schedule for years. And then I saw people on Twitch doing it. And I was like, well, why am I not just doing that? Because the accountability means I will actually be writing. And so that became my deadline mitigator. That became my accountability partner. Everybody I talked to on Twitch. And so now I started, like, around the same time I started streaming, I started doing this other challenge that I'm doing in January. Because usually by the end of the year, everything I plan has gone off the rails. And last year was no exception. We both know, like, my last
That's
2
so
months
real.
were insane.
That's so real.
Right? So
Yeah.
I start every year with a short story a day challenge. And it is literally write a short story every single day for the month of January. Without fail. Are
I
they
am
good short
shaking my
stories?
head. I am shaking my head so hard right now, like, oh, no, not me. Never, never. I'm so impressed.
No, you don't need to put yourself on the microphone, sir. But
Oh, hey,
it's
my cat is coming up on the desk too, so Ember is about to join as well. We have 4 cats writing today. 4 cats.
works. Moral support
Yes.
and creation incarnate chaos. That sounds right.
So this is where it gets complicated for me. When the
Yeah.
ADHD, I'm going to call it a flare up. It's not a flare up. It's just that I let it take over for whatever reason. Life gets distracting or stressful.
Yeah.
Circumstances, situations beyond my control start to interfere and the ADHD gets intrusive. This is actually where Twitch initially started for me. I already get up at crazy in the morning anyway. And I write.
Same.
And I sit there for 2 or 3 hours normally and write. And that was my schedule for years. And then I saw people on Twitch doing it. And I was like, well, why am I not just doing that? Because the accountability means I will actually be writing. And so that became my deadline mitigator. That became my accountability partner. Everybody I talked to on Twitch. And so now I started, like, around the same time I started streaming, I started doing this other challenge that I'm doing in January. Because usually by the end of the year, everything I plan has gone off the rails. And last year was no exception. We both know, like, my last
That's
2
so
months
real.
were insane.
That's so real.
Right? So
Yeah.
I start every year with a short story a day challenge. And it is literally write a short story every single day for the month of January. Without fail. Are
I
they
am
good short
shaking my
stories?
head. I am shaking my head so hard right now, like, oh, no, not me. Never, never. I'm so impressed.
So the book by mail is mine. That is a project I'm using to help fund everything. And it is literally going to be when people get signed up and subscribed, they'll get 2 chapters a month or 2 portions of the story mailed to them in the mailbox every month. But it comes with like a little subscription box. So you get little stickers, you get little trinkets. When we get the 3D printer running, you'll get little pieces of just unexpected stuff, like a little subscription box, but it'll be related to the story that we're sharing. And it'll be delivered by mail right now to my friends in the United States and in Canada. It goes out every 2 weeks once we have everything finalized, which should be before this month is out, because I've already got the first 3 chapters are done. At the end of a year, you'll get a copy of an ebook of everything that has already been delivered by mail, without all the goodies and stuff, because you've gotten the goodies already. And then when we get it into print, the first people who get option for print will be the people who are subscribed. It's just another way of being able to do something that's different and nice and unique. So when people are signed up for it, they're getting a goodie box basically in the mail, a letter from me every 2 weeks, a portion of the story, and perhaps it'll be a piece of art, or it'll be a printed piece of something. It'll be fun. It's stickers, custom for the project, that kind of thing.
Hi, welcome to Two Cats Writing. I'm your host, MJ,
And I'm your other host, Catrina.
and we're here today to talk to you about tips to get to the end of your first draft. And I'm going to immediately hand this over to Catrina. I have some tips. But she might have more. I'm going to let her start.
Forewarning, I am doing this recording with an extra kitty. My oldest furry boy is on my lap, so if we get distracted, sorry. If you hear his purrs, I'd say I'm sorry, but they're very soothing, so maybe I'm not sorry.
Yeah. Well, and the more cats involved in the podcast, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Agreed.
Mhm.
Let's see, besides that, getting to the end of a draft. I think
Getting
it's
to the
something.
end of the draft.
I have so many people that once they find out I'm an author, that they think about writing and they ask, well, how do you get there? A lot of people will ask how you finish a story. They'll be like, I have these great ideas, but I don't know how to write it, or I don't know how to end it, or I don't know how to whatever. Which is why I thought we should do this one.
Well, and I just saw someone on social media ask, like, authors, have you something along the lines of like, authors, do you ever get, or do you still feel anxiety or something like about whether or not you can finish a book? And I had responded at the time that like the first time I finally decided to start writing a book and started writing a book, I didn't tell anyone I was doing it for a long time because I was worried I wouldn't be able to finish it. I was worried I'd never finish it and then I'd be embarrassed that I told everybody I was writing a book.
I find
But
that
then I
interesting.
did. I've gotten to the end 4 times now. Different books. Not as many times as you, but
I sorry, juggling pets. My bad. I'm what 67 now.
Mhm.
67. It's kind of funny. I giggle when you talk about how fast your publisher works. Your publisher does work really fast for a publisher.
Oh yeah, very. Considering the steps that are involved in
Yeah.
traditional publishing.
So besides that detail, so I tend to publish much faster because I have the flexibility to, and I have the team built over the years to do so.
Mhm.
But that means I have to get to the end, or I can't work with my team, and it really depends on what I'm sitting down to do. But the best way for me to get to the end is to know what the end is, which I think we've talked about before, and then kind of start from the beginning, and just that I come back to it every day, whatever it is, until it's done. And that is the best advice that I can give because it's the most consistent for me. And I think I told you this before we started to record, that I probably sound like the greatest broken record ever written or ever heard, because it really is that specific for me. I just come back to it, even if all I can write that day is 5 words. It's 5 more words than I had the day before. And I come back to it regularly until it's done, because that's the only way that I found to actually get to the end. So while everyone is worried about, oh, I got to this slow spot and I can't push through, like we talked about, I get to those spots, I blow something up, something goes boom, something extreme happens. If I can't figure out what to write, then something extreme happens that the main character has to respond to, or characters, depending on the series. Most of my series have a big cast. So they have to respond to it, and so that continues to move the story forward. And it doesn't have to be an actual explosion, although it could be. And so, as silly as that sounds, that is my biggest tip, is to just keep writing it. And when you're not sure and you feel like you're really stuck, you just write a couple of words. It literally might be 1 sentence. No, you don't need to put yourself on the microphone, sir. But
Oh hey, my cat is coming up on the desk too, so Ember is about to join as well. We have 4 cats writing today. 4 cats.
works. Moral support
Yes.
and creation incarnate chaos. That sounds right.
So I have I guess the tips that I would give are they're not as exciting as like blowing something up. But the things that work for me for getting to the end, and by the way, my cat may walk in front of my camera and stop it from functioning, so just FYI. So she's here trying to get pets. The things that have helped me when I get really stuck, and it happens pretty often, especially if I'm on a deadline, where I'm absolutely feeling the panic of like needing to get to the end by a certain time. I think that anxiety will actually amplify my sense of feeling stuck. And the couple of things that I tend to do are, one, if I get really, really stuck someplace, I'll just like put in a little placeholder, like little brackets that say such and such happens here, and then like skip over something that felt hard to write. Because I'll usually know what I want to have happen, but that doesn't mean that I know how to get it on the page. And so putting in a placeholder, like giving myself a break from whatever that thing is that's holding me up, that's feeling too hard to write, and like going on to the next thing and coming back helps me get to the end. And then the other thing, and this is something that I do that might not work for everyone, it depends on like what your personal strengths are as a writer and what feels easy to you. For me, like dialogue is my easy place. Like that's my sweet spot. Like writing dialogue, like just back and forth between characters, is the easiest thing in the world, and writing all the narration around that is what feels harder. So I also sometimes will give myself a break if I'm really struggling with the narrative parts of it. And I will just write whole scenes full of dialogue and then go back. And I think I've maybe talked about this before too. I tend to think, because I used to be an actor, I tend to think of scenes as though they're being acted out, like on a set, like with people. And so I tend to think of this as writing the play and then going back and adding the stage directions afterwards. Because when I do write a scene, I'm envisioning it in my mind. I'm a very visual writer in that sense, that I like always am visualizing the scene in my mind, and I'm watching how the people, the actors as it were, how they're moving their bodies, what their faces look like what they're doing, how they're saying the words. And on one hand, I feel like because of that, I have a really great sense of all of those things. On the other hand, because I'm visualizing it, doesn't mean that I know how to say it. Doesn't how to put that into words is often very difficult for me. So so I will often write like huge swaths of just dialogue and then go back in and add in all the quote unquote stage directions, the narration. And the one exception of things that I might put in there are during the dialogue section are things like dialogue tags. And someday I want to do a podcast about this, about like just dialogue and rhythm in dialogue, and all the things that I use to create pauses, to create the expression of not just the written dialogue, but how it sounds and how it comes out of the character's mouth. Dialogue tags or specific specific pieces of narration that are there to alter the tempo or rhythm of the dialogue might be the parts that I put in even then. But those are things that I will do if I'm feeling really stuck and I just need to be able to get on to things that are easy to write and put off the harder things. Like on one hand, that means that when you're going back to do revisions or to finish, there's a lot more left to do. There's a lot more writing left in there rather than just editing. It's a very messy way of drafting, but sometimes that's what gets me through and gets me to the end. I'm not generally good at turning off my inner editor if I'm putting words on the page. I'm not good at letting them be messy. And so that's why the way that I deal with that is sometimes just leaving a bunch of words out and not putting them there yet.
Two things I found that advice I got very early on was one, that you can write out of order. What you're describing is going back as a revising. To me, that's just not an incomplete manuscript. So if I have a character on ship A and I later see them on ship E and I don't have the connection yet, I will write what I see on ship A, I will write what I see on ship E, and then I will go back and figure out how did they get from A to E. I tend to write like I'm following the characters. So like if a character walks into a room and I need to follow them to move the story along, I just kind of follow them along, and that's the person that ends up on the page instead of the person maybe we walked onto the page with. It's a different kind of visualization since I don't have the experience with plays, but I do think it's easier for me to write when I do visualize. At the same time, I've actually met some authors that struggle with visualization just as a general way of thinking, which is
Oh, lots of people can't visualize things in their head at all. Like there's a whole thing. Like they don't see things in their head. And I think a lot of writers have this. Like it's just like a thing. Like different brains work differently, and there's a lot of people who don't visualize things in their head. I am a person who visualizes things in my head, but there's plenty of people who don't, and they have to work a completely different way. For sure.
And this is where, for me, for those who have not heard of Dean Wesley Smith, Google the name. You will absolutely be grateful you did as an author, because he and his wife have put out so much information for authors to help us hone our craft for free. They also have paid stuff, but that's a different story. But the free stuff is just already an asset. This is somebody who's had experience writing both traditionally and indie. As a matter of fact, they left indie or left traditional for a while and left writing altogether for a while and editing, and became an indie when indie became a thing. Like came back to it because indie became a thing. But this person is the reason why I go back to my manuscript every day. This is the reason why I cycle back through it each day. Like you talk about the inner editor. I kind of edit as I go, and then I go back and revise. So whatever I've written the day before, it's like cycling through, and it gets me back into the mindset, and then it makes it easier that day to continue. And in that process, any revisions and everything gets done as well. So by the time I've reached the end, it should be a very clean manuscript for my editor, and it's really nice on the budget in case anybody needs reassurance on that one. But that's why sometimes just writing, 100 words or a sentence, and those 5 words that might fit into that sentence can be quite an accomplishment, because you spent that time already thinking through it and cleaning it up and getting yourself back into your mindset. So if you weren't there and it wasn't easy to get to, those are, revisiting it and rereading it and figuring out where you were helps it be easier to know where you want it to go. But also, write out of order is totally acceptable. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Oh yeah. Well, and what's funny is back there was a time when I always wrote out of order. Like back in my fan fiction days, everything I wrote was like just sort of was written out of order, and I don't know how or why I became a person who writes from the beginning to the end, because it's very different from who I was as a writer, like way back. And I don't know why that shifted, but now I am a person who always writes from the beginning to the end. And I find that when I try to write out of order now, I end up having to do a lot of rewriting, because for whatever reason, it doesn't work for me anymore. So like, you guys are going to have to like figure out what works for you and do that, because it may not be the things that work for us. And you're the only one who can really discover what that is for you. Another thing that I will sometimes do, and this may be only this is maybe applicable, especially I think like Catrina and I are writing we're writing for very different demographics and probably in very different styles. Like so far, most of, not all, so far 3 out of the 4 books that I have written, one of them was in the very first one I wrote was like in a limited third person. But ever since then, I've been writing in first person for my YA. And my style is very, very, very voicey, as they say. Like my character's inner voice is very strong and very voicey. One of the things that I have found can get me through, like when I'm editing, and these were like notes I got from my agent originally, like about when my character was too snarky or too, when I went too far in a direction that felt very organic to me, but might not be, maybe is too far. Sometimes I have found that in the first draft, letting myself really go there, like go to my most self-indulgent voice, helps it go faster. Like just letting that all out and not trying to modify it for someone else's edification. And then I can go back and do whatever I think I need to do then, but letting myself be as like self-indulgent as I really, really deep in my heart want to be, can also help me get to the end. In the first draft I did, and so normally like aside from my critique partner Beasi, there wouldn't be people who I would show my work to, like chapter to chapter, or while I was writing it, like when it was not polished at all. And I would work on it, and I would do, usually like a few revision passes on my own before I showed it to anybody. But because of the speed of the last draft that I had to write for my second book for my editor, I was sending in something that to me felt very messy, and not what I normally would like send to other people. And I think in this case, like that's just what's going to happen. Like a lot of times with first drafts on a fast publishing schedule like this. So I'm like sending in a first draft, and I wrote like, I apologize in advance for how often Charlie says actually. Because it's like things like that will be overdone if I'm like doing a super self-indulgent voice. Like there will be too many adverbs, you guys. There will be too much of everything. All the things that, it's funny because I think this is coming around to me somewhere. Our neurodivergence comes up in these conversations always, no matter what. I feel like every episode, but I didn't set out to deliberately write a main character with my brain. Like I didn't set out to write like ADHD representation in Charlie, but I think like accidentally I have, just by being self-indulgent in that way that I wrote their voice, that it's, how we are often told that we are too much, that our personalities are too much, too intense, too something for people. I think that Charlie is that. And so finding that balance of where that becomes too much for other people, or like just riding that line so that it feels like too much, it feels intense, but not too much. Not so much they put the book down. It can be really a challenge. But like I feel like when I'm first writing it, if I just let myself go all the way there, that can help me get to the end as well. Because I still feel like, I don't know about you, Catrina, after 67 books. But even me, and I feel like it shouldn't be the case after every book that I've finished. When I start the next one, I still doubt my ability to finish. It's like I have to prove it to myself every single time, even though I'm looking back and I'm like, I know I can write a whole book. I already did it. I know I can do this. I've done it before, but every time I start it, it feels impossible. It feels like something that I won't be able to follow through on. Like every time, it seems like I have to prove to myself anew that I can get to the end. So if you guys are feeling that way, like it's not just you, don't worry.
It's
I
not.
feel like that way every time.
I can honestly say I am no longer at the point where I question if I can finish the book. Sometimes I will question if I will versus if I can, but that's when I allow life to get in the way of what I'm trying to accomplish.
Mm.
And that doesn't happen like it used to. My great thing about life is that it's always changing and growing, and you're able to change your priorities and change your focus. And anybody who knows me knows that my priorities when I first started all of this was being flexible and available for my tiny people who are not tiny people anymore. So they don't need me to be available at the drop of a hat or to go and do things because it's Tuesday and they stubbed their toe in class or something. There aren't 101 basketball games or track meets to follow or pursue. There's not a PTO to be a part of, or PTA, whatever it was. There isn't all of these other obligations. I still prioritize being available if somebody says, okay, I'm sick, I need to go to the hospital. I'm very fast to volunteer. I will be there to get you there. But I have also learned that even in those situations, I can bring my tablet or my phone and I can continue to add to whatever story. Or in my case, what usually happens, and this is where the if I will part happens a lot, is that I will start a new story while I'm out. A fun idea comes to mind. And so I have a bunch of those. And for those who don't know me, in January every year, I do a short story a day for a month. And sometimes those aren't finished in a day because you get to the point where like, oh, this is going to be a great story. And you're already like 5,000 words into it. And you've reached your 24-hour mark. It's time to start a new story.
Oof.
Yeah. You're like, okay, that's 2 chapters. What's next?
Oh, boy.
And so you come back and you revisit that later, hopefully. So I don't question whether I can finish or get to the end anymore. I can. I absolutely can. I absolutely will. Not just because I have repeatedly like you have, but because I will as soon as I decide what story I'm getting to the end with.
I feel like I mean I don't think I'll ever be prolific the way that you are. I have a question that's actually unrelated to our topic, but it like came up. It like came to my head because of something that you said. So you do this thing every January where you do a story every day, right? Do you ever have you taken any of those stories later, like gone back to them and expanded on them expanded them into longer pieces? Is that ever a thing that's happened when you've done this?
Yep. I have a whole series that's dedicated to stories that came out of this.
Oh. Because that's like so cool and interesting to me. I love the idea of revisiting old pieces of things or like shorter things and like expanding on them and making them into something more or something new, something different, like since after time passed, and you maybe have different thoughts about it.
The great thing with this is that I typically do this with the mind that I'm going to publish some of these when I'm done. Like, obviously, I'm not going back and editing. Like when I'm working on a longer piece, I don't go back and do the cycle thing like I do normally. So these first drafts are truly first drafts. They are truly, for lack of a better description, crap. It's vomit on a page and go back and clean it up afterwards. Because you don't have time if you're trying to actually finish a whole story in 24 hours. That you just don't, and you have to give yourself permission to do that, which was a process for me in case anybody decides to take on this challenge. Process. Give yourself grace. But I have found by doing this, I get to the end more consistently the more often I do it. They're not always publish worthy, but I generally get some gems out of it. And like I said, I have a lot that I'll start, and they will really like flesh themselves out on the page very, very quickly, which is always exciting. But then you've got this challenge, so you can't do this, so you come back to those, and those generally get expanded and released. Generally minimum double wherever I've stopped at, but not unheard of to make it into a novella or a small novel, which for anybody who knows, and we'll talk about this in a different context later, if you're creating a novel, you often have like word counts targets that are common for your genre. And there's a reason for it, because you've got world building and things like that to keep in mind. So when I say a short novel, for me, that's like 50,000 words.
Yeah, that is short. That is short.
When you're working in science fiction and fantasy, which are our genres, a typical novel is much longer than that. Sometimes I'd say a minimum 30,000 words longer.
Yeah, I would say that too. I mean, like, even like, so I guess my word count parameters are dictated by what's the norm in traditional publishing. And like YA is somewhere between, like, a YA novel is somewhere between like 60K and 90K, depending on the genre. And I'm usually struggling to keep it within the parameters, because I tend to go over. But that's just because I make things too complicated.
It's kind of funny. The YA series that's being relaunched. We've talked about it before. The Protector series is coming out. My Atlantean series, whatever you want to call it. That one is a novella series. It's an intentional serialized in 20,000 word chunks for a reason. Because if I sat down and actually wrote those, they would never come out. Because
well, and I think the ability to publish novellas is very much an indie perk, I think. Not that novellas in traditional publishing are impossible, because there is a market for novellas in certain genres. But I would say that mostly not. Like, mostly they want full-length novels. But I am actually working on something that is intended to be, well, it was going to be a short story, but I got far enough in that I'm like, who am I fooling? This is going to not be short enough to get published as a short story. I'm probably going to have to write it as a novella. But I was surprised when my agent was like, hey, if you're writing this thing and it ends up being like getting into novella territory, I do know some editors who are acquiring that. Like, we could go out with it. And I'm like, oh, wow. Because otherwise, short stories I normally would be trying to sell on my own, like to the like sci-fi magazines and stuff. But yeah, there can be there's a somewhat of a market for novellas in traditional publishing, but I would say it's not an enormous market. So that's definitely a perk of something that you can do in indie, is you have a lot more flexibility over the length of your work. Though I did see a guy, I think it was a guy, talking on social media recently about trying to figure out how to, like, he had this novel that he was querying, was trying to sell for traditional publishing, but it's way too long. Like, just way too long. And he was like trying to, like, he was asking people for like advice on how to get past, like, how to get agents to pay attention to it, even though it's like way over the word count of what they would normally be looking for. And like, the best advice I saw in the thread was cut that thing because it is too long.
Mhm.
It is too long. The reason why they are going to hesitate to acquire it is they cannot sell it. But also, based on what you've said so far, it's probably just too long. And you should, and you need to like, it could be shorter and it'll probably be better.
Mhm.
And so that can definitely be an issue too. But, and in indie, I guess you're, because you don't have to work around those parameters, you have to trust yourself or your editors to give you that news when it is appropriate to give. Like to actually say, you know what? You need to cut 200 words out of this. like
The-
they could just go.
The best advice I didn't follow and should have was
Or
to walk
2,000
away
words
from the
rather, is what I'm
book.
saying.
Uh-huh. Was to walk away from the book when I first finished it. And I didn't do that. And I got the advice from from several actually established mid-list authors that had just transferred from traditional to indie because each of them were tired of their contracts, and that's I was grateful I was able to be included in the group that they were in, but absolutely wonderful people and absolutely beautiful advice that when I first published I did not take, and I should have, because that when I did finally start doing that, I did see where to cut and what needed to be done. And that's actually why by the time I adopted this rotating process with my manuscript, I was better able to, I don't need those words. I'm using them too much. I was better able to identify when I was giving too much exposition, too many words that didn't need to be there.
No, learning to say things in fewer words is actually a really valuable skill. Like, I remember one time, and I don't remember who it was, like an author saying that his agent has said or I can't remember his agent or the publisher, like, I can't remember when the book was had already been acquired, said you have to cut 10,000 words and from this manuscript. And like, at first that seemed like an impossible task. And then like, he actually, like he calculated it out, like how many words a chapter he would need to get rid of like on average to reach that word count. And like at that point, and then it wasn't actually that daunting. Like it turned out when he went through, he was like, actually there are a bunch of words that could go here. Like there's a bunch that could actually go. And cutting 10,000 words feels like a lot for sure. And there are a multitude of reasons why you might be asked to do that, and some of them are actually for the story, and some of them are for money because they need the page count to be lower for printing. But like there are reasons why you might be asked to do something like that. But I feel like most of the time, most of us as writers can stand to learn how to be more succinct, like to say things in fewer words, and our work most of the time ends up better for it.
This is where that short story challenge comes in for me. I didn't think I could write well short. I don't know how many times I've heard the quote or seen people say things along the lines of, I couldn't be bothered to write a short story because it would take too much. I didn't want to be that person. I wanted to be able to write vivid, emotional things in as few words as possible. I find with my novels, I have no problem. Like my first novel was 120,000 words.
Well, it's sci-fi. That's fair. That's totally fair.
Oh, it absolutely is. As a matter of fact, I was kind of worried when I first did that. And I found out, and the first book for me, whenever I start a new series, tends to be longer, except in the Protector series. But that was because I was so intentional on that novella length. And it took a lot for me to get there. And that was the first time I started to write shorter fiction. And I did it because I wanted something that young people could read, because my first series was most definitely not for young people. Or even the young at heart. Or go there later. So right, like that was an intentional structure, but then I went through that process and I got pretty decent at telling a good, fairly fast-paced story in a short few words and still being able to capture people and apparently in one case make people hungry when I'm talking about food. We're good there. I'm happy about that. To be able to say I can reach those milestones in shorter fiction was an accomplishment for me. But then going to the short story challenge, the first stories that I tried to write the first time I did that, it was in July. It was 31 days. I wrote a short story a day. They were about 1,000 words and they were all garbage. They told the story, don't get me wrong, but they were garbage. They will never see the light of day. You know. Do not believe in a self.
Sometimes, right? When, yeah.
But
yeah.
they were elected. And they showed me I can write a story, even if it isn't a good story. I can write a story in a complete story at 1,000, 3,000, 5,000 words. That is not just a complement of a bigger story, but an actual story.
Well, and I'd like to do some more of that. Like I used to like writing short stories the best, and it's just for whatever reason, well, partly I never have time to do anything except for like work on my big novels these days mostly. And then the couple of times when I've tried to write short stories, it just happened to be that those ideas were too big for that. Like those stories were too long. But I used to love writing like really short stories, and I feel like someday, if there's ever enough time, I'd love to do like some flash fiction, and maybe even on the podcast we could like do some flash fiction channel like challenges or something, like with the audience. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there as an idea someday. But like someday, because like right now I have no time for such things. But maybe
if you're listening to this podcast and you would like to do a flash fiction challenge, comment in the comments either on whatever platform you're listening to us on. Leave us a comment. Let us know. We'll add it to our plan. We have enough. Obviously, we're not going to throw it in there if nobody else wants to do it. The two of us can just do that on Twitch, where we already have people who will write along with us if that's what we choose to do. But if you guys would like to see it here as part of the podcast, let us know. We'll figure something out. Obviously, with launch schedules and other plans going on, we may have to do some juggling, but it's totally something everybody would like to do with us.
Yeah, but I think it would be fun.
I'm all for challenges. I'm all for, there is this thing that you don't feel confident with. Try it. And I find the other thing that I found is that people who've done the 31 stories in 31 days with me that hadn't published before, many of them hadn't published before because they didn't feel like they would get to the end of the book. They kept questioning themselves. And the great thing about this particular challenge is that in order to complete it, you actually have to finish the story. You actually have to get to a point where it's the end. Now, is that an ending that's an open end that leaves the imagination to the reader? It can be, but it still needs to be an ending. And if you're doing that and you're practicing how to do that, that makes it a lot easier when you refocus on your bigger projects and gives you that confidence to say, I can do that. I've done it. It may not have been the best, but that's what editing is for when you're done.
Yeah, that's the thing to always remember. You can always go back. You can always edit. And that was such a great way of bringing that conversation from my tangent full circle back around to tips to get to the end of your draft. Congratulations on that, Catrina. That was so well done. And speaking of the end, I think we're like coming towards the end of this episode.
I think
And
you're
Katrina
right.
just demonstrated how to write yourself out of a tangent back to something that gets you to the end. So here we are. Here we are at the end of the podcast. This has been great. And like, thank you everybody for being here. And if you have tips about how you get to the end that are different than what we have done, please leave those in the comments as well. And we'll see you guys next time.
Bye.
Da-dun, 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 dun. A sincerely wonderful good morning for everyone. My name is Video, and I am the producer for this podcast, Two Cats Writing. Now, my job is to take what the Lady Writes and GC Nation talk about during their recording, and then produce that into the podcast proper. So it comes down to mixing the volume, as well as adding a backing track, most of which is provided by Humble Bundles or by Kevin MacLeod, and then adding in some visuals here and there, just kind of like keep the video format exciting, entertaining, as well as audio appealing to everyone who's listening. Most of the shots you see that I add as visuals come from pexels.com or screen grabs of certain logos and things like that, and are kind of like my way of commentating on the things that MJ and the Lady Writes are saying. Working on this has been a blast so far, and I look forward to sharing with you guys more of the episodes. I am currently working on several right now in the pipeline. So you don't miss any of them, please be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the videos when they come out. We have a series of shorts as well as highlights of the podcast episodes that you can go ahead and check out that I work on. And there are a bunch of other shorts that we work on in between, those episodes, so you guys can keep up with us and see what we are all about. Dun, 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 dun.
But pantser versus plotter. And then there's a plantser now too. So in summary, a pantser is somebody who is writing by the seat of their pants. They're discovering the story as they go, sometimes also called a discovery writer or some other variation of I don't know. A plotter is somebody who structures the story from before they even start the words in the book itself or the story they're telling. So they know where it starts, what goes on in the middle, and where it ends, as opposed to discovering it as they write. And a plantser is somebody who does a very light plot. They generally know what their story is going to end up like, maybe where it starts, and then some combination of what has to happen to get it from point A to point B. And so you've got pantser, plotter, and plantser. Which one are you? No, you don't need to put yourself on the microphone, sir. But
Oh, hey, my cat is coming up on the desk too. So Ember is about to join as well. We have 4 cats writing today. 4 cats.
works. Moral support
Yes.
and creation incarnate chaos. That sounds right.
Hi, I'm MJ Beasi.
And I'm Catrina, and welcome to Two Cats Writing.
Yes, this is the Two Cats Writing podcast. Today we're going to be talking about speed of book releases, both in traditional publishing and in indie publishing. And when we say speed of release, we're saying for instance, in traditional publishing, we're talking about speed from contract to release or offer and release. And Catrina can probably talk more about what that means in indie publishing. But so how do you want to get started? How should we get started with this?
Well, one of the things that I know we've talked about a little bit is how fast your publisher specifically is working to get your book out, which is absolutely wonderful. But we've also talked about the fact that I conversely have been known to release multiple books, sometimes multiple novels in the same year. And that is a difference.
Well, and it's not like that can't happen in traditional publishing, but if it's happening, it's because you have multiple deals going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so your release dates are, staggered out throughout the year. Like certainly plenty of traditionally published authors have multiple releases in a year. However, that time between contract and release is the thing.
Right.
So you might not realize from the outside how long it's been since a contract was signed
and
or an offer was made.
And that's an important part that I think everybody should be aware of. Just because an indie can release multiple books in a year, it doesn't mean that it can't be done traditionally. But the other thing that I think we're going to circle through as we're talking today is, in order to do it right, it still needs to meet the same standards as you're expected to go through. If you're releasing as an indie, it can't be haphazard. It can't be, hi, I finished the book and hit publish. I mean, it can be done, but if you're trying to
don't do that.
Don't do that. But I will share a little bit about how I was able to do that and how I've been able to do that. So, for starters, you signed last year, right?
I signed, so the offer on my debut came in November of 2024, and I didn't sign the contract until I think it was early March of 2025, because there were negotiations to go back and forth between the publisher and my agent and my agency and their lawyers and so on. There's lawyers everywhere. And so in March I signed the contract, and then my debut was at that point set to release less than a year later. So that just about a year later, actually, now that I think about it, it was March. So March to March. But that's extremely fast for traditional publishing. Typically, and it's only because I'm with a mid-sized independent publisher, a mid-sized indie, not a big five publisher, where the publisher is literally a guy, a guy runs it. And they publish a certain number of titles a year. They have a smaller number of titles that they publish a year. The YA imprint, I think, does, actually I can't remember how many it is a year, so I don't want to say a wrong number. But I believe there's 2 acquiring editors in the YA side at Page Street YA. So it's how many books those 2 people can handle between themselves, and because it's a indie publisher, they can be light on their feet. Their timeline is really compressed compared to my friends who have big 5 deals. We're talking minimum 2 years, I would say, from when that book gets signed or announced or sometimes even signing the contract can take a very long time, and they'll already be in edits by the time they even get a contract. Just because with a huge publisher like that, there's so many people who have to sign off on everything, like, because it's not just it's not just your editor and their imprint and whoever is approving acquisitions for that imprint. It's also like the publisher, and then they often have a parent company in, sometimes overseas. Like a lot of the big five publishers are owned ultimately by big foreign companies even. And but there's just a lot more steps that everything has to go through. Those publishers are working on many, many, many more books than my publisher does per year, and putting out more per year. Every stage of the process has to go through more people and more approvals, whereas like I'm working with a relatively small team at Page Street. I've always felt like I kind of have the best of both worlds by being with the mid-sized indie, which is like the best of both worlds in terms of traditional publishing, because I have the fast turnaround and like relatively compressed publishing schedule of an indie publisher with the distribution of a big five, because they have a deal with Macmillan for distribution. So that feels pretty great to me. That said, with the timeline that compressed, that means like your developmental edits have to be done a lot faster. Like everything that's your job as an author is done a lot faster than it would be with a big five. Though, as I say that, I have heard horror stories from people whose editors were so swamped at their big five publisher that, things got delayed, like the timeline was delayed from what they were originally told, and then they find themselves with like a 2-week turnaround for edits like over the holidays or something that wasn't how it was scheduled. Whereas, my publisher is able to like pretty easily meet the schedule. Like I've never had them be like really far behind on something on their end, and I've never been behind, and so far it's been like a really smooth and efficient process. But that said, like that 1 year for a book is super fast in traditional publishing. Like that's lightning speed, and not something that you should expect, especially if you're going for a big, like signing with a big five publisher for your book. Or I can't speak to how fast like smaller independent publishers work, like whether or not being smaller makes things go even faster than what we have at Page Street, or whether with an even smaller staff that actually like makes things take a little longer. I don't know actually, and I'd have to ask some folks at small indies.
I've actually spoken to a few, and it's kind of a mixed bag there. It really, in that case, depends on the publisher. I have seen some publishers that have a nice little train going with the, getting the process moving right from start. And this is, when I say I have seen some publishers, it's through the proxy or through the lens of other people's discussions with me, not as though I have worked with them.
Right.
I did have one that I was going to submit to, and that several friends of mine kept trying to drag me into writing with, and I ended up hitting a downswing on my mental health, and trying to commit to a new project was not going to work at that time. But what I saw out of that particular small press at the time, they were very small, and they were churning. Well, they were quite determined they weren't going to stay very small, so I'll give them that. But they absolutely had a pipeline in their case where they would have, as soon as one book got into the editing pipeline, if you will, process,
They had a copy editor type stuff, and then one that did developmental. And so you go from one to the next, like in succession, pretty quick. They were able to turn a whole novel around through at least, I think it was 2 different editors within a couple of months, if everybody was on track, which is impressive. Considering that right behind it was a whole nother book. So it's not like they were just editing one book at a time. This editor was editing this book, but the next editor was editing the book before them or the book after, depending on how it was organized. And then you moved into the next step of the pipeline, and it was kind of like they had conveyor belt. They were trying for a virtual conveyor belt. And
I mean, I would say that's the way it works at Page Street too. Like, you know, because they're working on multiple titles at once, but everything's going to like different stages at their allotted moment.
I think it's fun to watch. I love the efficiency when they've got it locked in. And if I were to ever consider seriously going signing with anybody, that's the kind of thing I want to see. I want to see that kind of efficiency, that kind of teamwork, because I think that's crucial. Especially the other thing that I'm loving is that despite the fact that your team is moving very fast, they're not forgetting anything.
Oh yeah, no, they're fantastic, and like I'm really impressed with what they're able to do. And they do, you know, they have they have staff who are like Page Street staff, and then they do work with some freelancers as well. Like I'm pretty sure that my copy editor was freelance. I loved them. So I have, you know, like my acquiring editor is my developmental editor, and you know I'll do developmental edits and line edits, and like scene to scene edits and line edits with them, and then and they have like a very solid timeline like paced out for exactly like how long it's going to take, and you know I'm contracted to have to turn in my edits in a certain amount of time as well. Like the author has to be fast too in this kind of scenario. And then it'll, you know, they'll eventually like they'll go to a copy editor next, and then like the design phase is going on like throughout like at a certain point, and I'm getting updates on that, and you know eventually it goes to like past pages, eventually it goes to copy edits. Like there's or not copy edits, proofreading. I mean, that's the last step, but they've been really great. They have like a window for when their marketing for each book starts, and so like I started working with the marketing and publicity team I think it was 6 months out from my release, I think. And there's there's been a timeline for everything. I had a I had a meeting with the publicity and marketing team at the time, you know, at that point, at the beginning of that period, and we talked through everything we thought we were going to do, and then I got like a timeline for like notes and things for like when we were going to do certain things. And I would say that's like the one department that I feel is like really like rushing to like promote so many books at once, but they've been so great. They're fantastic and responsive, and I've had a terrific experience with everybody at Page Street. So
that's wonderful.
I highly recommend them. They don't have, like, currently, I don't think they have an imprint that publishes the type of books that you write, Catrina, for instance, because I think they have like their main, like, original Page Street publishing, which is mostly like things like cookbooks and craft books, and like originally, this is the kind of thing they did, like coffee table type books, you know, like really beautifully produced books, photography books, like things like that, and then they started their children's imprint and like YA imprint, and they've just They just have a few books signed. I think a few. I know of one for sure. For their new, like, adult, like, horror imprint that they're starting. Like, they're like gradually moving into other genres and things. But like, I think in a smart way, like slowly, like adding a thing and letting that get established and letting that get settled and figuring out how well it's going to do and what they want to do with it before they add something new. So
Mhm.
I feel like
Often,
they
any
know what they're doing.
business that tries to grow too fast usually ends up in a very bad place. So that sounds
Yeah.
like they're being properly deliberate, which is wonderful.
Yes, they are wonderful, and it's very fast turnaround for traditional publishing. And that is not what you should expect at all with Big Five. So why don't you talk more about how you, like, your own personal timeline, because you just basically get to work on whatever timeline you want.
Yes, I do. And it's whatever time I can complete a thing. But one of the things that I find a lot of people who first start out with indie do that is not a small mistake is that they literally, I don't know how many times people have come to me and said, can I get you to give me a hand with this publishing process, answer my questions, kind of hold my hand through this? And of course, I'm ready to help and I'm excited. And I start talking about editors and newsletters and all the things that really make a difference in a long-term process. And a couple days later, they come back to me and say, never mind, I hit publish.
Oh. Oh, that's... I understand the impulse and the impatience and just wanting to get the work out there. I guess maybe that's like the risk, isn't it? Like in traditional publishing, I'm held back by others.
Yep.
Whereas you're left at the mercy of your own impulses in indie publishing.
Yeah. When I had everything going smoothly and everything was I was hitting bestseller lists and things, it was very much a train, if you will, much like what your conveyor belt thing that the publishers try to do. You put the book, you finish the draft, you put it on the shelf for a couple of days, or if you have a good arrangement, you send it immediately to your editor. Depends on the situation. And then from there, it immediately needs to go through editing. And I'm not just talking about beta reading. And beta reading does make a difference. And if you have no budget and you really want to get your book out there and you really think you're going to be able to make something out of it, as long as you know you still need an editor, it can theoretically be put out there. I have seen people do it. Is it the most recommended? It's not. And the biggest reason it's not is because you are going to fill in gaps that other people are going to catch. Your brain says, I put this there. And then your editor says, well, you might have thought you did.
But this does not come off to the reader who isn't inside your brain.
Exactly. And that's to be expected. We're excited. These are our babies we're putting out into the world. So you have to get a second set of eyes. You want that second set of eyes to be a professional set of eyes. Your beta readers, your best friends, they're all going to give you feedback. But I have learned, especially when you're coming from friends or family, they're trying to not hurt your feelings.
Yeah. Well, and
Yeah.
sometimes you also, like, I would say, and this could be expanded into a larger conversation at some point, but when you're talking about getting feedback from people, like, there is a period, perhaps very early in your like early drafts, especially when you're first starting out, where you might need that cheerleading from someone who like maybe like has a discerning eye, but more importantly in this moment is going to encourage you and tell you about all the stuff that they feel like you're doing well and get excited and like giddy over things, because sometimes you need that to be able to like continue on and feel some confidence. But then eventually you really need people on the outside with critical eyes. And I think having someone who's a publishing professional is very different, even from having like a very seasoned beta reader. You know, like somebody who's like, you might have friends or other writers you know who are very good at giving constructive feedback, critical and otherwise, but somebody who edits for a living is going to have a perspective that's completely different and very valuable.
100%. And it is something that when we're first starting out, you could have gotten away with it years ago when indies first started to become a lot more mainstream. You could get away with not putting your book out with an editor or with a second round of reads, especially even if you were brand new, a whole lot easier. But the truth is, if you're going to be a professional in this business, you need to provide a professional product. And your book, after you have written your baby and you have made it exactly the way you want it, now you need to polish it. It needs to be prettied, and it is a product, and it needs to go out on the shelves professionally.
Yeah.
And if you are just getting started, your book release should not take you less than 6 months if you're just getting started. And I say that it's assuming that you are getting one editor who is going to work with you, who is very good at what they do, and they work with you through the whole process, and you've got a good cover designer. Please don't design your own book covers. Whatever anybody tells you, please don't do that. Don't do that.
Unless you, I would say maybe you could do it if you are a very gifted artist, illustrator, like person. Like there's certainly people who have done that, but you have to be at a professional level with that as well.
Yeah, I've done it. I would consider myself a little bit of a graphic designer at this point in time, not when I started. But the one thing a lot of authors do is they don't understand that their book cover is not there to tell their story. It's there to get the reader's attention. And you need your book cover to not say, oh, this character is a perfectly, a redheaded bombshell who's going to wreak havoc in whatever city. You need it to grab emotion and attention. And most authors that I know are like, no, the character must look exactly this way, and it must tell exactly this way. And I'm guilty of doing this early on.
No, you guys, book cover is vibes. That's where you can like ride on vibes. Book cover is vibes. Needs to capture the vibe of your book. Get people excited, catch their eye, get people excited, and when they start reading the book, it should match the vibe like of what they're expecting. But it's just vibes, you guys.
Exactly. But a lot of us, especially when we're starting out, that's not how we look at it as indies. And it takes an adjustment. This is where being a professional comes in, and learning what a professional standard is comes in. And you could throw any cover on any book and any title and just call it out there and published, and you are now technically a published author. You're not going to make any bestseller lists. You're not going to catch any attention. And if you make pennies, thank your parents, or your friends, or whoever bought it. And I'm not trying to sound harsh, but that's exactly what it was for me. It's not me trying to say this without experience.
No, you're saying this. You're saying I did this so you don't have to.
Exactly. And I don't want to see other people make those mistakes, so please learn from me. This is very much a don't do what I did kind of a thing. Because there's so many fabulous storytellers out there that are just not wrapping their book properly, or they're not getting it edited properly. I had a great friend of mine that decided she wanted to work with me on trying to get her book out, and then she went into panic mode. She actually had somebody she contracted to do a great cover, and I think the cover was good, but she went into panic mode and she stuck the book through AI, like the generative AI, to
Oh
try to do some of her edit
man.
before I had a chance to read
Oh.
it. And the very first thing I said to her was, "So did you do this thing?" And she she hasn't really wanted to talk much about it since. I get
Yeah.
I got the feeling that she got embarrassed, and I was trying to tell her a lot of people are doing that. That doesn't mean that your story's no good, because it means that you went the wrong route as far as trying to get this
Right.
cleaned up. Let's work together
Just like
on it.
back up. Yeah, just like
Yeah.
back up to where your book was before you
Mm-hmm.
made the mistake of
Mm-hmm.
feeding it to AI. You guys just don't do it for so many reasons.
There are
It
tools.
will ruin your book.
It will. There are a lot of tools that are out there that have been established for a good reason long
Yeah.
ago, and that do the job, that will give you the information you need to be able to clean up your manuscript effectively. I have been using Pro Writing Aid for years. I still absolutely love their offline service, or their on my computer service, whatever downloaded. It gives me regular actual reports. I know what the reading targeted age, the way readability age is. I know how it's flowing, pacing wise, just based off of the way the sentences are structured and backed up. Because these are things that have been built into the system for close to a decade now. So this is a program that I would definitely recommend. You do have to understand that they have since gotten on the AI bandwagon. You do have to pay attention
So
to
many of
what
them have.
services
Yeah.
you have
Right,
to.
like you can't use like Grammarly isn't safe to use anymore.
Mhm.
Um
Yeah, I
uh
find having the downloaded version of Pro Writing Aid has been an asset for me, because I've had it. I still get the reports I need, and these are the reports. Like, I rely on the stuff that has always been there. I'm not using any of their so-called new and fancy suggestions, and
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
let it recommend sentences to me, because
Mhm.
in theory, we're going to go with theory here. We're not going to go with the. In theory, this generative AI should be able to pick up on context, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
Whereas,
Well, cuz
so
it can't. It doesn't know
it doesn't-
how. It's not in its toolkit at this time. It is not
and people
actually.
don't
There's no
understand.
I in this AI, you guys.
Nope. Nope.
I have a tool that I have used, but caveat, I have not used it in a while, so I don't know if it's changed. I used it before all the apps were jumping on AI tools. But an app that I found useful, the downloaded version. There is an online version, but I never used that. But the downloaded version of Hemingway Editor, I used in the past to identify, to like show me where I was, using passive voice, or show me, like to go through and say, here are the things that you've done too much of. Here, look, this chapter has this many instances of passive voice, or this many adverbs, or this many like things you don't want to overdo. And I found that really useful, especially since I write, snarky teenagers who tend to talk that way. I often have to go back and like clean up and like make my manuscript cleaner and have fewer of those things in it. So that is a tool that I have used, but again, I haven't used it in a while, so I can't 100% guarantee that they have not jumped right on the AI bandwagon, because they may have.
I was quite devastated to find out that the online version of Pro Writing Aid is so heavily in that right now.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they will come back to center, because seriously, the program itself is really solid for authors. It takes into account the difference between dialogue, and it was doing that without AI. It didn't need like the way they had it built. You could run a report on readability, you could report on tensing, you could run reports on adverbs or overused words, and it would give you as many of your most used words as you requested. I think up to 20. Which really, if you have that many more overused words, you might need to revamp the whole thing, but that's a whole nother discussion for another podcast.
And I'm telling you, you won't realize that you're overusing them. So my book got all the way through rounds of developmental edits and line edits with with 2 agents. And when I got into, when I finally was doing edits with my editor at Page Street, they were like, okay, you use the word spectacular this many times. Could you cut a few of them out? And so you're not gonna realize it. You're not gonna realize that you're overusing these words, and it can take it can go through numerous sets of eyes before someone recognizes something like that sometimes. So yeah.
Which is why it's 100% valid to still use the programs. You just have to recognize what tools apply to what.
Yeah, just be really careful. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm still using Pro Writing Aid. I'm just not using any of their sentence suggestions. I'm running all the reports. Pretty much all the reports they've always offered. I think it's 25 or 30 possible reports that help you to clean up your manuscript effectively.
And I would say in general, just general advice, and I'm saying this from the traditional publishing viewpoint, and having, my agency, the head of the agency that I'm with, is on the committee that deals with things like AI, for the agents guild, with the name of which is not coming to me all of a sudden, but anyway, the professional organization for literary agents. We were told, do not use any of these tools that might feed your book into an LLM, at all. If you're gonna run something, it has to run on your device. Don't use something that runs online, because they have your stuff then. Because it could mess up your opportunity to even get a contract. If you used those tools, you could actually screw up your future publishing contract by having used them. So just really be careful. Obviously, in indie publishing, nobody's there to cancel your contract if they find out that you used this. But it's still just a really bad idea. Be very careful about the programs you use, and try to run them on device.
There are a lot of other consequences, even as an indie, if you aren't careful, because they're still trying to figure out how to regulate this industry.
Yeah.
And as crazy as this sounds, it's got to hit its bubble and burst before people start actually figuring out what they're doing with it. We're getting there.
Yeah.
But that's the truth. Whenever there's a new technology, people don't really know what they're doing with it. It's like throwing spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. And unfortunately, there's usually casualties, if you will. And that can be your writing if you're not careful. And that doesn't matter whether you're indie or traditional. And you definitely are not going to want to put yourself in a position where stuff can become problematic in the future, because it may not be an issue today, but you might be looking at somebody else puts out a book very similar to yours.
And I don't just mean like
with
had
exact
things-
sentences,
right.
even.
And it could be similar plot points, and I've talked about this many times on my channel,
Oh, of course.
where it's like I can give MJ and I can have the exact same plot goal, and it will read two very different ways because we
Right.
both have very different voices.
Right. We would write completely different books, given the same, I would say you could even give us like the same rough outline, not a detailed outline, but a rough outline, and our books would be completely different when we finished them.
100%.
There's no there's nothing new under the sun when it comes to plot, and it's your voice that is unique and belongs to you only.
So, this is, so this is what I'm saying. As far as, that goes, keep it in mind when you are getting ready to do this stuff. But like I said, with me, I've stuck to just the reports on Pro Writing Aid because it's been an asset for me all of this time. I'm not ready to say to give up the app. I'm just not going to use all the things that are going to be the things. But that's a matter of being judicious about the choices you're making and then adjusting for the environment you have. You, as an indie, might be able to get your book out to my best. We're going to say best here. We're going to air quote this. Character would do air quotes. My best published year, if you will. I put out 3 full-length novels and a boat ton of short stories. I don't remember how many. There was a lot. And I think a couple of novellas. We'll discuss. We're going to have to do an episode on book length and industry.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, word count and stuff.
But roughly expect for this conversation, short stories are anything under 20,000 words, and novellas are between that and 50.
And like 50, yeah.
And bear in mind, when I say, since I write predominantly in science fiction, that means most of my books are actually longer. Like they tend to average about 80,000 words because that's not only industry standard, but if you ever try to write a science fiction story, a full-length novel shorter than 80,000 words, you are the most commended, accomplished, distinct author I have ever met.
or you're leaving out a lot of world building that is going to come back and bite you in the end.
Yeah. You don't want to do that.
No.
Science fiction and fantasy are kind of overlap in that regard.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Right. When you need a lot of extra world building, anything in the speculative range is expected that you could have a higher word count.
And they're fully accepted.
Than something else. Yeah. We'll do an episode on that at some point.
But if you're sitting here at 6 months and you have a good sense about what you did, you finished your book. Now this is 6 months from the end of the book, by the way, guys. So you finished your book, you put it to the editor, you get it through the editor in a couple of months. While it's at the editor, you have to start your marketing. You might think I'm silly, but I'm not. If you want to publish it in 6 months and actually see results, you need to start your marketing. And we'll do an episode of what that means.
Soon. I think we should do one soon.
Yes. But it can be done. It absolutely can be done in 6 months. It can be done in 3 in reality. But in that situation, you need to have a good, succinct rhythm. You need to know what you're doing. You probably have a backlist. You're not a brand new author. Don't do that to yourself. There's no point. There is no business. There is no nothing that you should possibly do to yourself or work for anybody else that turns your sanity into a secondary thought process. You need to be realistic. And I was not initially. I saw the results of not being realistic. So I'm telling you from experience, don't try to release a book a month unless you literally have everything set up to be able to do that professionally. And most of us don't when we're first starting out. So don't do that to yourself.
And in traditional publishing, expect that your debut is going to take, is going to come out, anywhere from 1 to 3 years after you actually get the offer for it. And eventually you can build up multiple contracts where you have more than one book coming out a year. But you're going to have to be careful to make sure that your deadlines aren't running into each other, that that the schedule that you're working with each publisher can be compatible with each other and the timeline that you have available, so that you don't screw up your contracts too. So but there's a lot of waiting in traditional publishing, and that wait can definitely be worthwhile, but it's not going to be fast, whatever you're doing. And I think that's
Communicate all the way through.
Yeah.
MJ's got a second book coming after this one, which is
I
beautiful.
do. April 2027.
Which is awesome, by the way, everyone. So if you haven't already, go down to the comment section, look for the link, order the book. You'll be glad you did.
Thank you, Catrina. And you guys should also go over to Catrina's website and check her absolutely, disgustingly huge catalog. And pick some place to start and just get some books.
Just sign up for the newsletter and I'll give you a free one.
Or that.
As a matter of fact, you can start looking for our newsletter in the comments or in the descriptions and everything on all the platforms here in the next couple of weeks. And you will get previews of our writing there at some point as well, if not right away.
Thanks so much for joining us today. We'll be back and see you guys again in a couple more weeks.
Love you. See you in the next one, guys.
Bye. This is what I want now. Like that place where it switches off from being awkward to being really like the exact vibe and feel that you want. And that's such a great feeling. And more often than not, that happens for me in revisions rather than in my first draft. It happens when I go through to rewrite it all or revise it all. And so yeah, I guess that's kind of my strategy for coping with when the creative juices aren't flowing, which I've never really thought about as I don't think with me, I don't think it has been creative burnout. I think it's just been ADHD flavored writer's block, basically.
I find it funny that you will go through and write a whole scene. For me, when I get stuck like that, the way you're describing, I blow stuff up. Usually literally.
Wait, in the book or IRL?
In the book.
Okay. It was when you said literally, I was like, okay, not really though, right? No, in the book, yeah.
But I will literally put some kind of an explosion or some kind of major disaster. There will be a rock slide. There will be a hull breach. There will be weapons fire. There will be an unexpected sneaky assassin. There will be the list goes on that you just completely not foreshadowed.
What kind of celebrations do you have built into your schedule? How do you celebrate achieving your goals in your schedule or keeping to your schedule?
Oh. Huh. That's not really a thing I do. Maybe I'm missing an important thing, an important element. We're learning here, right on the podcast, you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna say this to everybody. My mindset shift came when my best friend and my then editor reminded me that I got X done, and I forget what it was. But he said something to me about, well, you'd done this and you'd done that. And my head was, well, but I didn't finish. I'm not done. I'm not. And I was absolutely in the I need to keep going mode, despite the fact that I don't remember at that point. I couldn't remember ever taking time to just relax and refresh. And there was nothing that I was celebrating at that point. But when I started to recognize, oh no, I did that. I did do that. I finished X, Y, and Z, whatever this was. And I can't remember exactly what progress I was doing, but it was one of those things where he said, yeah, but you did that. That's more than you did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so hard on yourself, basically?
So we met each other on Twitch. We both stream on Twitch, in case you guys haven't picked up on that. We met each other on Twitch, and I think I rated you.
That is entirely possible. It's also entirely possible in the other direction, because we've rated each other how many times since? And
I know.
Uh-huh.
I think it was me. They had just given us the new writing and reading category, and I was so excited to meet other writers on Twitch. So we came over there. You immediately, when we started talking, you immediately offered me resources, like free resources and advice for marketing. Like, you were like, I'm gonna send you this and this and this, because that's how great you are. And then we just like kind of hit it off, and then I'm pretty sure, and like, it was interesting to talk about the differences and the similarities in what we were doing, like along our separate paths, like what things were basically the same parts of our process, and then what felt just like completely different. I think we both found that like just kind of fascinating.
Hello, I'm Catrina.
And I'm MJ.
And it's Two Cats Writing, and we are excited to have you here today. We have
Yes, we are.
really fun topic that I know is going to stir up a whole lot of conversations. We're discussing spice in the writing, which should be really interesting.
Spice in the writing. Every publishing social media's favorite topic.
Mm-hmm. For sure. We know book talkers are all about it.
I write YA, so why don't you start, Catrina?
I absolutely do not actually use anything people would define as spice, in my humble opinion. That being said, my very first book, my very first 2-star review, told me to take the porn out of my book.
What was the so-called porn in this book?
It was a scene written in the book that showed a difference between the two main characters. The main male character was a bit loose.
I see.
The main female character was not, and was very much a shyer kind of a character. That's just how they walked onto the page for me, and it was important for the story that I made it clear that that was the case. And so in this scene, which can be read in the preview, so nobody has to actually buy the book, just the section that this person wanted to comment on. But, they apparently bought the book so they could tell me to take that one scene out, I guess. I don't know.
I see.
And then later, somebody else told me that I should have shown them doing things.
Mm-hmm.
I should have added some more spice, I guess, explicitly on the pages, which was not there.
Well, And that's our issue in a nutshell in some ways.
Huh?
Is the person who perceives content that isn't there, and then the person who wants more of that content. And you're going to get comments from both. So just write what you're going to write, you guys, within the appropriate parameters of the age demographic that your books are aimed for.
Yes. And it's very, very easy to stumble into a story that ends up not fitting your demographic if you aren't paying attention to that while you're writing. And it's also very easy to get in the wrong demographic because you're touching on stuff you shouldn't be touching. So make sure you're clear when you're writing where the spice should go. I know for me, my rule is whatever is on the page has to further the story. And that doesn't matter whether it's what people would perceive as violence, which, war in my first books, that was violent, or sexual spiciness, or any of the other extremes. If it doesn't further the story, it's probably not on my pages, which is the reason why I got both of those comments. I haven't gotten those since, although I also haven't released book 6 of the Protector series yet, so there's that. You guys will have to tell me that later. That one kind of gets a little bit of the flavor in there, but it furthers the story. So it's not just on the pages because I wanted to put it on the pages.
Well, and as a reader, I appreciate that too, because readers are always going to have their own preferences for what they're looking for in a book. But I have sometimes felt when reading something that a sex scene took me out of the story rather than made me feel like I was still in the story, seemed to hamper the story, kind of stop it in its tracks. And so for me, I want a scene like that to push the story forward. I want it to be important to my understanding of the characters and the scene and it's moving the plot forward. That said, there's absolutely nothing wrong with just wanting to read a very smutty book, plenty of people just want to read that, and that's a main thing that they want in their book. It's not a thing that I tend to look for, and it's absolutely, since again I write YA, not something I would ever write. But yeah, as a reader, I certainly would appreciate your approach, Catrina.
And I think it's important for authors to keep in mind, you're going to write, and you should write whatever you are inspired or desiring to create. If you're somebody who wants to write a book that's full of spice and details, you want to be as explicit as you possibly can be, go for it. Just don't try to market it to the wrong demographics. Make sure that you are not labeling a YA book or an adult book as a YA book just because you chose to use an older teen or something in the story.
And speaking about YA a little bit, since that is what I write, there are certainly differing opinions about what's appropriate for YA too, as well. And certainly there's a difference between if you're writing younger YA or older YA. The thing that I appreciate, since our podcast is always somehow circling around our the differences between indie publishing and traditional publishing. In traditional publishing, maybe you're going to be querying your book wrong, but you're not going to accidentally publish your book wrong because your publisher knows what the parameters are for them, and they're not going to try to market something that's inappropriate. But there's so many differing opinions. There are people who feel generally speaking, I would say that sex scenes in YA are off page, right? They might happen because teenagers do these things. So like if you're writing teenagers in these scenarios, like that's a thing that happens. Like you can't pretend in 2026 that is not a thing. I don't think that there's a point in like shaming about that either. Like that's where we are today. There are people who don't think that there should be any of that at all in YA, regardless of whether it's on page or off page. Like they don't think it should be there. I think that, however, most publishers do not agree with that. Like I have in my debut novel, so I Was a Teenage Death God, there's a scene that is between the main character and their love interest that is my original agent referred to it as the sexiest non-sex scene she'd ever read. Now I didn't set out to write it like that. It was more just a thing where like the main character of my book can't touch anybody without stealing their life away. Like can't touch their skin to someone else's skin. So for me, the scene was exploring like they have this relationship. They have this like best friend who they've had a crush on forever, and it turns out the best friend also feels the same way about them. But it's important to explore like how this issue that is not something that you can just dismiss, that they can't touch skin to skin, like how it impacts their relationship and how they would ever move forward with having any kind of romantic relationship that included a sexual element at all. So for me, it was an important scene to have to like kind of show my main character. It was more about my main character feeling not like a monster in a romantic relationship and learning how they could have this without doing harm. So for me, it was a very important scene. Because they can't touch each other, there's probably more of it on the page than what you would see in some scenes in YA, but obviously not anything explicit whatsoever. And like there isn't anything explicit that they can do or what would be considered like typically explicit. So there is a scene like that in my debut. There are probably going to be people who object to it one way or another, partly because there are some people who perceive like all queer content as being deviant in some way or inappropriate in some way. But I don't care about those people. Those people are not, that's their problem. But there may be other people who don't like the scene. I hope that you will like the scene. I hope that people will understand that it's important. That said, I don't write a lot of that stuff in my books. I love. And my teenagers they do have these feelings and urges and things that they want to do in these books. They're because that's just who they are. If you're writing about if you're writing about like Ace or Arrow characters, like you might not have that, but that's not the characters I'm writing about. So they do want that, and so there's going to be, I feel like you can have passion and longing and all those feelings in your YA novel without having to, like, very easily, without having to have something that's inappropriate. And it's all about talking about the feelings and those feelings that are important to the plot. If the romance is important to your plot, or if these feelings coming from your character are important to the story. I think that it's very easy to write without crossing a line. And then there are definitely going to be people, certainly a controversial topic that I see all the time on social media, like author social media is, you know, people will get reader reviews, which authors don't read them. Just don't read them. Reader reviews who adults disappointed with the level of quote unquote spice in your YA book and like giving it a lower rating because of that. That's a whole thing that happens. It's bizarre and ridiculous. But
so many series start off with YA entrance, and a lot of adults end up reading it, and that's when they have this other fantastical concept of where it should be, and the adults who are paying attention are probably not necessarily caring or probably not necessarily looking specifically for a YA book. And in that case, they shouldn't be grabbing your YA book and then expecting you to have like all sorts of
adult content in it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, does that mean that it might not happen on occasion? On occasion is one thing, but if you look at Book Talk, you'd think every book is that. And if that's what you enjoy, that is all good, but don't come at the author. My humble opinion, don't come at the author. We're writing what comes onto the page because that's what we were inspired to write.
Well, and authors, I'll say this, I just said it, but I'll say it again. Just don't read reader reviews, okay? Like, just don't do it. Like, it's not your problem. Don't worry about it. Like, let people can complain. People can have their inappropriate complaints about your book. And it's a level of spiciness.
And speaking from experience, you're going to find yourself drawn to reading them. Just take her advice, or Benji's advice. Don't do that. It's not worth it.
Because you can't control what other people say or think about your book. What you can control is whether or not you drive yourself out, like around the bend.
Yes,
over it.
If you have ever heard the phrase, "Your opinion of me isn't my business," hold to that. As an author, their opinion of you isn't your business. So their opinion of your work is not your business. I've seen too many authors will end up. I see this. This is more indie. I think you probably have a good team that keeps you somewhat protected from doing this, hopefully. But don't respond. Don't respond.
Oh yeah, never respond, even if you read them.
Do not respond. The review section is for the readers. It has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
Don't do it. It's tempting. Don't do it. Just don't do it. I have, to my knowledge, not ever responded to a review, but that only became the case because I had a lot of people who had been established. I am so grateful. Early on, I got in with some really good authors.
They gave you good advice.
Yes, as far as that goes. And I've always had the thought process of not responding to anything when I am in a particular emotional state. So if I read, for example, the one review that called the scene where the two characters were clearly indicating their differences in the gestures and behaviors, that scene, when I first read that and that was what they were referring to, I was absolutely furious and did not respond, because if I had responded, it would not have been professional or pretty. I have my mommy to thank for that. To not speak when I have nothing good to say. And I didn't have anything good to say. It would have been very ugly. So I didn't. But eventually, I did get to a point where I thought, okay, I'm calm enough. I could say something. Why am I going to say something?
Right. What are you going to accomplish with that?
Right. And then I read other authors who had responded, and I watched stuff blow up. Like they ended their career under that name before it really got started. And that will happen. Don't reviews, if you really must read them, for whatever you feel like you must read them for, fine. It isn't a bad place to kind of get feedback and know where your readers want the story to go, but do not take them to heart. Do not respond to them. They are none of your business.
And traditionally published authors, or authors who are seeking to become traditionally published, all of that is the exact advice you should take. There are names that could be big enough that they could survive a kerfuffle of this magnitude. You can probably Google. I'm old enough to remember, Anne Rice in the Amazon comments, getting in deep there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, no one was going to stop publishing Anne Rice just because she was, unfortunately, arguing with people in her Amazon reviews. But most of us are never going to be a name of that magnitude, and I would also argue that it's a bigger deal to mess up like that since social media became what it is, which was not the case back when she was doing all of that as much. Your editor is going to send you trade reviews with pull quotes. Those are the only ones you should ever look at.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look at the rest. Unless you, if you're certain that you can look at them and they won't absolutely destroy your confidence, absolutely destroy your soul, and you can read them all without needing to respond, without feeling the need to respond, then go ahead. But I would say tread carefully. I would recommend against it. Assign someone in your life to look at your Goodreads if that's what you need to do, and send you the really good ones that they think you'll want to hear, and leave it at that. That would be and don't respond to those either. Don't go to your own Goodreads.
Never. Unless you are doing a Goodreads event for some reason, there is no need for you to do that. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Self-sabotage is the thing we do. You don't have to. Don't do that.
And at this point, we're talking about comments well beyond just the opinions people might have about the spiciness in your books.
Right.
As usual, we've strayed a little bit from our original topic, but
we would never.
But yeah, people are gonna have opinions about the level of spiciness, no matter what it is in your books. If you're writing fiction, whether you have any in there or whether you don't, people are gonna have opinions about it. So what you want to do is just write what you want to write. I think in traditional publishing, again, you have the advantage of there being people to keep the guardrails on and make sure that you are in your staying within the standard acceptable parameters for your book. A lot of publishers will put age ratings on their books. For instance, I Was a Teenage Death God. My publisher rated for 14 and up. That's not to say that a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old might not read it, or they might not be mature enough to read it, but that's an issue between them and their parents and whoever to decide whether that's going to happen. The publisher is saying, we think this is best for 14 and up because it's upper YA. And that can certainly give you a sense that can give people a sense of what they want to buy. But your publisher will make sure that your work is properly labeled in however way they label it, that it matches what they look for in their imprint, what they typically will publish. So you don't have to worry too much of it. If you go overboard, they're going to stop you. I don't know what happens if you go
Them.
under and they expect more. I don't think that that's really a thing in YA. I think they would just label it differently. But
Trust your
but if you're in,
agent, trust your publisher. If they tell you it's too much, trust them.
Yeah. And with indie, like, you don't have anyone doing that for you, so you kind of have to monitor yourself or have good people around you to help you like decide what you're going to do. I don't think a lot of indie publishing is much more adult than YA overall. So I think most of the people who read those books are going to be looking for adult books. So you're not going to run into the exact same issues. But, Catrina's going to know more about how people perceive those books.
Yeah, not as often. You're not going to run into them, and certainly not as like some of the conversations you and I have had. The paths for indie, even those of us who do touch on YA books, we tend to market to the adults more than we will to the YA, because until I'd say the last 4 or 5 years, there really wasn't a path into the markets that are more direct to the YA group as a whole. And
which
even
is like
now,
school libraries and places like that. Yeah.
right. And even now, there are paths now. You do have to know them. You have to know somebody who knows how to use them, and know somebody who knows how to market to that group and reach out to that group. Whereas through traditional, there's usually a more streamlined channel. Now, there are other things coming up that we're not going to discuss right now, but you can look forward to
but
those
we will
discussions.
eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, we have plans for those.
We have stuff to talk about, but we won't talk about it today.
Because if we start, we're going to totally go over time.
It'll be a whole other podcast. Yeah. This will be a podcast worth like 2 or 3 podcasts by then.
Probably the way things are going. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are ways now that indies can get into those school libraries in theory, and get into your library market has been available to you from the beginning. You just have to learn how to reach out to them. And I am happy to discuss some of that at some point on the podcast as well. However, when you are considering the spice, there is one other thing that just crossed my mind that I think I don't know if you are familiar with this, but at one point, our lovely romance authors led the charge in publishing in general. To be honest with you, they've led anytime romance takes a lean in one direction or another, everybody pays attention. And as indies, the romance authors decided to lead the charge into the basement. Now, what I mean by that, back in the early 2010s, like 2010, I'd say 2010 to 2015-ish, there was a lot of erotica being put out.
Mm-hmm.
So as we're getting into the spice, we're talking the spiciest of spice put onto the page, and a lot that pushed boundaries that most people would step back and question. The thing is, there really is a market for these books. And when I tell authors that if you want to write something, there's a good chance you will have readers. You might have to hunt for those readers, but somebody will want to read it. And that is not an exaggeration. And this is kind of a demonstration of how that was the case.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, people were talking about like all sorts of things. I'm not going to give too many details right now, but all sorts of very, very obscure things. And that led to a lot of the marketplaces. None of this stuff would have ever been published traditionally. I will tell you that right now, because no traditional author would have touched a lot of this stuff. And I've read some spicy stuff from the traditional publishing. This would not have been touched. But with that in mind, when I say they led it straight to the basement, I mean there's only a handful of independent publishing platforms or sales platforms indies can get access to that will still feature this, and none of them will put it on the first page. You actually have to go looking for it now. it used to be that these would be bestsellers very, very quickly. Very quickly. You put out smut and smut was bought. And it didn't matter what kind of smut. And that actually created careers for a lot of our romance authors. And it gave them the income they needed. And when these changes to the industry started to change, they changed the way they wrote their spice. And they changed the way they marketed their spice. So instead
So
of
they could stay on the front page.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's something to keep in mind. If you are indie especially, you have to pay attention to what the companies are doing. You have to pay attention. That's the only time that I would say that should have any influence on your spice. Because if you're inspired to write it, somebody is going to be inspired to read it. Just make sure if you're trying to earn a living, you need to stay relevant to the searches. And so you don't want your book to only be explicit. If you're going to say relevant, because now there is we're going to air quote, basement of sorts. It can be found. You can still go onto Amazon and buy smut books. Even some of these boundary pushing stories, and effectively find good storytelling in some of them, not just smut. But you've got to be willing to, if you're going to write it, you've got to be willing to accept that it's not going to be the first thing that's searched in the story. It has to have a story to go with it. But that is the one aspect of spice for indies I think you need to, that I do think plays a factor. Because I watched that roller coaster and I thought about getting on it for a little while, but I don't write like that. So I tried.
It didn't work out.
Kind of? No.
Yeah. No, I have those issues too. Like even like I've been working on like some stuff for the adult market. Like on the side, like adult sci-fi, because sci-fi is such a hard sell in YA these days. So I'd started working on some things, and then, contractually, that's something that my agent can work on selling that doesn't affect my YA contracts at all. So like I started dipping my toes in there, and as I'm writing, I'm like, wow, I really have not put, like, there's no sex in this book. There's nothing like this, like it's just not going to be a book like that. And I'm talking to my agent, I'm like, okay, so it kind of reads like I guess I don't know whether there'll be a market for this. Like in the sci-fi market, are they going to want more than what I have in here? Because and I guess I'm going to find out. But it just wasn't that story for me. It just wasn't that story for me. Like it doesn't want those things. And we'll see how it goes. It's not to say that I couldn't write that necessarily. But like at least for this story, don't have anything like that in there.
Not every story needs it.
Yeah. Yeah, this story just doesn't want it. I mean, partly it's a lot of the story is kind of a universe of two. It's like a main character and their best friend, like kind of on this long journey to try to get somewhere that I don't want to say because it'll give the whole story away. But it's just the two of them. They don't have feelings like that for each other. So they're pretty much like going through this whole journey with like their friendship is a big deal in this story, and their like the history of their friendship and the ways in which they're kind of family to each other. But it's just there's no place where there would be anything like that because that's not a thing that they have between them. Their relationship is different than that. Yeah, I guess we'll see how it goes.
I'm looking forward to getting the chance to read it.
Yeah, I hope you do one day. We'll see.
All right.
Is it time are we wrapping up here?
Well, I guess we got a few minutes.
Yeah, no, we can though, because I'm not sure we have much more to say. Just like I guess we could say, if we're wrapping up with like, how do we personally approach these things? Like, for me, it's all about the story and the feelings of the characters. My characters tend to be, my main characters tend to have very intense personalities and intense feelings, and I write everything from there. And so where that goes is where it leads. But I'm never writing in. Again, I write YA, but I'm never like putting in any quote unquote spicy scenes for their own sake. It's just not something that would happen in my books, specifically. It kind of sounds like you're in the same wavelength with that.
I am, and don't get me wrong, I like a little bit of spice on occasion, but no, I'm not gonna write it unless it fits the story. If something about the story, but that's me, and it's important. You know, while we have a lot of more, we're going to air quote, freedoms in our writing and our choices of writing as far as spice goes as indies, you just write the story that comes to you. You write the amount of spice that fits your story. For me, it's not going to be something you're going to find in a lot of my books. If it happens, like, I do have a scene in my Protectors where I am dealing with young adults. When I say young adults, I don't just mean teenagers. I mean like 20s. So that would qualify in the new adult market. Facing situations that we would not necessarily face exactly, but a variation, I guess. Things. Trying to figure out how to say this without saying this.
Yeah.
You know, and in that situation, I do have a character that's going to encounter something that is going to be quite in that vein of chaos. There's a lot, but in this situation, the spicy aspects of it are a lot more than just spicy aspects. So this is a character that's going to be facing their own personal decisions and some significant repercussions that will come depending on which decisions they make. And it's a process. It's not just like, so that's what you're going to find in my books. You're not going to find stories of just the spice. And if at the same time, I'm all for, if that's what you want to write it.
I'm going to even go so far as to say, hey, authors, if you want to make the kind of money you might make by adding some extra spice into your book, there is no shame to that.
100%.
Go get that bag. Get that bag, author. Go and write that. If you're writing for adults, like, and you're like, you know what? I know that if I added 2 more scenes like this, I probably am gonna make, this much more money from it. And you're doing it for that reason. Like, I'm not gonna be such a snob here. Such a craft snob. I write YA. I can't be a craft snob, or I'm not going to be a craft snob. To say, like, don't write the thing that's going to make you money. You go ahead and write that thing that's going to make you money. Go for it. Like, whatever Catrina and I do, that's not, you don't have to be us.
Right. 100%. And if you don't like spice, one of my pen names only writes clean, by definition clean. Industry
quote unquote clean
romance, which means you got no foul language, you've got nothing on screen. As a matter of fact, you don't even have implied out of social expectations structured implications of things. Very air quote clean. The only thing that I get some pushback from with that pen name is the fact that every one of them are interracial.
Oh geez. Well, people who are complaining about that don't need
That's
to
not my
read
problem.
your books. Yeah. They can go find some
There are plenty
other
of other
books
books to read.
That yeah, any times I've gotten those reviews, I'm just like, that's not my problem.
Yep,
That's you
nope.
problem.
Yep, that is. Um,
But so the point is, like, there's a wide range of spice, from those who are completely perfectly on par, quote unquote, clean romance, to those who are literotica.
Yep.
You know, write it. Do what moves you. Take the spice and add it where you see it fit, whether it's explicit, an on-screen, or page, or off-page and implied. Do what works for you. And have fun.
And then just figure out how to market that. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's a way. And if you're not sure if there's a way, ask your questions in the comments. If I can help, I will help you. And if I can't, there are, depending on what kind of writing you do, there are going to be places that you can submit to. So, like, you'll have a lot more options than you probably realize. So,
YA authors, be careful. Okay.
keep it in present in mind while you're writing, that you're writing for the audience.
Yes. And thanks so much for joining us today.
We are so excited about the next episode. We'll tell you about it when we get there.
See you next time on Two Cats Writing. Bye.
Bye.